Already banned out Farsa. Are they gonna go?
Maybe for last pick, huh?
They go Claude.
Claude.
They have to save the jungle for last here. They don't need to reveal their cards just yet. They can go for the Claude. It's a safe choice. Again, Chadera's comfort is either Moskov, Claude, both Blink heroes that can split push. But now for RRQ, they're going to go for the good old Granger. Valier or Valen in the mid lane then.
Obviously poking Geek Fam till eternity and maybe just forcing out the Netherrealms. And now last pick for RRQ, the mid Valentina. Okay.
So no Lucas.
Well, most likely no Lucas. What a throwback though, now the Valentina and Faramis. We haven't seen these two picks being super prio in a long time.
Yep.
That used to be the meta for the longest time. Final pick for Geek Fam, the Ling Ling.
Oh,
That's bold.
bold indeed. But you need bold if you want to beat RRQ. They're number one in the standings. They've been the most consistent, most dominant team in Indonesia. If you want to play it safe, it's as good as just saying GG to RRQ.
All right,
Gotta take risks.
Immediately though, the first thing I want to see is how badly this new glue is countered by the Faramis. Because now you have that split effect on a...
Spread.
The spread. It's not just on your ultimate, so there's more ways for the Faramis to actually burst you down, even before you fully commit in a fight. I want to see how that works out, because I haven't really experienced it myself.
Well, of course, the lineup rating for both teams, a considerable amount of point goes to RRQ, but now, of course, to open up the first match of today, RRQ with a golden ticket in their eyes. Meanwhile, Geek Fam still the King Slayers. Will they be able to hold on to their moniker? It is game number 1 of RRQ Hoshi against Geek Fam.
Cast your predictions in the chat right now. Will it be RRQ or will it be the King Slayers, Geek Fam?
Let's see, man. The laning phase, I think, is gonna show us a lot of information here. In the EXP lane, in theory, it's gonna be Dairon on the glue, bullying Gobs for sure. But with that pressure, what are they gonna do? The same thing can be said for the gold lane, and we've seen RRQ play super aggressive once they have that side lane pressure, try and translate that into dominant moves towards the opponent's side jungle. So make no mistake, Edok is gonna be on the hunt for opportunities more so than those actual pickups. Already a play around the Litho here, though.
Flickered from a boy already, by the way. So Jin will take the Litho Wanderer. That's information, valuable one, without a boy having the flicker. Beloyski gets away.
Again, so much proactivity with Edok holding the chip in his hands. It really just unlocked a lot of potential and a lot of control for RRQ in the upcoming minutes. And Geek Fam, they have to be content on waiting for the Link to be online, because early game, the Link can't really do much. But the emblems now, Arashi, anything you can spot?
Well, common emblem along with the agility and as your assassin for Chidera, just to survive in the lanes for the most part. Rins getting pulled back.
Rins caught very low. Edok as well. Pops the crash course just to run away quick. Beloyski was able to do that much damage alone on Chip.
That's just the damage potential that Geek Fam has right now. That's why the Kalia is so good. You do damage, but you also heal your teammates. Look at this though, RRQ looking for a play. Edok, whoa.
Crash course, Beloyski can still sustain. The boy will be able to get that Stampede down to walk across the wall. Dairon in the mid lane, getting enough XP for both Rins and himself to get 4. Beloyski jumping in all alone, has to flicker out. That should be a green line for RRQ to go for it for free. A boy walks up one more time. Akins is still on the purple buff. Will go for the pitch forward. Sasuke misses Jin. Dalvon, Akins getting the rectory win. Beloyski gets first blood. It's another realm against another realm, but it's not going to be a fight that RRQ can take. Not with Sutsujin down. Tsunami slammed. Dairon lifted up, thrown down, and taken out by a boy.
Look at the longevity that Geek Fam has with this composition. Edok wants to go for seconds. He's gonna be fine. But yeah, Geek Fam, their sustain is just incredible, and make it with the steal towards the turtle.
That was all Gobs, dude. The fact he walked up there in the midst of all the danger and found a knock-up onto Sutsujin, pressuring him, getting him low enough that I think it just threw off RRQ's coordination. It seemed like they were trying to sneak the turtle off before Geek Fam can even notice, can even react. But because it took too long there, because they had their other members scouting, looking out for Geek Fam, instead of bursting down the turtle, Geek Fam were able to get into that fight, and with the Netherrealm, with the Phobias at their disposal as well, that's a lot of fighting prowess in the early game.
And of course, talent predictions by the new application GoPay. Full house, unanimous decision. No dissentments whatsoever. Maybe it's just me and Lim with one game for Geek Fam.
Where's Mr. Pulung? That's the immediate question.
He's not casting.
He's stolen. Dyron kidnapped him.
All right. With a dominant prediction here for RRQ, Geek Fam definitely are working against the odds. But so far, they've been able to actually get a bit of an advantage, and they're still controlling the game pretty well. Oiski, oh!
Tsunami Slam, Chain CC with Gobs as well. And for the pursuit down, Dyron gets a beating. Takes a beating, but will be able to escape with the spread.
Feels like a lot of pressure exerted by Geek Fam now. They have the control needed so far, as Valoisky is so proactive as well. With the Kalea, unlocks a lot of things. Jera with the Blazing Duet, clears top side. So no shove towards the turret whatsoever.
Immediately, you can see the control from Geek Fam. They're gonna, for sure, be using Gobs here to really pressure the members of RRQ if possible. He's really waiting around here, trying to find the initial engage. And Edok isn't really in the flanking angle to try and catch Geek Fam off guard.
Turtle next on the menu for Geek Fam. They were able to outfight RRQ at least in the stage of the game. Naked is also online.
Toy gonna be engaged on a full dive into the bottom. Oh, Toy taken out by a boy. Another round to counter the shortcut. Make it takes 2 blades. Sutsujin dumps in with the blade surge. Will be able to catch a boy. He's gonna be caught and taken down. Sutsujin claims the kill. But a boy spawns instantly back in the Lanadon.
Yeah, the Faramis passive prepares Geek Fam for a potential turtle call test here. As RRQ, they have to recall on their end. But Geek Fam's just gonna let this out in the open air.
It's back to a waiting game here for both teams. Now look at this, man. Geek Fam have so much more sustain built in, basically. RRQ now have some control, and for now they do have the numbers advantage, but they have no idea where... Well,
Whoa! That's your answer! You still get deleted! Maybe even more so, holy moly!
Even more so.
With the full stacks on Chidera too, you gotta remember, that's why the Claude gets so much value against the glue.
They did a great job. They did a great job just picking all these heroes that get full value from going up against a hero that gives you multiple targets. Even Gobs and the Phobius, technically, it's going to be able to sustain a lot better with all of these, you know, these blobs that he can actually just smash on to regen. So man, we're already seeing that being a massive problem here. RRQ, they're basically playing with Dyron being a non-factor.
Yeah, the glue has to be content. The fact that Geek Fam have ways to deal with this glue. A topside take.
They're not gonna do it. No
Geek Fam,
way they take the shortcut there.
Yeah, they're saved. So no turret taken down as of yet. But RRQ, they need to rethink their decisions because so far Geek Fam are always on the hunt. Do RRQ, go for the fight because it feels like they're losing in every end.
You gotta go for the right fights. That's the question. Oh, Edok flickers out. Oh, Beloy.
Flicker Tsunami Slam, Makin's right there as well. Edok, can he pop the shortcut in time? Goes up the crash course, but will be slain by Beloy. Makins jumps in, Defiance Blade into the back. Oh! Cut down by Toy, but the boy flickers forward to get the kill back. Rins steals the Infernal Pursuit. Suyo still down below with a tier 2 threatened. Geek Fam will get a trade up top with a tier 1.
The King Slayers, their eyes focused on each Kings in the castle. And RRQ, they need to wait for a bit longer.
Chidera gang, Blazing Duet, immobilized. Boy takes it. Hold up, comes over another round. Actually able to get a kill onto him. Got to the chase, goes for the flicker. Sutsujin going to be taken very low. Has the surge, but gets caught in the Infernal Pursuit.
The portal works for both teams. RRQ have to remember
Not
that.
for Dewa.
Not for Dewa. Yes. Well, 1 second to go. The turtle does spawn right now. Geek Fam doing a great job winning out in the brawls, but they gotta maintain this control. They do have the Ling with the scaling here from Maykids, so they can take this game, they can take it easy. There's no urgency for anything. And with a boy picking up the Lightning Truncheon, the new Lightning Truncheon, with the zapping lightning going around to every single member, that's better wave clear and better burst potential. So RRQ, if they're concerned about the burst earlier, it's gonna get even worse now.
Splash damage as well to clear the blobs that Dyron might pose, but so far feels like RRQ are kind of clueless on what they have to do. Geek Fam are always bringing the fight onto their faces, even with the shortcut in the hands of Edok. A salvage is trying to happen, but Geek Fam always come out on top. So what's the winning condition now for RRQ, Arashi?
They have to make sure that they go for a shortcut play and they don't get countered for it. Because again and again, every single time they go for a shortcut play, the first time was on the top side, and that was already basically a full-blown team fight, where the shortcut was kind of a backup call. And then afterwards, it was that pickup attempt that got countered because the members of GeekFam funneled through as well. So they gotta control the waves initially, right? And then find the pickoffs where GeekFam can't really force them into a fight, because just by matchup alone, especially with the glue Faramis factor, they just can't really win out right now without an X factor, some kind of surprising moment, some kind of flank or a neutral objective. Look at Boloski though.
Like a Tsunami Slam, following it through.
Oh.
Sutsujin will be able to survive against two. Baloyski and Chidera unable to get it done. Now he's bought enough space for Granger, Toy, to take a turret up top.
Yep. Golden Staff for Chidera. Just try to hasten his presence in the team fights as well for RIQ now. At least they have Rinse to bank on. I mean, with the IMU, the Netherrealm could really change the game. Maybe with the Tsunami Slam as well. A big off might happen. Baloyski
Trying to bait out the Purify, won't be able to. Rins gets away with a dash. Make kids onto the turret he goes. Divine Blade ready with the Attempts of Blaze as well. Will be able to force out a flicker. Out of Toy. Tyrant trying to go for the flank. E-Dog! Shortcut coming down, able to go with the VMI. Tyrant in the back line again. It's gonna be a boy walking on Tsunami Slam to try to get the passive. Meanwhile, Make-Kids still dealing damage onto E-Dog. Tyrant has mounted Chidera, but it's onto it. The turret he goes.
A Hail Mary play from the Kings, but still it won't work. Because what is a king in the eyes of King Slayers?
That was a risky play that RRQ took there. They tried to go for Chidera, using E-Dog to really flank around with Sutsujin, but unfortunately for them, Chidera was able to get some distance, and just like that, that's the full all-in. The playmaking that E-Dog usually gets done for his team just isn't as strong on a hero like the Chip. They've got to really, now I guess, stall the game out even longer, wait till both teams are kind of scaling, and wait for that shortcut to actually be a deciding factor here. Although with Make-Kids in the picture, it really won't be that simple even if the game goes later on. And we've already highlighted that RRQ, one of the win conditions that people have used against them is taking them to that late game where the factors are just a bit more sporadic. That's where Baloyski really shines too.
And by the way, 10 kills for GeekFam without a single kill on their cores, on their hyper carries. Is that going to bite them back in the late game? Because they need their kills, but so far they're diving in.
Ghostbursters and the Stampede. Rins able to escape with a sliver of HP. Up top, it's a 1v1. Make-Kids versus Sutsujin. Enhanced Lord in the mid lane, getting another tier 2 as Chip. E-Dog will look for a flank. There's no conceal on GeekFam's side. A boy looks like he's gonna be walking right into it. E-Dog pops in the shortcut and the crash course. A boy pops into Netherrealm, able to get it in time. E-Dog taking down Baloyski. Looking for the play, goes in. That's a Netherrealm already used, and Tsunami Slam. Tyrant taken low. What? Sutsujin dives into all of them. He gets struck down, but I don't think that was worth it. A boy mounted, but Chidera does not care. GeekFam 3-1.
That was a 4v5. Make-Kids was upstairs, chilling. And now they lose 3. GeekFam might just try to engage.
Toy with a Death Sonata. A sentence to Make-Kids as Rins walks up, tries to go for more. Another Terrify. Flicker from goal! No! Gets a kill. Chidera in the back still, waiting for an angle to BMI.
A lot of miscalculations here for RRQ, and they're going for all these risky plays. Really uncharacteristic. GeekFam are getting the better of them, again, just by playing the template basic game. There won't be any shortcut attempts right now from E-Dog. But as you mentioned, realize Chidera, he had no kills earlier, but he has picked up 3 right there. He has a Marksman Trinity and a Wind of Nature as well. So it's gonna be on the hands of Rins to really be a real threat right here. And he still has to be concerned about using the Netherrealm at the right moment. On the flip side, a boy, as long as he doesn't make any fatal mistake, he's not even running the Purify, and he's just chilling, staying in the back, outputting the damage, and going with the Netherrealm when RRQ are going for that one play, because they know when the fights are back and forth, RRQ are the ones at a disadvantage, because all their ultimates are very committal.
Yeah. It feels like Faramis is a boy classic. This is old school a boy we're looking at, and he's very, very impactful in this hero so far. Like I said, without the Purify, he's able to style an RRQ. The Lord spawns now, RRQ. They need a Hail Mary play to save game number 1. Queen Twins in the hands of Sutsujin to try to mitigate more damage in the hands of GeekFam, but GeekFam they have prior on the Lord.
Yep. Looks like they're gonna try to blitz it. Rin steals away the NetherRealm from a boy. Makeid's on it. Edok in the back line, but Loisky gonna be able to lock him down. Makeid's wins out. Shortcut plays down. Edok, oh, bursted down by Makeid's. NetherRealm for GeekFam. Save them. Oh, Suzuki gets the stun at the Soul Center. But Tenera will wipe him down. Meanwhile, in the back again is Gobs having a field day. Makeid's with the assassination. Tyron, the only man left standing, knocked up. Makeid's finds a triple. The only king that the GeekFam recruits wants to bend the knee to is Baloyski.
The King Slayers swing their swords. They rumble on the castle walls and they take game number 1. Will they be the ones to spoil the King's feast?
Oh man, RRQ. They were pressured, outsmarted, outmaneuvered at every single turn there. It all started from the drafting phase, and we already highlighted the concern there. The glue against the Faramis, and that was certainly a big problem. RRQ had no real frontline to speak of. I think just were powerless. The only real saving grace there was Toy, but in the end there, despite his best efforts, he could not get away from Makeid's as well. It was just a game that GeekFam had to stay consistent to win.
Wow, what a performance from everybody. And that GeekFam lineup, I mean, Gobs was just being Gobs, Makeid's, the chase down a boy. What a performance, 6-2 and 10. And just becoming the frontline as well for GeekFam to save them from troubles. And Chadera has proven to be able to scale to the late game with the Claude, a staple pick of his. And GeekFam with not just a 1-0, but that was a convincing win. I would say it was one-sided. RRQ didn't have a chance. In a team fight, in a skirmish, they weren't able to win a single one.
The Faramis pick, the Ling pick in the end as well. You gotta go bold. Man, winning out that first red tree win on the Turtle, getting the team fight as well, really stopped RRQ's plans. Like RRQ were planning to just snowball out of control with a Suyo, with a control over neutral objective. Getting Turtle 1 was a big part of how they could actually make that win condition happen.
By all means, they also did a great job, GeekFam, by avoiding a lot of the shortcut moments. They played it calm, cool, collected, and waited for the big 5v5s to really happen. And a boy here, damn, what is that damage, dude? That's 3 members basically chunked out to half HP with a single Ghost Bursters. That's the problem when you have, you know, the glue, multiple blobs stacked up against you, man. And in the end here, they keep going for these all-in plays, but they just can't compete with the burst damage. And their marksman isn't exactly a burst marksman either. It's kind of a more of a kitey marksman, so the whole composition just did not work at all.
The man on your screen, of course, is your MVP. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It is a boy. This guy is a menace. We talked about his sparks back in season 13, 14, 15. He was in a bit of a slump, but now he's back to his best, I would say.
Back on a signature pick, Faramis.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since we've seen a Faramis.
Old school boy.
But aside from the Faramis, man, oh man.
Damage.
That's some damage. Yikes. But also, man, I think Gobs did a great job in this game too. Always engaging it in the... Still engaging at the right moment, at the right time, finding times to really disrupt the right members from RRQ, especially when they're trying to go for that kind of dive.
Yeah, that's true. Look at Makeid's. It feels like he's so relentless in pursuit, on his pursuit of the Kings. And so far, yeah, they tried a lot of plays from the back, desperation plays, if you would say so, with the shortcut from behind, hitchhiking a ride as well. But it feels like GeekFam always has a spotter in trying to, you know, pinpoint the shortcut plays. It was Baloyski most of the time to try to spoil the plans of RRQ. And those shortcut plays, I feel like what had happened as well, GeekFam were just out damaging RRQ.
It really looked kind of mindless as we got here. Again, it just like RQ were throwing bodies, hoping for a win. They were literally just gambling with the skirmish, but a lot of that, well, at least in this team fight, it was kind of forced out by GeekFam. GeekFam had the control over the neutral objective. They blitzed it instantly. And again, to bring up the quote that we were talking about early before the matchup, I think it was from Niall. Beloyski never hesitates. When he makes a call, everybody has to follow through. That was the whole plan, and the call there was to blitz the Lord. We don't need to go and Lord dance when we're up against a chip, when we're winning early game. We need to force the enemies to fight us, and we've been able to win 5v5. So it was, again, a very decisive call that made RRQ also make their own decisive call. The call for RRQ, it would have been two options. Both are bad options. Stay up top, get a tier 2 for the Lord, or come over and fight a team that has beaten you in every 5v5 in the game so far.
Yeah, it is insane. Absolutely crazy from GeekFam, and their dominance asserted in game number 1. Take a look at the items. Anything in particular, Arashi?
I mean, there's not much to say. For the most part, RRQ are counted more from the execution more so than the itemization, by all means. I mean, it's important to note that Diron and the Glue went for the Athena, and it doesn't matter, like, at all, right? And even if he does survive, the rest of the team will pay the price for giving up all those bounces from the Ghostbursters. So I really felt like RRQ, they tried to go for the Faramis to try and match the sustain of GeekFam, but in the first place, their composition doesn't really work well against that sustain either. I feel like this was a safer option, but if they really wanted to go, especially for some of those really risky plays, those Hail Mary attempts, they really should have gone for something that can enable that a bit more. I mean, after picking up the chip there, you know, a bit more burst damage would be nice, a bit more crowd control perhaps, because the issue is that every single time they even go for, you know, a huge attempt towards Chidera, towards Makids. That's how they like to win those late game, mid-game to late game situations. They take out the main damage dealer, and then they just win out the fight, because in theory, if your main damage dealer, the gold laner, is alive, you're gonna win out the fights. But because they didn't have any other tools, aside from the shortcut, aside from the stun from the Suyo, which is very basic, very small, the Valentina Terrify, you know, they have no tools here to really enable a lot of those pick-off attempts. So I feel like they kind of got caught off guard with the Paramis, and then they tried to adapt and pivot, and then they ended up with a jack of all trades, master of none at all type situation.
I feel like RQ, we're also lacking with a easy point-click CC compared to like maybe a Kalea, a Tsunami Slam that could just bring you with one tap. And I think for RQ Hoshio, of course, this pick was a little bit ambitious, but what do you think would be a good alternative for the Glue? Because it feels like the Glue was just taken out of the picture in that game.
Ilos.
Yeah, I was about to say, at this point, right, if you want a frontliner that can match well against the Phobius, yeah, Hylos is a much better pick with the Faramis in the conversation here. Without the Faramis, though, I still think that to a degree, right, unless RRQ are really planning on just diving all the way to the backline, you know, it's a whole different story. I'm wondering if they expected GeekFam to go for some kind of long-range backline mage for a boy, because that's where the Glue can kind of zone him out and kind of be useful. But even against a Faramis, you know, even not against a Faramis, the Glue doesn't really do much when it comes to frontlining for the team. He's more of a dive-in type hero. And if you want to dive into the excitement, you better get on the Samsung train, bro.
Yep, GeekFam or gaming. And if you really want to talk about gaming, the latest Samsung Galaxy S25 series is the real champion, the real gamer. This is a gamer. This smartphone is incredibly powerful for gaming thanks to the Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor built on a 3nm technology, making it the fastest processor ever in a Samsung Galaxy device. With this cutting-edge performance, your gaming experience is super duper smooth and totally lag-free.
Loading into the game right now.
Hey.
Yeah, we gotta show you a bit of that amazing, awesome experience.
It is said that with this phone, it's easy to get maniacs and savages.
I mean, that's how the players are able to do so, right?
Yeah.
When they have that kind of clarity in the midst of a big team fight, that's how you get those kills rolling in. And don't forget, aside from just the performance on the games, you can also use that Gemini AI feature, bro.
Yeah.
Right? You can
Right,
talk about
blast it.
anything to it. So you can try chat with it. Like Mirko, you want to try and show the audience?
Yo, who's going to win MPL Indonesia? Wait, let me tap it. Yo, who's going to win MPL Indonesia?
Just yo.
Gemini. Gemini.
Gemini.
Gemini.
Gemini's still sleeping.
I'm calling. You know what? I'm just gonna call.
Call
Gemini.
Gemini. And obviously,
real quick.
Gemini.
Still Gemini.
Gemini's still sleeping.
It's so
Gemini.
lifelike, bro. This is what happens when I try and reach out to my friends as well.
Who is going?
They're
to
sleeping.
win MPL Indonesia.
Who? Is it a he or a she?
It could be whatever you want.
Exactly.
Just a
hint.
sec.
Whoa. You came up with a
an
whole paragraph.
Yeah. It likes to specify things.
It likes to special.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Should I just read it out then?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do it.
Okay. I've gathered information on the current MPL Indonesia. I don't like the answer. Never mind. They didn't say
don't like the
BTR.
answer?
They didn't say BTR.
You don't like
didn't say
truth?
BTR.
Ah.
See, it gives you realistic answers.
That's true.
If it doesn't really adjust to your worldview, it is what it is, bro. We can't help you with that.
If you're like me, you don't have friends to talk to, you
Oh, what?
can always
You don't
handle
have
Gemini. I'm
friends?
kidding. You're
Come
my
on,
friend.
man. Yeah.
You're my
you
friend.
you
I'm leaving.
friends.
Yeah.
Arashi's leaving for 2 reasons. Because Realize just said he's not a friend, and Arky just lost game number 1.
Oh no.
He wants to go
Oh, he's back.
backstage. But obviously, there's one thing that can make him leave this desk. It's the Team Galaxy Zone Cam by Samsung Galaxy. So if you have your Samsung Galaxy phone, you can always flex it in the Team
Whoa.
Galaxy Zone Cam. Look at that.
Wait,
Mr.
a-
Kingdom in the building.
that's an RQ fan who's sitting on the Geek Fam side.
Yeah.
Hey,
Interesting.
That's the privileges you
game
get.
is game, my friend. Game is game.
That's true.
Indeed. And if you're gonna get in on the Samsung game, make sure that you get it now, because there's a cashback up
Look at this
to
color.
3.5 million IDR, and you can get 6 months of Gemini Advance for free. Hurry up and buy it now, because the promo ends on May the 15th, 2025. So exclusive for MPL viewers, you can get a free 25-watt travel adapter and a Shop app e-voucher worth IDR of 500,000 using the voucher code S25MPL.
Check it out right now, guys.
love
All right, S25. It's a lifesaver for me. When I play the Suyo, it just feels so much better when I'm on that S25. And I think speaking of the Suyo, we got to go back to the point again that we were talking about. Suyo Fanny for Sutsujin. It's just not his comfort pick, right? He
Yeah.
doesn't do that well on those picks. If they want to win this game, then go Haya. But if they do want to continue to practice on the Suyo, I think this is not a bad performance. Like for it's not a bad plan actually for RRQ.
Yeah.
Again, they basically almost qualified upper brackets. They've already almost confirmed it. Might as well start to learn the Suyo and the Fanny. Might as well start to put Sutsujin on the picks that he's not too comfortable on to make him comfortable on it by the time playoffs come.
Or maybe they could try out Chen.
Try out what?
Try out Chen.
Oh,
They can
Wait
try
a
Chen.
second.
Make him prepared
Sorry.
for playoffs.
sorry.
Who knows?
For me, I think Chen is more of a slot filler because Hazel is in Malaysia. I don't think they promoted him with the idea to actually use him.
Okay. Now, of course, all-time MPL ID Claude stats analysis. All-time leaders are Rand, CW, Skylar, Chidera, and Watt. But let me ask you guys a question. If I say Claude, who's the first pro player to pop up in your mind?
Huh.
For me, it's CW.
Wow.
Really?
W. For me, it's Skylar.
I think it's Skylar still for me, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true because Blazing Duet from
They did it
Skylar.
from Skylar.
Yeah, you were quoting that a lot, Realize, back when it happened.
What about Beatrix? When you think about Beatrix, who comes up?
Skylar.
Oh, wow.
Runner's
For me-
apathy from Skylar.
Wait, see, for Claude, I think it's Skylar. For Beatrix, I actually think Oheb.
Ohem.
Yeah.
Oh no, for me it's
Calara?
no.
No.
I mean, to
Domeng?
No, oh my god.
Domeng.
Realize!
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's cool though to see the performance of the Claude and how it kind of fell out of the meta, but somehow it's still standing on a very respectable win rate here.
Uh-huh.
Very interesting.
But I think one of the best Claude plays ever to happen was season 13 finals, lower bracket finals.
Yeah, the
That saving grace,
Brand Claude.
Blazing Duet by Brands, and the EVOS against GeekFam based defense. That was insane, by the way. One of the best games ever, I think.
Ooh.
Oof.
5K banger.
with the environment, with that atmosphere as
That's
well.
for sure, yeah.
We might get a sneak peek of that very soon, guys.
Hey.
13 Velodrome. I'm not sure, but it is definitely
I
a
don't know.
possibility for us to have it again in Season 15.
That was my first playoffs, by the way. And the first time I've ever casted in such a big venue. And with the supporters just
Which
chanting.
one's better, Bandom or Velodrome? Ooh.
I don't know. I think I'll stick with Velodrome.
Dude, for atmosphere, I agree. I think it's Velodrome by a long shot.
For the
atmosphere.
vibes,
But for Bandung,
yeah,
Bandung, man.
Bandung, man.
Bandung, bro. That was a
Wham
good
bang.
time.
It was a good time.
The traffic wasn't on the way there.
Yeah, that's true.
On the way back as well. But that's a good time.
It was
So
a
I
very
went
good
in the
time.
morning, 2 a.m.
You know who didn't have a good time? Toy.
Ooh.
He didn't have a good time because he was trying to get online, get his stacks going with the Sky Piercer, but Chadera was able to get inches further compared to Toy. But yeah, I think in a certain scenario as well, the Granger, I think it was very hard for him to really operate in that lineup as well because you have so much layers in Geek Fam in which you have to pierce, not to mention yet again the Nether Realm, so the Granger was having a hard time there.
I think a marksman with more AoE would have been much more beneficial there. I believe the idea, again, is to just snowball, get those picks from the early game, get Toy rolling. And, you know, when a Granger is snowballing hard, even the best frontliners really do struggle. They get poked down really well. But the issue is they weren't able to do so, right? So it's a plan that really hinges on everything going well. And against Geek Fam, you just always have this feeling that things can go well, but how well really, right? When your team, when the team you're up against gets stronger with every death, up to 7 deaths, you know what I mean? Right? It can go well, but how long can that last?
Bro, this is scary now, though. Geek Fam, blue side. They got those big picks on red. Now, RQ, remember, they still have to ban Fanny. They're going to also have to ban Chip, I feel, right? Because you don't want Chip on the hands of BBB, brother.
Yeah. I think for RRQ, a lot of things to ban as well. But for Geek Fam, I think in this series, or rather this match, they're going to perma-ban the Joy. What you think? Because it is really a Citogen staple pick. And not giving him the Joy, forcing him on uncomfortable picks like the Suyo, the Fanny, it doesn't really give him as much agency compared to the Joy. So I feel like the Joy is basically going to be non-existent in this match.
Fist bump. Chidera getting that fist bump.
Bumpy, bumpy.
One of Beloyski's monsters here. He's doing the Wakanda Forever pose for some reason.
The Wakanda Forever pose. Oh, was he feigning sleeviness there, Chidera? Is that a
What?
bit of a message? He went like, ooh, kind of nodded off.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is this a sleepy matchup, Chidera?
He's dozing off. He's dozing off.
He's trying to say, don't sleep on my performance.
Oh, we're definitely not going to sleep on his performance, especially when he gets his comfort picks in the Claude, Moskov, Geek with first pick, RRQ instantly. Oh, Kalea.
Kalea Lucas.
Wait, is this Geek Fam going for the Onyx PH blueprint? The Lucas into Harith ban?
Well, Naruto and Sakura not apparent in this game, but now Fulvius taken out as well. Was used by Gob and was used very well as well. Chip taken out. They don't want Beloyski to have his hands on the chip. The macro impact he can have is very insane with his twisted mind as well. So yeah, better not have it in his hands.
Okay, realize, shout out.
Twisted mind.
Pissed mind. But
Charahoda.
we'll have to see how this really plays out. Geek Fam, they're banning 2 really strong fighters. Does that hint that they want to go for an assassin themselves? They want some security for the backline? Or does it hint that they're trying to go for like more pickoffs and limiting the potential to really jump on the potential for RRQ to go for the tankier members so they can really punish even more? Now with the Hayabusa banned out as well, RRQ, you know, potentially here Geekon's gonna take the Joy away, and then RRQ's with their back against the corner.
RRQ got to ban Fanny, right? But if they do ban... See, I think they might want to trade Fanny with Joy, because Joy
Yeah.
is Citogen's comfort pick. So, it's...
Maybe Joy pick up the Badang.
But is it, like, worth it? Leaving the Fanny open, it's Maykids,
Make it.
who's been amazing on the Fanny. One of the best, if not the best.
Definitely a riskier proposition.
Ah.
What is going on?
They bet on the joy for
What's gonna be
themselves.
the trade? Are they Harith? They're trading it for Harith?
That's a possibility. We
But
have
the thing is,
Pryo with
Geekfam
Harith.
don't need to pick up Fanny first pick.
That's true.
They know that Citizen doesn't play it.
Unless
Then sure. I think Geekfam will be happy with
Rick
that.
was like, show it then.
Yeah, because I think Geekfam can just think about picking up the Harith now. Picking up a big pick, it's a comfort for Chidera. Leaving Fanny on the other side, throwing the question to RRQ. Here, are you gonna pick it up?
Are you sure you can make good use of it? Oh boy, that was definitely a huge curveball there from RRQ. I mean, we're off guard. I wonder if Geekfam are also caught by surprise there, for better
There you
or
go.
worse. Sushin though,
Juicing.
Okay, did not expect the juice in.
nothing is going as expected here, boys.
Yep. Balls in RQ's
Wow.
court now. Suyo.
What?
So they're gonna. Wait, they're gonna trade the Suyo with a
this one
Fanny?
is expected though. Like,
Yeah.
the Suyo isn't really that crazy for me because they don't play Fanny.
Uh-huh.
It should be
Suyo?
Suyo Harith, right? Because the Juicin pick is a pick that Rins does really well on, so they're just taking it away from him.
Uh-huh. Oh. Hylos?
What?
Okay, now
Suyo
that is a
Hylos.
what? Because this is going to be a Fanny Harith, right?
It should be. It should be two strong picks for Geek Fam. Fanny, Harith, they're giving away basically win cons that Geek Fam might really enjoy lavishing on.
So, since this is Cascade we're talking about, the assumption is always that there's a plan to this. There's a mind game here that he's angling for, that he's baiting Geekfam. But it's really out of the box right here. I myself, I'm not quite sure what the idea is. It's a flex pick, technically for the Hylas, but that's about it. That's all you can say about this sequence.
Yeah. There
we go.
And it's gonna be the Fanny Harith
Oh,
as
no.
expected.
Well played, Geek
A
Fam.
deadly situation here for RRQ to face up against.
They go for the Moskov.
Straight away because they know the Moskov might be banned in the second phase. But the question is Cascade cooking?
What could he possibly cook, man? The recipe looks scuffed.
It's spoiled. I mean,
They have still a way to go Franco, right?
Yes.
There's still
Guys,
some
the Fanny, yeah.
lockdown. There's still comfort. They have a Moskov against the Fanny. And it's good against Harith. Never mind.
They ban it
Say goodbye to
out.
that.
There's still the Tigreal.
what about a Badang?
I don't think you want to go tick against Juicin and Harith. Like, you just for the Fanny. And the Fanny, even then, it's not a guaranteed catch, unlike the Franco, you know?
For Badang Rome.
I'm thinking of a Badang or a Hilda.
Yeah, the Badang is... But I think the Badang will be banned. There's no way the Badang
Agreed.
gets... Like, no way Geek Fam leave it open
Uh-huh.
in the second phase.
I mean, we've been saying a lot of no ways so far, and the ways have been opening up somehow. Oh boy, we have to wait and see for RRQ's first move just yet. They got a Kacha initially though, already quite interesting. I wonder if they have an abundance of physical damage they want to use to really bully Geek Fam away. In the early game, with the Hylos, they have some staying power, and they've banned away another hero with good regen right now. So they might be trying to just limit any scouting potential from Geek Fam. But there's still the option for Cho to show up if Geek Fam really requires that information.
And now the question lies in Geek Fam. What's their last ban? And number two, what is Cascade cooking? Because basically throwing away three strong picks for Geek Fam. I mean, yeah, sure. The Juicin pick was warranted. It's, Geek Fam taken away. Rince's strong pick, but the Fanny and the Harith,
There you go.
they're giving it on a silver plate, and yep, Badang taken out by Geek Fam, so RRQ. They don't have much options. What do you think of something that can really hold the Fanny in place?
Fredrin?
Fredrin with the
They
top?
already have
Oh, wait.
Suyo. Yeah.
Yeah,
you're
they
right.
have Suyo already.
Spammable crowd control.
Beller?
Bellerin? No way. Way too slow. I mean, you can proc a lot of passives against the Sushin. That's one thing you have going for you on the Belleric, but not good enough. I mean, you're at such risk.
Fanny, Harith, Kufra. Do they go Kufra? If they do,
Farsa.
it'll be last. There you go. They go Farsa.
Yep.
This could be a Kufra pick
Farsa against the Fanny, though.
with Kufra. With
Kinda scary.
Show.
Choloyski shows up again.
Let's keep the Suyo in check. And now Geek Fam with the last pick. XP. It has to be, or maybe it could be a flex. But
Gops.
yeah, Gops.
Glue?
Yeah, the glue could actually, the glue is really
Yeah.
good against the Hylos, great against the Farsa and Suyo.
Not bad at all here, and there's no chance for a Faramir to show
Edith.
up. Edith. Gonna be the Edith though. All right.
Wow, wow, wow.
It should be Kufra, because if it's not Kufra, what else can peel for Farsa?
What about a Tig?
Dude, I don't like the take against
Yeah,
this
the
comp.
AoE.
Harith and Juice.
There's something else in the pocket for Edox that we haven't seen so far. He's always made big
Tig,
moments
Tig
happen
for-
on the Tig and Franco. That's about it.
Go Tig.
Tig! Still?
It's comfort over meta, bro, for sure here.
Yeah.
But what's going to... Oh, man.
Can the Hylos not peel for the for the Farsa?
Wow, they... I mean, the Hylos...
Yeah, just stand there, lots
He
of
can,
damage.
Law
but
and order.
you want Hylos to walk up more than
That's
you just
true.
want to peel, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
The thing is, Geek Fam will dive with many targets. Hylos can only stun one.
Uh-huh.
Oh boy.
Okay, okay.
It's looking difficult. I think this just really relies on big plays happening for RRQ. If they can get the big implosions, the big combos,
Uh-huh.
they might be looking at something here. If that doesn't happen, if Geek Fam are able to use the Cho to scout out the dangers, stifle Edoc's playmaking potential, this is looking like a done deal, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I agree with you. The lineup rating definitely agrees with you too. 6.8.
Wow. Do we have a chef in the kingdom? Or is this just mere misplace? The King Slayers might end this with a 2-0. But the Kings will retaliate. It is game number 2 of RRQ Hoshi against Geek Fam.
Let's see. Will the Kingslayers be able to derail the hype train and maybe possibly the upper bracket chance for RRQ? Taking first place away from them is not a far-fetched idea anymore.
Looking so dangerous right now. And looking at the matchup, clear-wise, Geek Fam with the Cho assisting the Tushin. That means that even with the Farsa here, Geek Fam can have the roam advantage when it comes to just going around faster. With Sisujin on the Suyo, there's going to be a lot of danger. The Litho immediately gets threatened by Geek Fam. And looking at the emblems here, Firmness, pull yourself together for Edoc. Definitely going to try and make plays happen. Or Rins though, forced to wings by wings away. That's a lot of pressure here. Man.
Edoc spots Beloski in the bush. Sisujin able to go for the Soul Sever. Makids though. Oh, that was a shove from Edoc, really trying to go and catch Makids as he cables away.
Yep. A little bit ambitious there for Makids, but I think so far, Edoc can only counterplay and move to where Beloyski wants to, because Beloyski will be so proactive with the Cho, and Setsujin is not going to have a good time in the jungle. And a boy as well with the Chusin, right? You have so much reach and so much poke with the Lantern Flare, so obviously it's not going to be a very, very fun early game for RRQ.
Yeah.
I feel like RRQ are just gonna find it difficult to get past all of these safety tools from Geek Fam. They have to get past the Lantern Flare, showing them all on the map, and they have to get past Beloyski before attempting any other plays. And they have the Edith for counter-engage. Look at this.
Trying to delay it. Delay the turtle. Gobs in the back with Onward and the flicker and the Earth Shatter. Makids walking up. Suzuki wins the retreat but gets cut thrown down by Makids. First blood over. Double knock up. Tyron. Can he escape? One more lift up. Gobs gets the kill.
They have the damage, but not the turtle, so at least that's something that RRQ could bring home. But again, Makids with the early kill, this might just funnel the Fanny into becoming a monster later on.
Yeah, 2 kills for the turtle. Definitely not ideal. The other factor is the 1v1 for Toy Leader.
Oh my lord.
But again, against Makids on the Fanny, that's definitely a lot scarier than it sounds. Oh, hang on, Dyron, Lord's Pathway.
Oh, Gobs with the Earth Shatter. Is it enough to take him down? Geek Fam, Gobs trying to run away, gets with the Onward! Beloyski with the Dikugo and the kick! Oh no! Sutsujin walks up! Oh, that was risky. Beloy might be able to get him. Okay, in the bottom lane. It's the Moskov thrown back Rins. Caught in the bad spot. Purple buff taken though. Beloyski, Sutsujin, cold. Able to stay there. Makids almost getting the kill. Toy able to go on and Makids take it out.
The Monster Maker saves Gobs. But I think now we have an idea of how they're trying to stop Makids into engaging to the Farsa. The stun was there from Edoc to stop him. with the Sacred Hammer. And I think that's going to be at least the bare minimum that what they can do to face Makids later on.
It just seems like the idea is to just use more damage, more aggression, to really stop GeekFam from making all of these plays unpunished. Again, it's a bold move, and we've seen RRQ pull it off before. It's definitely risky though, and there's a lot more ways for GeekFam. Once they wisen up to this strategy, once they know what RRQ is looking for, it's gonna be a whole different look. Beloyski?
SG Kundo won't be able to go for the kick though. It's just screening. The signature Choloyski screen.
He's just having an afternoon walk, driving by, just eyeing Sutsujin, not giving him a good time in the jungle, and he's just gonna relinquish the orange buff, preparing for a total take. This contest is going to be great.
Chain CC onto a boy. That's a Blade Surge as well with the Crimson Beacon, and the Flicker will be used up. So many big ultimates already used. Beloyski with the Weighted Dragon. I think he expected a Flicker.
Oh!
Getting the implosion. That's going to be Gobs right there. Beloy taking him down. Primal racking him down. It's now Makids walks around. You can see all of them have used their resources. Edok low. Suzuki gets his turtle. But a boy will go for more. Riz taken low. Chidera gets the kill. GeekFam playing for kills. RRQ for objectives.
The Kingslayers take charge as they get everything they need. RRQ lose too. And this is where it turns around for GeekFam.
Man, for RRQ, they're just going all in on trying to go for these catches, these outplays. But because they used the Feather Airstrike earlier, that big combo from Edok can't really be followed up and secured that easily. Oh boy. They have to really make sure that they use everything at the right time for RRQ. Wait, hang on a second, did Suzuki not get that purple?
Does it look like it? I think it was stolen away because he went for the chase down below.
Interesting, okay. Right, but yeah, at a 2K gold,
Gobs is here.
Oh, gets the Earth Shatter too. Edok will be taken down. Has the implosion. Buying a little bit more time, but it will be Chidera who gets his second kill of this game. We have to talk about it. This power spike is going to be very big for GeekFam.
Definitely, that's the main problem here. GeekFam, they have a really good snowballing composition. Oh, strike back from RRQ though, but GeekFam kites away.
Yep. And they've already made it a few resources. Gobs the Earth Shadow won't be able to land it. Ow, wow, Glorious Pathway, a boy caught in the back. Oh, Beloyski with a kick. Now Makids looking for the kill onto Rinse, gets it and gets out. Gobs taken down, that's a stun over. Purify and will Toy take it? He does! Spear Misery doesn't pin Chidera down. Sutsujin looking for the kill. Can he get it? Chidera with the dash. Beloyski with the shot. Pull a snipe. Oh! Sutsujin gets the Quilla.
There you go. With the Susanos arrow, Sutsujin at least gets a kill to his name. We can take a look at how RRQ has to ration their spells, because GeekFam, they have so much tools to just peel for themselves, engage and disengage. When maybe the Farsa pops the Feather Airstrike, they can always peel back. Either, you know, a boy by himself or maybe Beloyski with the Jit Kundo, but anything can happen for GeekFam. So RRQ, they need to be very wary of this possibility.
Oh, very good turn of events there for RRQ. They got a turret, they got a couple of kills down, and they got the neutral objective, and they have control now for once. That was also GeekFam though, just diving, going with the aggression, seeing that there was a possibility to shut down RRQ even more, but they fell victim. They were 4 men slowed under the turret there by RRQ. That's just not how they wanted the fight to go. That could be a fatal one, man. All of that early game advantage they've pressured RRQ into giving up. Now it's kind of equalized, and we've seen RRQ have the damage at least to get somewhat even results in a fight. Better airstrike already, wow.
With John Explosion on Beloyski, he will be taken down. Another death closer to the 7th death power spike of BBB.
Needs a total of 5 more. Still a long way to go, but at least RRQ.
Whoa.
Where's Pathway?
Look for the kill. Onto Gobs, Spear of Misery as well. Makids, will he be going for it? Oh, Sutsujin with Blade Surge out. Makids in the back, gets shoved. Still able to get the cables down, and Chidera gets rid of Dairon.
That's the damage potential, magical and physical from GeekFam. Dairon, as of right now, only has components. Steel leg plits, the Silence Robe. He doesn't really have a lot of big resistances against anything physical or magical. That's where it's going to be a bit difficult for RRQ to find info. Whoa, and Beloyski
finds a kick, Rins gets slain. Makids looking for more. Again, Edok does have the implosion. Sutsujin waiting in the bush. I think might be spotted out. Blade surge out. Oh, Jiku, no flicker from Aloyski. Oh, big hands! Able to bait out the implosion. Gets away too. This man is ridiculous on the Fanny.
He slips away, gets the kill, gets out. That's the King's assassination by Maykids.
Oh boy, dodging from the implosion there. Got hit with the Sacred Hammer, but it doesn't even matter. Outplays, traded back with outplays, and GeekFam with this power spikes in the mid game can burst his Lord down so fast.
They're gonna go for it instantly, wiping it down. Edok does not
Edok?
have the way to Dragon, but Loiski gets the way of the Dragon for Maykids to get the cutthroat. Now it's Tyron, the lone stallion here, picked up, thrown back. Beloyski with the Kung Fu. Oh, they're literally kicking his horse to his death. Another one. Even with their Vitalize, he's only just gonna take a bit more of a beating, but he has to back away.
Wow, GeekFam. They're everywhere around the map. RRQ giving action to their plate non-stop. And Maykids now strongest as ever. They have the Lord now marching up top so they can restabilize the lanes, mid and bot for RRQ. How do they hold on to this, Arashi?
They have the long distance feather airstrike. They have a Moskov that can clear pretty well there, but they're using all of it now already, trying to hang on for that mid turret as long as possible, allowing them more avenues for rotations. Oh, Maykids.
Oh, no.
Soul Semper lands. Oh,
He's just styling.
He's just here for the show. Maykids.
Cables.
That's some control, dude. But look at Maloyski. Ooh.
Look at the moves. Jiku knows Spear of Misery landing on two. Toy able to go for it. Earth Shatter and Glorious Path. Edok! Dives into the back line. Will be able to find two. Sutsujin gets the double. Chidera low. Edok looking for more Rins. Wings by wings. No feathered airstrike. No tier 2s falling.
Another RRQ win con. Edok implosion. 4-man, 5-man. I think that could really turn the tide around for RRQ.
Edok implosion into a feather airstrike into a queller would be the ideal combo. On top of that, if the Spear of Misery can be added on top of that, that's the idea. Oh, Maykids!
Whoa! Spear of Misery already used. Now they have to play PL. Chidera in the back. What is the Force? Able to go for more. Feather airstrike. Last one there. Maykids unable to get the purple. It was Sutsujin with a steel tie. Types in. What? Will be kicked. Purify out. Toy taken. Very low. Toy gets a kill before he finally died. No! Toy! Slayer survived. Toy! What in the world was that? Kiting away.
No way.
Was supposed to be his demise.
Insanity! The King gets out of an assassination attempt. He gets a kill on his way out. And he's back. RRQ at least are back.
What was that? It's a replay right here by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It was a full-on Spear of Destruction, and he was supposed to go down here, no questions asked.
Purify.
He purifies, he kites, his Spear of Misery is Beloyski.
Oh my lord.
And a boy didn't have enough mana, it seems like, to apply some more of those stacks to get that lift.
That was on top of the glowing one as well.
No way that was supposed to happen at all, dude. RRQ somehow, some way found an opportunity. Now there's a flicker implosion potential from Edok. It is available. This can be a massive moment for RRQ, but they have to play it properly.
Is this where the King Slayers crumble? Because RRQ seems like they have a way back.
Implosion, Beloyski with a shampoo. Gobs pops into Primal Rat. Edok no more. That's gonna be Maykids to the back. Finding him, and Sutsujin claims the kill. Chidera still free hitting with his force. Dyron left alone, all alone. Gobs taken down by Sutsujin. Now it's a conceal. Edok looking for it. Beloyski with a kick. Chidera, can he go for the damage just yet? No! Sutsujin! Triple kill on the Suyo. Chidera, only one left for GeekFam.
The Mercenary is back. RRQ is back. And this is where the game might go into their favor. Gold lethal in the hands of GeekFam, but it's irrelevant at this point. Is RRQ. They still hold on to their castle walls with the Lord now in their sights.
And this is a massive one for RRQ. They've been struggling with control, with getting security in the lanes for the longest time against GeekFam. But now with the Lord, they're gonna have the wave advantage. That means more opportunities for Edok, for Toy, for Sutsujin to go for some of these plays. I wish you can see a replay of the later side of that fight though. Edok pushes Chidera out of the way so that RRQ can get some more implosion.
Already, Beloyski able to escape, but the airstrike, oh, it's a flicker out. Gobs has to move back as well. Sutsujin will disengage. Lord in the bottom lane, marching down as RRQ take a tier 1 up top.
The damage from RRQ now is indispensable. Toy, looking for something.
Has to be careful. Maykid's looking for a Toy. Locked up Toy again! Is able to survive against 2. Sutsujin looking for the Queller. Beloyski with the Jikundo. Sutsujin with the Blade Surge already gone. Looking for an Earth Shatter, only landing on a Diamond. Chidera! With the dive, catching Rens! Now Dyron is caught in the tough spot. SOD does not land! Edok does not have the implosion. Sutsujin immobilized. Chidera with a walk up. A boy looking to pick him up. Just a bit more. Edok defends Sutsujin in time. Chidera, Zaman Force over. Now looking for the damage on Edok, slowly but surely chunking the HP away. He does have the implosion, but he's got to be careful. Chidera backing away.
RRQ, bit off more than they could chew, and they falter in the top side siege, but at least the turret is gone, and the Lord now, on bottom as well, marching. So Geek Fam, they have their focus split to 2.
This is a very sporadic game right here. Neither team are playing it calculative, dude. It's just mechanics. Maykid's trying to show off, Edok trying to do the same. It all comes down to who pulls the trigger first, who gets the proactive movement, who gets that catch, and whether or not they can kind of predict each other's outplay. We are approaching mind game territory right here. This game isn't played directly. It's like, even if Rins wants to use a Feather Airstrike in front of the whole team of Geek Fam, there's that layer of mind games. Is the team nearby? Is Edok waiting to counter on that engage from Geek Fam or not?
Yep.
They just kept guessing.
We're approaching the 7 death power spike too.
Oh.
One more. One away for Beloyski
One away.
to activate that forbidden jutsu in his sleeves. And now RRQ, they slow down the tempo. Meanwhile, they have all outer turrets taken down. So at least they have time and space to breathe. Maybe refocus. So far for Geek Fam, it's how they want to fight back because they still have the damage enough, but they don't really have the reach to get to, you know, to get to Rins, to get to the Farsa. I mean, Maykid might do that, but again, the peel from Edok is there. They're rationing their spells. The implosion used as well, so it's going to be very funny. But now,
Glorious Pathway, Gob's gonna be taken very low too. Beloyski unable to go for it. Oh, Primal Wrath already used, baited out of Gobs.
Also, the Feather Airstrike and Glorious Pathway no longer available though. RRQ, despite having the Moskov, they don't have the liberty to send him off on a split push mission. With the Lord up, with so much damage available for both teams, they can burst it down at any given moment. But look at this, RRQ already sending Toy away. Geek Fam, once they see him, there's definitely a small window there where they can go for some kind of pick off. Beloyski is definitely looking for it. Chidera ready to jump on him.
But the airstrike coming down with Weighted Dragon as well. Now it's going to revitalize a boy with a Crimson Beacon still in the bottom lane. It's going to be implosion! Edok finding a massive one! One more time! When the kingdom is getting siege, when they are under, never doubt the man, the captain, Edok!
these are kings. But Edok, with the divine intervention to stop the kingdom from crumbling, they take game number 2. And the King Slayers, their celebrations put on halt.
An unlikely victory. We were thinking Toy is gonna make a big play. We were thinking Sutsujin's gonna steal the Lord. It's always Edok. It's always Edok.
Bro, get the heck out of here. What was that? What was that, dude? We talked about the damage, the pickup potential, the scouting. It doesn't matter, dude. One moment is all it takes, and when you have Edok, that moment just comes so often, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
It's a momentum-based hero, this pick, the Tigreal.
No, it shouldn't be.
It's an Edok hero, brother.
It shouldn't be, dude. It shouldn't have worked out like that.
Oh
my
man.
Lord.
We talked about how everything is just going to dissuade Edok from picking the Tigreal, yet he still picks it up. He's still able to pull off majestic things like this. This guy is on a different level.
This is why sometimes they just stick to the Tig, right? We were thinking, all right, normal scenario. You gotta go Kufra, you gotta go something to cancel out those dashes. But if you have Edoc on your team, put him on a Franco, put him on a Tigreal. Oh my goodness. Edoc.
Wow.
Unbelievable,
Edoc.
dude.
Arashi speechless.
We were-
Generational talent.
We
brother.
were talking about this the whole time. Oh, Tigreal, it might be difficult, might be not as effective, and he turns out to be the big playmaker still.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you think, dude. He's not asking for your opinion. He just does it.
He doesn't care. And we
My
talked
God.
about it, his implosion. Like, that's another win con of RRQ. Number one, of course, scale late game. And another win con was to let Edoc play. Let, you know,
Never doubt. dude.
let divine intervention happen. And with an implosion, 4-man, 3-man was there.
never,
so-
never doubt, dude.
Let's say,
Edoc
yeah,
guy,
we
man.
never doubted Edoc.
Man, if you were Geek Fam though, that is a oh man,
That's a hit to the gut.
Bro, that is a
that is a
punch.
devastating way to lose the game, dude. And remember, the big point in the drafting phase we were talking about is that oh man, RQ gave them everything. They got everything they
Yeah.
could possibly want, and
Everything.
they got wrecked like that.
Wow.
Oh boy, no way, dude.
After everything going against their
No way.
favor in terms of the picks, the drafting phase, they still made it work. So, what is something that's able to make this work? It's insane.
It's just he just knows what to do, man. I don't know
Chilling.
how else to explain it. He sees things before they happen.
Bro. This guy.
Of course, your MVP for that game presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It is Edoc. Remember his name.
It's always him and Dyron, by the way, right? I mean, that whole play was kind of baited by Dyron, but Edoc with the capitalization of a lifetime.
And again, there were moments, aside from the implosion, again, this was the moments where Dyron was able to actually, you know, set things up indirectly. He's on a high list, so he can't really do anything too crazy. But by all means, I don't know who made this game this messy brawl here. Is it RRQ? Is it Geek Fan? Because they both seem very happy to just oblige each other in these plays. But look at the Sacred Hammers as well from Edoc. It's not just the implosions.
Oh my lord.
Of course, it is the implosions mainly we're looking at. But even the Sacred Hammers, I think we're gonna see one more fight.
This one, dude.
Oh, and shout out to Toy as well.
Toy.
This, again, if that implosion wasn't supposed to happen, Toy is not supposed to survive here. There's no way.
Voloisky could have went for the hit. He wanted to give the kill away, and this is why, folks, when your tank kills the enemy team, it's not a KS kill steal, it's a kill secure.
And this was a chaotic fight, I think earlier on, before the final fight. And after the initial fight, you can see that Toy was taken out, but Sutsujin was picking up the role. And look at Edoc, he flickers Sacred Hammer Chadera away from the team so that the rest of the guys can get the cleanup done. Chadera here with the outplay as well, predicting that Rins will be vulnerable.
Look at
right?
this.
But dude, they should have known.
God,
They
bro.
should have seen it coming, Geek
Oh
Fam.
my.
That is a play that Voloisky himself would have made for Geek Fam if the tables were turned.
Yeah.
They really should have known.
They literally slayed Voloisky in his 7th death, man. He didn't let the power spike activate. They were like, nah, not on my watch. 070, not 007.
That was the icing on top. Take a look at the items again. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary because it was more of a
Can we
brawl.
replay that Edoc ult one more time? Just replay that again, please.
I'm gonna watch that every time I wake
It's gonna
up.
be on social media all over the place.
Dude,
we
yeah.
can bet it's gonna be
That
there.
was-
With the
on multiple
deduct-
channels.
eat it.
Yeah.
Put that up
Yeah.
there with the actually, obviously not, but Keyboy 1 is still more special because he did that in the upper bracket finals of M5.
Yep.
But holy moly, Edoc, he just needs to find that moment in an international, and that's gonna be an all-timer.
Didn't Edoc say that Keyboy was his idol, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
So at least the regeneration is here. And I think for now, Edoc is just
God damn, this guy, bro.
setting the tempo for RRQ, making them win out of unwinnable scenarios. And it's insane the consequences you have to face when you're giving him heroes like this. And this is not something he would pick every time. But when it comes out, it feels like you're just done for the day.
Dude.
It's fortunate for all the other teams in the league right now that he can only do something this crazy on the Franco and Tigreal so far. If he has more options, Dude, I can't imagine drafting against this team. Right now, the Tigreal, the Franco, you can somewhat deal with, but dang, dude, they even brand the Franco and it doesn't matter. This guy's like, sure, I got the other option available. You want to shut me down? You need to take both away. I wonder if GeekFam are really seriously considering just banning both the Franco and the Tigreal at this point. Why not? Oh
That was
boy.
so ridiculous.
Out of
Oh my
words.
God.
And again, shout out to Toy, but also to Sutsujin, because we were saying that on the Suyo, he can't perform at the highest level. And by all means, he was set up for a lot of successful moments by his teammates. But when there were fights where Toy gets immediately deleted, where Toy maybe trades his life for someone on the side of GeekFam here, Sutsujin did a great job picking up the slack, getting the secure on those kills. You know, overall, it was a respectable attempt, a team effort.
That's
Man.
all I can do.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah.
That's all I can do.
Doc, what up?
I gotta breathe, dude.
Edok
Oh man.
is absolutely insane.
That was good. That was good. That was a
Yeah.
good game.
Again, it
from
feels
LVP.
like they're just trying to reject our comments. We're saying that, oh, their picks are taken away by GeekFam. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the strong picks. E-Dog is like, nah,
Comfort.
my
Over
middle
meta.
name is Tigreal.
Imagine Edok going, oh, did he pick up my PP?
Edok Tigreal Ho Chi Minh.
It doesn't matter.
That's his middle name,
The
right?
I in E-Dog stands for implosion.
Edok Tigreal Ho Chi Minh.
Hoshim.
Ho Chi Minh.
Ho Chi Minh.
That's
He's a
his
man of
last
Ho Chi
name.
Minh.
That has to be his last name. But of course, 1-all, GeekFam, they are yet to defeat RRQ, and RRQ they still have a chance to get that playoffs ticket. But we're gonna throw it out to Alyssa for an interview.
Yeay, pastinya kembali bersama Alisa di sini dan Alisa tidak sendiri ditemani oleh
Michelle Kristo, halo semuanya.
Halo Michelle.
Halo Kak Alisa.
Gimana hari ini melihat matchnya yang sangat panas nih?
Jujur aku deg-degan banget ya. Tadi aku sampai tercengang gitu melihat Toy bisa kabur.
Luar biasa
Luar
ya
biasa.
memang ya. Kita bisa melihat perlawanan yang sengit ya memang antara top tuh sih mereka memang di klasemen saat ini ya.
Iya sih, aku nontonnya sampai sakit perut,
Sakit perut
deg-degan.
ya? Sampai mules ya
Iya,
memang ya.
mules.
Oke, ngomongin soal game yang sangat seru tadi di game kedua. Katanya ngomong-ngomong di sini di RRQ ini ada spot gaming juga yang menarik ya.
Iya,
di mana
lagi
nih?
ada lagi ada spot gaming paling hits lagi, apalagi lagi di Manado. Namanya RRQ Arena dan Community Hub, Kak.
Wow, boleh
Iya.
nggak sih dijelasin ke teman-teman semua apa sih Community Hub?
Nah, di sana kalian bisa main game PS5, kalian bisa nobar, kalian juga bisa bikin acara-acara turnamen Mobile Legends juga bisa di sana.
Wow, jadi banyak banget program-program dan kegiatan-kegiatan yang
Betul.
dilakukan ya. Dan kalau boleh tahu ada harga yang harus dikeluarkan nggak sih,
Harganya
Michelle?
kocaknya murah banget sih ya. Untuk per jamnya biasanya itu di 13.000, tapi kalau untuk VIP di 25.000 aja 1 jam.
Wow,
Iya.
sungguh affordable dan pastinya buat teman-teman yang ada di sana kalau pengen ikutan ada promonya nggak sih?
Ada banget, lagi ada promo 50% nih. Aku nyontek dulu. Sampai dengan tanggal 18 Mei. Jadi kita tuh ada loyalty stamp. Nah, di loyalty itu kalau misalnya kalian ngumpulin sampai 10 stamp, kalian bisa dapetin free main game 1 jam di sana.
Oke, jadi kalian bisa ngumpulin stempelnya,
Yes.
lalu bisa dapat benefitnya juga. Selain itu ada benefit lainnya nggak sih, Michelle?
Benefit lainnya mungkin kalian bisa ketemu teman-teman baru kali ya di sana ya, karena di sana terkumpul para kingdom pastinya.
Para kingdom yang ada di Manado ya, pastinya dan
Betul.
Sulawesi Utara. Dan mungkin Michelle kalau misalkan teman-teman gak mau kelewatan update-update soal RRQ Arena dan Community Hub yang mungkin ada di kota-kotanya juga, gimana sih caranya?
Kalian bisa langsung aja cek di Google Map RRQ Arena dan Community Hub, atau kalian bisa langsung datang ke Jalan Babe Palar nomor 75 Tanjung Batu Manado. Atau kalian bisa langsung nih ada QR-nya kan untuk follow Instagram RRQ Arena langsung.
Yeay, jadi gampang banget pastinya caranya. Kalian bisa langsung scan aja QR code yang ada di bawah dan di follow juga social medianya. Dan pastinya kalian bisa bergabung dan bertemu teman-teman yang punya interest yang sama ya di kotanya masing-masing. Nah, Michelle, ngomongin soal gameplay tadi, ngomongin soal RRQ juga nih ya.
Yes, Kak.
Katanya dari RRQ juga lagi ngadain tour keliling.
Betul, lagi ada RKK. RRQ keliling kota.
RRQ keliling kota. Sekarang lagi ada di mana tuh?
Lagi ada di Palangkaraya hari ini.
Wow, seru banget ya pastinya.
Iya,
Dan
seru.
bakal ke kota-kota lain juga?
Bakal ada ke kota-kota lain juga. Di sana pastinya ada host di Kareski, ada Bapet juga, dan ada antara aku, Pak Ape, Bibi ataupun Angel, para BA juga.
Jadi ditemenin para BA dan kalian bisa nonton langsung, ketemu langsung, meet and greet langsung, seru-seruan dan have fun bareng pastinya dengan RRQ dan Kingdom yang ada di seluruh Indonesia.
Betul banget.
Nah terakhir dong Michelle, aku pengen minta semangatnya nih buat RRQ terutama di game terakhir karena ini sangat panas dan sangat sengit ya. Silakan.
Pokoknya FIFA RRQ.
Jangan lupa ikutin terus keseruan yang ada di MPL Arena dan thank you so much Michelle.
Terima kasih Kak.
Dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian untuk Kingdom dan juga untuk Geek Fan Unity, jangan mau kalah. Dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
That is, of course, Michelle, talent of RRQ.
Dude, I didn't even see the interview. I was just mesmerized still.
Speaking
just
of talent,
thinking of the,
RRQ has a lot of talent.
Oh my god, Edok. bro.
Edok and other players as well. I mean, Toy was doing great. Tsutsujin,
Yeah.
he was doing good, you know, amidst the fact that maybe Suyo isn't his comfort pick.
11, 2, and 4.
Yeah, 11, 2, and 4. But yeah, Edok is just stealing the spotlight.
This
Edok.
guy, bro.
Oh boy.
This guy, so good.
It's insane. But another thing that steals the spotlight is Gope.
Gope.
From watching MPL, playing with friends, doing implosions like Edok, ranking up, to everything is, of course, hashtag PastiGG with GoPay Games. You get a free weekly diamond pass at GoPay Games. This is how you can do that. Simply purchase a WDP or a weekly diamond pass at gopay.co.id/games during the flash sale, which is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And don't forget to use the promo code shown during the MPL ID Season 15 live stream to get a bonus of 5 diamonds exclusively for first-time top-ups. And topping diamonds at GoPay Games is always cheap and 100% secure. The reason why I was able to pull out the Sasuke Uchiha skin was because I topped up with GoPay Games.
Check it out.
Now,
Popping up diamonds at GoPay is always cheap and 100% secure. WDP is only 26. Again, you heard it, all right? Now, it's time for you to vote for your champion. Because you guys can get a chance to spin the wheel that you see on your screen right now. There's a chance for you to win 2 electric motorcycles,
Wow.
5 smartphones, 5 power banks, 25 wireless earphone winners for y'all, all right? So you still have a chance to win 13 remaining electric motorcycles and other awesome prizes if you go over and check out gopay.co.id/games, win guaranteed rewards, vote for your champion, and then spin the wheel.
spin the wheel. But how do we vote for our champion, Arashi?
Well, you go to gopay.co.id/games or open the GoPay app, obviously, and select the top up game icon. Then you click on the trophy icon on the top right.
Yep.
And you can, there's a button that says vote now to get a token.
Vote now
Then
to get a token.
Afterwards, once you get the token, you
Okay.
pick up your winning team and enter the final match score. You gotta predict the results and the score as well. And if you do, you can get up to 59 free diamonds and 1 token free for your first vote. And then you can use a token to keep spinning in the gift arena and
Spin,
win
spin,
your
spin.
dream prizes, bro. And if you you feel like you want to keep spinning, you want more tokens, you can always top up your game credits starting from about 10,000 IDR, and your token immediately will be available for spinning.
If you have good luck, if you have good luck, spin the wheel.
Check it out right now. If you guys want, you guys have to check it out, okay? Okay, you got it?
Yeah, good.
You guys can get a chance to win, brothers. Like, this, it ain't that deep. You don't have to do much. It's just download the app, put in your details, register, and then you get in. You get a chance to win.
Yeah.
I've already done it. I haven't won my motorcycle yet, but maybe you're luckier than me.
And if you're lucky enough to have good connection, that means you're good. But if you don't have good connection, you need Talk himself. Because you cannot let lag cause you to lose ranks and lose out on those implosions. You don't want to implosion Scuttle Crab. You want to implosion 4 players like Edok did, so you can enjoy a seamless gaming experience with IndiHome Pocket G2 Sato. You can offer, or rather, you're offered a fast and stable internet. Get speeds of up to 100 Mbps or megabytes per second for just. I'm lagging. for just 375,000 rupiah.
No way, brother. So you said earlier that if you're lucky enough, you technically don't need to be lucky. All you need to do is get it right now.
Yeah.
No luck here. Just get yours. 375,000 IDR, 100 Mbps, indie home by Telkomsel connection, and you good, brother man.
Can you do the delay effect?
I need help. Do it, Arashi.
Hello.
Whoa, Arashi. How do you do that?
Arashi, can you say Edok is the best player ever in Indonesia in MPL ID history, and he will win the MVP trophy and M series?
Brother, this sentence is
delayed.
way
Do the
too
mouth.
long.
Do the mouth. Just do the mouth movements.
Yeah.
Huh?
Just make it like the lag thing.
Yeah.
Again.
It's so long of a sentence.
No, it's
bro.
okay. Just to be. I'll say it. I'll say it.
Yeah.
Bigatron, best team in the world.
Bro, I got set up for that. No way.
But of course, if you're done with your internet and you have your diamonds ready, you go pay with the IndyHome as well. Don't forget to snack
Whoa.
like a champion, because gamers snack like champs with Sucro. I don't want to ask the question, but Gasla.
Gasla. Sucro man.
Why are you laughing?
That's Sucro man right there.
Sucro man.
Yeah.
Bored like that.
Born like that.
Okay.
Tough times in the hospital. Gasla.
Gasla.
Sometimes you just gotta do, you know? Don't think, just do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then think later after the game. And that's what Edok did. He was like, I'm just gonna, that's maybe why his name is Edok. I do, okay?
Okay. Or maybe
Pretty bad.
EDOC stands for I don't officially know.
I
Until
don't
the game goes, he knows what he's doing.
Okay. What about you, Arashi? What's your take on Edok's name?
I think it's just Edok, bro.
That's boring, man.
So EDOC, outside the game, I don't officially know, but in game, I do know.
I
So no-
do know.
he knows what he-
Oh, So he's just IDK in game. IDK.
His ID as the IDK.
Okay, so now talking about the previous game in which Maykits picked up the Fanny, he was a threat early on, but as the late game goes, it feels like number one RRQ were able to clump up and burst him down early, and there was a good peel as well coming in from RRQ, both Tyron and EDOC, but number two, it feels like the Fanny was forced to reassign herself to try to match the split push from Toy, because this is what we were talking about with the Moskov pick. It really puts Fanny, you know, on a pedestal. It feels like the Moskov does have the prio in the split push, and it could rejoin the fight with the global presence given with this Spear of Destruction. So yeah, I think Maykins did have a good time early on, but late game, it was mixed.
The thing is, again, I'm really wondering who in that game, it's hard to tell from just an observer's point of view, but who was initiating all those brawls? Because you would think that for GeekFam at least, having the Fanny, they would want to split apart RRQ and allow for those pickoffs for the Baloyski Fanny combo, for the Choloyski Harris Chidera combo, right? Kick someone, burst them down. But then it just devolved into a full-on 5v5, right? RRQ at one point even brought Toy along for the ride. He wasn't split pushing for a great amount of that game. He was just sticking together as 5. And when that happens, it's just a lot more difficult for the Fanny to really get big moments. It's a lot more difficult for you to get a 4-man big engage when you're on a Cho compared to a Tegriel. So I feel like RRQ definitely initiated that several times, but there were times where GeekFam themselves were trying to, it's like they were trying to prove to everyone, like, we can brawl too, we can scrap too. But, you know, they weren't really drafted for it, and I think they really paid the price in trying to kind of match that playstyle from RRQ.
Yeah. And here we go. The final drafting phase
Let's go!
of this match, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Lucas Kalea taken out of the fray.
Already. It's gonna be the same formula, I think. This is what GeekFam tends to do. They'll say, we played it wrong. And they'll go for the same draft. Against Onyx, they did that, if you guys remember. And it seems like this is the same plan for GeekFam. It's going to just be, hey, you guys got lucky. You had Edok. What if we ban the Tig? Actually, we can't, because Franco and Badang are definitely there too, but
What's your command?
there you go. RQ say, no, we won't play back to that game. We know how scary it was. We knew that Edok kind of bailed us out of that game.
Yep.
We gotta ban out the Fanny. No more.
Put some respect onto Maykits right there. But now without the Hayabusa in the picture, with Geekfam being first pick, RRQ, do they want to let go of the joy, right? The immediate question, of course. Do they want to trade it with the Harith? We've seen that happen as well. That was our assumption on what was going to happen in the previous game. For Geekfam though, it's the same, the same exact bans here. Different order. Phobius is no longer an option. And Joy still.
They banned Joy themselves. So Chip is, obviously open.
No way.
And Beloyski might be able to take it here. Again,
time.
stealing a stable pick for Edok and RRQ. And for Beloyski, you never know what he can do with the chip. Scary.
Is that the idea though? Like, okay, you go for the chip, because you're gonna be grouped up through the portal, trying to dive. Remember last game, remember that implosion?
Are you saying that another TIG will be picked by RRQ?
I mean, if the chip comes through, that could very well be the angle here for RRQ.
What happened to Carmilla, by the way? Like, it was always picked to counter the chip, and now it's non-existent.
Yeah, no, right. Actually, we haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in any of the games I've been casting this season.
They go Harith.
Harith, though, is more prio. Now, the chip did not work out for RRQ in game number 1. So RRQ, they can go for it, but are they confident they're gonna have the right follow-up picks afterwards to guarantee success for the team?
Of course, RRQ. I think a chip might be picked up here. I mean, the Juicin is not banned, so
Yeah, I think Juicin will
that
be
could
picked
be a
up.
good pick for Rins as well.
Juicin for sure. The chip is the one that I don't know if we're gonna see here. Because for RRQ, it would be safer, I guess, to just wait. They don't go Juicin.
Interesting. They're going for the same angle they did last game as well. Hyla Suyo. I wonder why that's the case. It's almost like we haven't seen them do this against other teams, so it's almost like this is something they have prepared specifically for Geekfam. I wonder, again, if it's just the way Geekfam interacts with Dairon. If they want something tanky there, maybe Geekfam likes to play for the EXP lane more, get gobs ahead, right? So if they put Dairon on something like a Hylas, it's a lot more bearable in that sense. It really seems very Geekfam specified.
Yeah. Juicin taken up in a lane.
Early.
For make it reminiscent of game number 1, but yeah, it's pretty early. So I think RRQ could pick up a Faramis as well to play against the Ling. They will pick up the Kimmy. Okay.
Wait, this is looking scary. The RRQ draft, dude. So many slows, so many options.
Yeah.
There's dive threat coming from the Ling and the Harith. But the kite ability here from RRQ cannot be understated. And they banned the Hellcurt as well. I mean, that's a lot of respect, dude. But maybe that's exactly what they need when they're up against the War Crime General himself.
Yeah. They're gonna ban the Cho too, I believe, right now. But the Ling in the first phase, is that a wise move? I guess there's no other jungle left, right? Lucas Haya, Joy, Fanny, all banned out. So Ling is probably the best option. I mean, they had Fredrin.
Oh, Haya.
Haya banned. Kakashi.
Oh, Kakashi, yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, I
Anime
guess
picture threw you off, didn't it?
it makes sense then. Yeah, they banned Luo Yi.
Shadows.
Interesting. All right, but again, this Kimi can be just flexed over to the mid lane. Although we've seen this pick usually go towards Toy, but knowing Keskute, if the going gets tough, when there's a good reason to do so, you're gonna see it flexed around, that's for sure. Now for RRQ, the Cho, they're concerned about the engage and the scouting. That's why the Cho usually gets picked up by Beloyski. But with this composition, I feel like they're not really too concerned about being seen, right? As long as they can maintain a range advantage here using the Kimi to outrange the Harith and the Tushin, they're fine just being spotted by Geekfam, I feel like. This might be an angle to deny any kind of playmaking tools. It is going to be a bit more of a playmaking tool. The glue, they can dive in the back and zone the damage dealers. Removed by RRQ, so just setting up for a pure front-to-back composition here.
Yeah. Blue taken out with a Phobius ban as well on the side of Geekfam.
Jeez.
They're about to take the glue to their hands as well. Now Geekfam, last ban. Feels like a very, very strong first phase for RRQ. The Kimmy as well now taken. Most likely going to in the hands of Toy. For Geekfam, one last ban.
They're gonna be a roamer.
Franco,
it is indeed
yeah.
gonna be the Franco. But in this composition, I mean, Rico, you can testify to this. The Ling against something like a Tigreal, not exactly the most fun of experiences.
No, not really. But I guess you, unlike the Fanny, you don't need to come in first, right? I mean, you can really
Right.
just wait for the end, and you technically have a way to just Tempest the blades out of it, even if you engage. So, unlike the Fanny's like pure just cables. But Dang is just, yeah. Oh man, the Dang's so good here. RRQ, looking back and forth in the drafts here. Like, they don't even need to go for, again, those one moment picks anymore. They can go back to the old setup game.
Yeah. This is a slow and steady looking composition from RRQ. If they can get a bit more crowd control, a bit more AoE from the mid lane, or even from the gold lane, something that can kind of add on to their safety and their aggression, I feel like that really shuts down whatever Geek Fam is going to try and do.
They can just go Eve again.
Ooh, yeah.
He was nice. Front to back potential is there as well for RRQ. Geek Fam now, 2 last picks. XP and Roam.
The chip is still up for grabs,
yeah.
technically. Normally, Beloyski would just go for Chol. There you go. They last pick chip.
Oh, interesting.
I am the devourer of stars.
Oh,
Huh?
So Kimmy Gold. Against the Jusin, against the chip, technically more survivability.
Yeah. There's
Huh.
the DD.
I mean, that's... okay, go. I mean, that's my solution whenever I'm against a team that will get onto me, I know for sure. I just hop on that Zask real quick. But considering this is RRQ, a team with a pro team with coordination, we are theorizing about the Yi, but I guess the flank angles become too difficult to deal with later on.
Yeah,
Because aside from the damage and the safety that the Zask brings to the table, it's also the utility. He has an AoE, like, thick line stun that he can use to just stop the whole team in his tracks. On top of that, the slow as well.
Yeah. Here we go. It goes down to the last wire. Who will stand tall? Will it be the Kings of Kings? Or will it be the King Slayers? It is game number 3 of RRQ Hoshi against Geek Fam.
Ladies and gentlemen, the battle between number 1 and number 2 on the standings. A full 3-game series. Edok this time not on those big moment picks. Slow and steady with the Hylos.
They're changing the format here. It was Dairon tanking, it was Edok engaging, now it's the opposite. That's the flexibility you have when you have these two very playmaking heavy players. Look at Chidera though, taking all that damage. The Kimi in the lane is deceptively dangerous, I would say. Oh, Dairon, what are going aggressive here against Gobs? Oof.
Ooh, both of them feeling it this time.
Yep. Gonna recall back. And look at RRQ though, so active in the early game, and I think so far the Zast pick is very, very good. Safety, #1 priority as well. As the link can just jump into you, you can always pop the DD to have that safety.
Yeah, looking at the emblems here, Rupture and the Williams Blessing for Rins are pretty standard, just a bit more damage straight up, because he does do a lot of damage in the early game when people have no option but to walk into those Nightmare spawns. In the lane though, I guess our boy is doing a great job going for the clear, being short range. He's gonna be taking, or at least he's gonna be forced to use a lot of the time to try and deal with that Nightmare spawn for sure. Gotsujin though, hanging around in the mid lane. Both these teams have a lot of emphasis in controlling this mid rotation.
They need their hands on the objective contest as well. As up top, Toys just left alone, E-Dog. This bush might fish for something. So far, RRQ is all moving in unison. Slow tempo from Geek Fam as well. Beloyski yet to hit level 4, so no shortcuts. And this turtle might just be given away for RRQ, considering the fact that Make It is up top, taking the orange buff. So yeah, I think it's RRQ's for the taking.
For sure, unless a shortcut comes around, but doesn't seem like Geek Fam even have level 4 just yet. Beloyski still sitting at 3. Sutsujin already invading the enemy jungle together with Edok. A boy, trying to stop this from happening with Gobs. But it will be a steal on the green camp.
All right, I mean, great adjustment from Geek Fam there. Akid's trying to get something, knowing exactly that he can't really fight all that reliably in the early game. But now the concern is for a boy. On the Chushin, he wants to kind of get the ball rolling early. He doesn't really scale all that well, especially compared to a Zask, you know, that can really do well with items. So right now, Geek Fam, if they want to play this game, pick-off style, they're going to be relying mostly on the shortcuts and the Lantern Flare for engages, but they don't have a lot of burst damage right here to really help out when RRQ are off position. So again, RRQ can just play it standard. They're not really threatened by anything too crazy right now from Geek Fam.
Of course, MPLID X-Streamer
The Admiral.
by Good Day. We have B. Kent, or Brendan Kent.
The man with the iconic voice, the rock star voice.
It feels like every time he speaks, he's running out of voice,
Yeah, is a signature Brandon Kent accent. I wonder when he's going to realize that he's being featured.
He usually gets pretty hype.
Oh boy. Blushy with a shortcut. Toy able to flicker out to safety. Never mind. It's still going to be the rundown there with the Earth Shatter. First blood over. Everyone's taking the portal though. It's going to be a brawl up top. Tyron able to find the fist trap. Beloyski going to fall as well. Gobs with the primal rat. Now flickering back. It's going to be Tyron looking for the pin down again. Able to find a boy. Has a stun. A boy very low. Rin's looking for it. Gobs will be fed to the Kings.
Oh, Gob's gone. And RRQ, they take 3 kills. Make it unable to enter the fight as well. Just looking for a salvage onto the purple buff.
Ooh, Toy shooing Make-Hits away there. Cheeky move by him. But you can see RRQ and their brawl potential with the safety they have built into their backline members. They can just take fights just like that. It's gonna be a free turtle for them. On top of a winning fight, looking great for RRQ. Already we're seeing again the weakness of the chip, but to Beloyski's credit, if you noticed, he went with the shortcut first, I believe, and then the crash course. Toy was flying out of the danger zone and he got stunned, and that is what allowed Geek Fam to actually secure the kill onto him.
Yeah. Dyron with the Thunderbelt taken hands of the Badang. Same build goes for Gobs and Geek Fam. It seems like early on, RRQ are very, very well prepared to play the front and back. But for Geek Fam, what do they really want to achieve in game number 3, Arashi?
Well, again, they have to try and use this. They have to try and use the shortcut, try and get the pickoffs, and they're trying to zone as much as possible using a boy, right, against all these short range heroes from RRQ. But there's just ways for RRQ to go around that. They can get vision with a Nightmare Spawn, harass a boy as well by putting it next to him. They have the Kimi for the harassment from the long distance, for the wave clear advantage. Oh, shortcut!
Wow, Sujin gets away. Tyron! Pin down Tyron! Able to get a boy. That should be in taken out. Still has the Crimson Beacon in the flicker, but the Zaz follows through. With the Dominator said, Gobs will fall. Sujin gets a kill. First item priority with the War Axe 2.
Whoa, that's gonna give him extra healing, but RRQ, they take the shortcut hitchhiker ride onto Beloyski's car and they get 2 kills, or rather a kill to their name. Chidera though has the Starlium sight ready.
Oh, conceal? Wait, Beloyski. Interesting conceal usage right there. But again, he still has control. He still has a chance to surprise RRQ. But no, it's back to the waiting game. And you're seeing, by the way, Rins with the Dominus Descent, he can just play so aggressive. And this time, there's no risk of him being punished for it. Look at this, already the setup. With Harriet on the far side, Geek Fam are trying to use a shortcut, but the conceal boy, Edok. Nice make hits.
Stunned up, pinned down, Tyron. We got a fist trap, we'll be able to find it. Oh! JCC Toy gets a kill on a boy in the mid lane. RRQ back to their normal strat.
It's gone from bad to worse. The King's Layers, their swords dull, and Chidera has to go out!
Punched in the bush, 1v4. You may have the chip, but RRQ are the ones with the man advantage. Beloyski throw back. Sujin will go for the chase. Shortcut only to get. It's a desperate one.
A call for help by Beloyski, but no one is there to respond. RRQ are just piling up the aggression right now. Rins flickered there as well, just to ensure that that Chidera does not escape unpunished there. And they have full control right here. The chip, even though there's macro pressure, there's just not enough danger. Oh, the stun!
JCC, Gobs. Oh man. Ling gets a turret down below. No, it's a tier 1 up top. I think the turret down below. Yeah, it's a trade. 4,500 gold lead for the Kings.
Yeah, at least they have a cross-map play and make it in the worst case scenario, he could always play the split push game, play the long lanes, get the split push going, and just, you know, when a fight breaks out, he has the shortcut to just take a ride. But Edok, it's not going to matter because Geekfam will peel themselves away.
That was a great ult. Katon from Sutsujin takes the purple buff away, and now the Ling in the first phase is really, really going to struggle.
It's not a fun game as a Ling here.
No, not at all, dude. Man, Geekfam, again, in theory, have the Ling, have the chip, but they are not having any pressure at all. RRQ are doing a great job forcing these fights out and then hitching a ride onto the shortcuts here.
Yep.
Not really concerned about getting surprised because they have the responses already. And right there, if Dairon did land and catch Geekfam, this is the problem here. They are forced to respect the engage potential of this Badang, which allows Dairon to just walk up. Oh, shortcut!
Again, it's gonna be the all-in, but it's only on Dairon. He likes those ults! Toy gets a kill, a Sky Piercer stack. And it's looking over. Not even a shortcut can get them a kill.
Free Lord for RRQ.
Oh boy, even the Holy Crystal for Toy.
9 minutes.
He has the concentrated energy, the Sky Piercer, and then the Holy Crystal at 9 minutes. He has Sustain, he has Burst, he has Utility. He is an absolute nightmare for Geekfam right now. And he's not the only one. Rins, like we mentioned, has been such an annoyance right here. And he has the Divine Glaive already, so those zaps can no longer be ignored. Voloisky,
Oh, flickering out.
Just a taunt. And yeah, super safe now for RRQ. Maykins has to hold the Lord by himself. Sutsujin is here, 1v1, imminent.
but Dairon's in the wings though. It's
what
never fair.
Unfair.
Finch poised to the other side. There's a shortcut if they want to go for it, but he will just recall in the
Malloy?
bush. But down,
Oh,
Dairon's
look
still
good.
looking for the chase, looking for every single bush. Won't be able to find him. Purple buff. Can they even take it? With Sutsujin down below. Oh, three-man. Flicker out. Purple buff taken by Maykids. Gobs goes in. Damage is sent.
Oh.
Rinse very low. Maykids will decide to run away.
Sutsujin?
In the back, finding the assassination. Getting a boy.
He gets there in time. Flashy as ever. As the Lord gets the turret to half HP. But RRQ will take it away. Plunder is the name of the game for the Kingdom.
They can just keep doing this. There's nothing stopping them from pushing continuously. Voloisky was behind him for the longest time, but he could not find an opportunity, a window to make a play happen. RRQ playing the siege game, standing there, forcing Geekfam members to take some damage. Malloy?
Voloisky, shortcut will be able to find it onto the back line. Janero with his Amon Force now coming down. Ritz taking down Maykids, able to flank again, able to get attempt to blaze, but look at the healing from Edok. Maykids unable to get the assassination. Toy, President Toy, safe in the back. Sutsujin looking to keep on going. Blaze surge, so Sever and Toy will just get rid of
It's
him.
over.
Slowly but surely, a boy gets the blood wings, but Toy sticks to the base. RRQ will end Voloisky's rebellion.
The Kingslayers caught. The Kingdom rejoices and they will punch their tickets to playoffs.
Oh man, it seemed possible. It seemed close for Geekfam to once again revive the Kingslayer status. But unfortunately, RRQ, they persevered and they got the better of them. And as the games go on, by game 3, Geekfam was solved.
Going against the Kingdom is a crime. Public execution against them, and there you go. Woo! Qualified to the playoff stage is Rex Regum Kaon.
This was a guarantee, I feel. It's at this point, they're not even looking at the playoffs. They're looking at upper brackets. They have a few more matches to go, but I can't help but feel, man, this is already written down in the history books for them to make it to the upper brackets with Kescute. He has 100% upper bracket rate since he's debuted in BTR, moved to RRQ, and now he's gonna do it again. Must be a
Hopefully-
coincidence.
Hopefully, it's not the same fate as Bigatron.
I can't
Season
believe the
13.
team let him go.
Yeah, but insane. But of course, you want to hear from the players of RRQ up on stage with Bude, Clara, Mongstar.
Dan tiket playoff sudah sold out. Yang pertama kepada tim RRQ. Kingdom boleh berpesta, Kingdom boleh siap-siap langsung untuk menyingsing langsung. Dan di mana kita melihat ini adalah momen yang sungguh berharga untuk kalian ngedapetin tiket playoff. Kalian sadar gak ini adalah match yang seberharga
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra.
Settle down.
A little amuse boost.
Bow your head.
Show no mercy.
Looks like I went too far. Let the mighty be humble.
Up to the freezer. Showing you praise.
Settle down.
Ha! A burst of flavor. Ha! A little amuse boost. Yoo-hoo!
Bow your head.
Another rude luck.
I can still...
Is that our hero, the Traveler? And Paimon, too! Oh, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Mrs. Coiffier already told me you were the big boss here, but when I saw you just now, I forgot myself for a moment.
Technically speaking, the Cheval Moran Film Fantasyland doesn't even have a boss, does it? Isn't it the idea that everyone works together to make it as successful as possible, and then we all share the profits? But wait a sec. Why are you here, Veressa?
Well, officially, I'm here to promote my brand. Not long ago, Mrs. Coiffier placed an order with me for her restaurant, as she often does. In her letter, she mentioned that showcasing my orchard's products at the festival would boost sales and help build my brand recognition. After talking it through with my parents, I decided to give it a shot. Now that I'm done with the restaurant's ingredient order, I plan to sell the rest of my fruit directly to guests to help quench their thirst, of course.
The thought of enjoying fresh fruit from Natlan here in Fontaine does sound pretty appealing. But with this many customers, wouldn't it be exhausting to watch this stall all day?
Huh? Am I supposed to be watching the stall the whole time? There's an attraction over there called Movie Masterpieces, right? I heard some of the challenges are based on famous films. Some of those films have even been adapted into great comics. I'd love to go give it a try.
So, you're not doing any business at all?
Back in the Collective of Plenty, I'd just set up a sign with the fruit prices, place a weighing scale and a coin jar to one side, then let people pay on their own. When closing time came around, I'd wake up and check the accounts. Not a single Mora's ever gone.
To be fair, that does sound nice. People in the Collective of Plenty are a law-abiding bunch. No one would even think about taking something without paying. Makes sense that tending your stall wouldn't take too much effort. Fontanian customers are no doubt trustworthy too, but let's just say they're not used to self-service shopping. Plus, if you just leave the stall unattended as a Natlanese merchant, people here might think you're gone for good.
In that case, I'd better start acting the part. But I'll need to buy some things in the city before I officially open for business. I promised to bring back some Fontanian clockwork mecha for Kochi-san. Oh, and I also wanted to try a few rounds of movie masterpieces. After that, I should be able to focus on my business without getting distracted.
We might not be locals, but we've explored Fontaine quite a bit. We know our way around
In that case, give me a moment to get some extra fruit, a price list, and my coin jar set up. I get to go shopping with the Traveler! Nice.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are... pride of Fontaine. Be sure.
Hello, boss. I'm from the Collective of Plenty. You might recall receiving a letter from us requesting you to design some components.
Wait a sec. Why does Iansan need Clockwork Mecha?
Nothing like that. Our coach just wants to fine-tune her gym equipment so people can target different muscle groups more easily. She mentioned something about a rowing machine to focus on back muscles, as well as a pec deck and a leg press machine. The parts that connect the ropes and weight plates wear out easily, but they need to be strong. So Coach Ian-san thought she'd give Fontainian Clockwork Mecha a try.
It all sounds so technical. When did fitness turn into some kind of complex engineering problem?
To be honest, I don't really get all the details either. But if it works out, I'll be sure to train according to her revised method. And if it doesn't, we can always stick to the good old methods. If you're interested, I can show you a few beginner exercises the next time you drop by our tribe. You'll be able to smash the records without even breaking a sweat. I know.
Paimon will pass on that one. She'll be rooting for you from the sidelines, though.
You can always try the equipment we keep for little Saurians, Paimon. As long as you start out with the super light weights, you'll be fine. Weight training's for everyone, you know. As long as you put in the effort and keep it, anyone can develop rock-solid muscles.
No!
All right, time to show off how fast I can run. I'm gonna go have a blast, then come back, calm down, and focus on running my fruit stall.
That's right. Last thing you'd want is to get too absorbed in having fun, then suddenly realize you're starving because you haven't eaten anything for hours. Funnily enough, Paimon can think of someone else with a bad habit of getting so into things that they forget to eat. No matter how busy you are, nothing's more important than staying well-fed, hydrated, and healthy.
No need to worry about me, guys. I do a lot of long-distance running, so I always make sure to bring some food and water with me. This time is no exception.
Woohoo! That was incredible! How was it? Did you get through all the levels?
It was amazing! Not only did I get a super high score, but I also checked up on every homage to the original films, and even recreated several iconic scenes starring comic book superheroes. I'll focus on doing business this time round, but if there's ever another event like this, please let me know as early as possible. I want in!
Yep. You know what? We should let you design the levels. I'm sure all the fans will be thrilled.
That would be great. Anyway, back to business. Time to focus on my fruit stall. I'm gonna make a name for my orchard in Fontaine.
Water comes in.
encouragement leaves Paimon feeling even more motivated than ever. But now they've got we have our very... Oh, you mean we could invite... Now that you mention it, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, like the workload... With Citron on board, Mellow Manor's gonna be even better than before! Forget health.
Oh, wait, head nurse, please don't go. One of the he ended up giving.
Citron sure has it tough. Not only does she have... Why don't we very most... Wait!
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
seberharga itu.
Bigatron still 5 hair, all red for their hairs.
Yeah, that's kind of funny because it was fading out and we were making jokes like, hey, their performance is dipping as well. They got a retouch, and they did.
And now for Na'Vi, winless,
Okay.
but still looking to get their first ever victory. Bikushai, Washipol, X-Magic, Cars, and Shive. How will they fare against Bigatron Esports today?
2 XBTRs deployed up against BTR. Shive, Washipol.
Oh my god.
Is it going to be enough? Na'Vi Nation, let me hear you in the chat. Let me hear you in the crowd. Give it up for Na'Vi.
Smooth coordination right there, spreading onto the stage.
Just like glue.
Just like who?
Glue.
Just
Just
like
like bread.
Just like glue. Let's see if they can kind of manage that kind of consistency up against Bigatron. It's gonna be a tall order for sure. This is a team that was number 2 in the standings, but they have a shot to try and make something of a statement at least, to tell the people that there is hope.
Whoa!
There is something to be relied on for the
Oh
next
my God.
stage. Whoa, hang on a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, E2 Max will not be deployed today.
Theo Nile.
It'll be Coach Theo Nile with Tazi.
And of course, Aldo and Ryan for Na'Vi. And back to their name, Na'Vi, Natus Vincere, born to win. But so far still winless. I feel like that's a burden that they have to carry up to this stage. Not the best first year.
Did you just say Natus Vincere, realize?
Natus Vincere.
I haven't heard that in a while. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think I heard we're supposed to. And you know what? You know how when you're in trouble, your parents use your full name?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Does that sign realize they are in, well, the problem's gone already. Like, I mean, unfortunately, even if they win here, if they win all the remaining games, they're out of playoff contention. This is just more of a, let's go, let loose. And is Cars going to be let loose? Will Cars play a car in this game? Because Johnson...
Please.
Hey,
Johnson.
Come on, we
Johnson.
talked about this.
Yeah,
There's nothing left to lose.
exactly.
Just go with the
Go with the flow. Okay.
funky picks.
Cars, we believe in you.
Come on, Cars.
Go with the car.
His number 1
Ka-ching.
roamer unique hero here at 12. We'll see if he brings in something crazy. If it's not the car, I wonder what else really fits his reputation, his
motorbike.
nickname.
If it's not the car, I hope he goes back to XP. I'm not even joking. Like, he's really good in XP, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe he goes something like a Benedetta or something, you know, going back to the aggressive style, brings in a Paquito. I mean, we haven't seen it, it's not meta, but if he performs well on it, that's kind of crazy.
Arashi, relax.
Yeah.
We saw Onyx do that. Kyrie, utility jungle,
Yep.
Benedetta in XP. Can't Cars do that? Like, what would you call Aether? Play Fredrin,
Yeah.
stay in the jungle, let me do the hard lifting, right? Let me and Mr. Shive, President Man, do the hard lifting. But now, because he's Rome, he can't.
He can't.
Maybe he'll pick up a carry roam. He'll
Dude.
pick up the
Amasha.
the saver.
Saber? Yo, actually,
Yeah.
it's pretty bad, but I like it.
Damage, bro. It's all about the damage.
Damage. Chahyo, though.
Chahyo?
In your picture.
Look at
His
him
name is
warming
Light
up.
for a reason. He engages so fast, the speed of light, that his friends are there to back him up. So
I mean, have we explained to the audience why his nickname is Chahyo?
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
light in Bahasa Indonesia is cahaya.
Chahaya.
But because I guess he hasn't been performing that well, people have been calling him Chahyo.
Chahyo.
An Indonesian name, not Cahaya as in light.
Chahyo is like a
Chahyo is an Indonesian name.
An Indonesian
it's
name,
literally
yeah.
Cheffin's name.
Cheffin's name.
Cheffin's real name is Chahyo.
Chahyo.
We're
And so
doxing
is
him.
light.
All right. 1% difference here, or 1.01% difference in the first and second pick, Mirko. What do you think about this?
Hey,
Is that 1.01% going to be critical in ensuring a dominant performance here for Bigatron?
Hey, at this point, you go with the flow, Rashi.
Go with the flow.
Go with the flow. There ain't you. Oh, just go with the flow, man.
At this point, whenever the response begins with A,
Hey,
you know it's about to be an A time.
Look at Na'Vi. 20% on their first pick. Second pick, 15.79%. Under 50%, by the way.
Yikes.
Are they the only team to have, like, both under 50% win rates in both sides?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think Dewa might be pretty close. to him.
Dewa, yeah. Forgot about them.
I don't remember it, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I assume that's the case. But I wonder again, if you are the architect, if you are D.O himself, Big Doe, D.O, what's the idea here? He's known for crazy things. He hasn't been that crazy. Is it time to let loose?
Well,
Hey,
Please, let loose.
fundamentals, man. Fundamentals. I'll start with fundamentals.
Fundamentals.
I don't know what that means, but you know what it, yeah.
Alright, drafting phase. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Wherein we see Kakashi right there taken out. And Chip also banned. So no Haya, no Chip. But here it says Tazi as the main coach. So is Tazi's gonna be the one to draft?
I guess so.
that's an interesting situation there. Have we seen Tazi being the main drafter before?
MDL, BTR female lady.
For MCL?
This season.
This season, no.
Right. Okay.
Oh, this season MDL.
No, but not for the
not
MPL.
no.
Because I haven't seen it before, so I'm interested to see the thought process, the options that she will explore here. Meanwhile, after the Hayabusa and the Lo Yi, Do himself has taken out the Chip and the Harith. So far, pretty standard.
Yeah, two strong picks for Bigatron, obviously. Chip in the hands of Light. You know what he likes to do with the Chip and the Harith as well. A staple pick for Aman. Meanwhile, for Bigatron, the Haya taken out, the Lo Yi as well just tries to decline any possible global impacts that the Lo Yi does have.
Okay. Interesting. All right. I think their time here, both teams, in thinking of the right option right now. So far, for Bigatron, I'm not sure what they even want to respect from Na'Vi. They still go for the Fanny. I think Washer Paul might still pop off on it potentially, but we'll have to see.
But is Washipol that feared though with his Fanny?
I don't personally think so. I see the expression,
Hey.
Mirko.
Hey,
What you trying to say, Mirko?
Just go with the flow,
Go with the
man.
flow.
Don't think about it too much.
Alright.
Gotta go with the flow, bro.
Go with the flow. Serves up, brothers.
Hey. But by the way, off the record, look at the Na'Vi Nation. They're still here cheering for the team.
Wow.
What do you mean off the record? Like, we're on broadcast, bro.
I mean, like, they can't really see the Na'Vi Nation, so...
This guy's trying to get out of the broadcast.
Well, let's see. Final ban. Granger banned out. The Joy left open. Can be, should be first pick, right? Or is it going to be Juice In?
Yeah, Choosing is an obvious pick. It's basically wide open, so Bigatron could pick it up, but Eve as well is there. If Bigatron does pick
Oh
up
my!
the Choosing. Hey!
Na'Vi Nation!
Hey! Where's the Bigatron? Where's
What?
the Bigat Troopers?
Mirko!
Mirko, come on, man.
Hey,
Do better.
Na'Vi are the best team in the world.
They are.
Of course they're going to get this.
Wait,
They
that's
are.
ridiculous. The Bigot Troopers
Wait,
are
no.
they're one of the more well-known like fan bases.
Are they calling out the foreign Na'Vi nations? You know?
Oh, is this just for the English stream? Is that it?
I am not sure. I don't know.
That's crazy, though.
Yeah.
The Bigot Troopers outnumbered by the Na'Vi Nation.
You were
weren't
in the building, by the
expecting
way.
to see it.
In the building, too.
But come on, Arashi, what's a trooper against a nation, right?
Exactly.
I mean, how can you maintain that nation without troopers?
Hey, good overview, but back to the draft. The Kalea taken, and they have the Joy and the Kimi picked up both for Washipol and for Shive, but again, this Kimi could still be flexed.
Right, now with the Kimi, I do wonder, what picks would you say would be good to counter the Kimi? This is quite the fresh new pick. We've seen it rise in popularity. It's also great because it can be flexed to the mid lane or the gold lane. And so far, we haven't really seen a hard counter.
Thinking of something that could gap close really fast against the Kimi?
Like an assassin, basically.
Yeah.
Makes sense. But Professor KB, if I recall correctly here, I'm gonna quote, but if I recall correctly, he mentioned, Kimi, it's Lolita time.
Lolita.
Just bounce everything back.
Oh my god. They're going to go Fredrin and Farsa.
On the case.
I don't think I would think about that when going up against the Kimi, but hey, this is BTR's way.
Their ninja way.
Kacha?
Kacha comes in.
Okay. mean, you have disruption when the airstrike does come in from Pharsa. You have the AOG to escape and to engage. So at least the safety net is there for Na'Vi.
Dude, I want to see more projectiles coming out of Na'Vi so that Bigatron can go Lolita and show us if there's any truth, any potential to that as a solution.
But what heroes does have projectiles aside from the Kimi? I mean, we can talk about the Moskov, but defeats the purpose of the Kimi.
Maybe if they have something like a Valir in the mid lane. If they go for the Valir to try and counter the Fredrin in the mid lane, you know what I'm saying? Have that cleanse effect to dodge away from the Tsunami Slam. Then the Lolita can come in and it's just, you know, it's just Reflection Nation.
Reflection Nation.
Wow, they're really
CC.
going for tanky boys, realize.
Yeah.
They're banning out CC. They've already picked up Fredrin. Are they gonna go, what, Hylos next? Wanwan gets taken out. There you go. Another big pick for Iman taken away. 3 MM bans.
Coning down the options for Iman, obviously, so the guy who you really want to target when it comes to the bans. But now last ban for Bigatron. What could possibly be a ban here?
For Bigatron. Again, it's something, it has to be something that deals max HP damage. It seems to be the thing that Bigatron are trying to avoid here. They seem
Export?
to want to out-sustain. Yeah, the Export could be a good option. It's always great against the Fredrin, right? Because you can
Yeah.
kite back, not allow the Fredrin to actually heal up. Could be an option.
Export ban? Nah.
Phobius.
They go for the Phobius. It's an Na'Vi. They have 2, practically 3 magic damage, so I don't think this Kimi will go gold, or rather mid. Or maybe it will go mid, and then pick up a physical gold.
Can be an option.
Whoa,
Terizla!
Welcome back!
Wow. Terizla coming in.
The poster boy,
Hey,
who has
Becky
been long
Shy.
gone.
This is interesting. So, what do BTR go for now? I guess a Terizla for Luke.
Export?
Yeah, because I
yeah.
thought about
Just
Export too.
Export in the lane? We haven't seen it so far.
Against Terizla and Gacha, right? You get double value
yeah.
technically, and then you can go for a very safe gold laner. But
How safe?
like I'm thinking something like a Beatrix then, if you want to go for, but because you get the combo with the Kalea too, technically, right?
Right.
That's the Beatrix, but it's gonna be the Arlen.
Arlen.
Okay, for Luke. It's a season. What season is this? Arlen Terizla. It's season 12.
Season 12, season 13 even.
I mean, earlier we saw Valentina Faramis as well.
Yeah.
It's a day of throwback so far.
I love it.
Throwback.
Right. Final
Sunday.
pick though. Final pick for Na'Vi.
Steve,
Is it a gold laner or is it a mid laner?
I think it'll be a gold laner.
It should be. I think that's the better, more reliable option.
They like physical damage at Moscow,
Hey.
obviously. You have the SOD to join the fight. Split push galore as well. I don't really see someone from Bigatron who can really respond to the split push from the Moscow, so at least that's a big dub for Na'Vi.
Yes. But man, the early is gonna be brutal here. Na'Vi can control the lanes, right? Can clear the lanes fast. But when it comes to the ganking and the skirmishing, oh boy, Bigatron are quite lethal in the earlier stages of the game. Na'Vi, if they want to go with this plan, if they really want to rely on the late game split push, use Shive like we're talking about, they gotta play safe, at least in the beginning.
That's true. Now, of course, Na'Vi still eyeing for their win. The second match of the day for Bigatron. It's about securing top 3. For Na'Vi, it's about going out with dignity. It is Na'Vi against Bigatron Esports.
Let's see if they can do it. Na'Vi get their first win in MPL Indonesia. Still 0-12. Few more matches to go. BTR also desperately need the win to stay out of the red zone.
Don't want to be in the red zone. Now, of course, how does the early game look like from your perspective, Arashi?
I think Bigatron, again, Na'Vi have ways to really try and clear when they really need to. But at the same time, for Bigatron, they have a lot more fighting tools. They have the Pharsa in the early game with the Wings by Wings. They have Iman that can clear fast. And Luke in the lane as an Arlet, especially at level 2, level 3. You're going to see him ramp up that aggression. So that will be just about where the Turtle is about to spawn, that's where the EXP lanes usually try and make a move. We haven't seen Becky Shy on a lot of these like big setters as a hero. We see him really pop up on the Hilda so far. Looking at the emblems, it's full tankiness for cars on the Gatot, so he is once again one of the main engage tools. But now with Becky Shy in the picture, then maybe they can catch Bigatron off guard. But Moreno is running that weapon mastery, so look forward to that massive amount of damage.
Yep. Yesterday we saw Sans also bringing up the Kimmy in the mid lane. And it's all about just winning out the farm and the harass in mid, as well as just getting the pokes coming in towards Bigatron. So at least X-Magic has something that he has to do. Meanwhile, down bottom, the Beatrix against the Moskov. Obviously, Beatrix shreds early game. When it comes to the late game, I think Moskov does have so much tools at his disposal. BQ Shy. 3 players there for him.
Yeah, it's going to be an all-in pick-off up top. Oh, BQ Shy able to flicker out to safety. But this is going to be BTR with a lot more prio for Turtle 1.
Especially with the Fredgen in the picture, Cars trying to find information, trying to enable his team to try and at least get in the zone. But the Light is actually clearing the mid lane, looking for level 4. Won't be able to get it just about yet. Moreno, though, will be quite soon. Luke makes the first move. Zones Na'Vi away immediately.
Ah, good zone. Annabelle easily gets the turtle for Bigatron, so at least that's the first win con, or rather the first criteria for Bigatron to be able to win.
Luke is going to be taken down, able to flicker out to safety, and no more chase, so Luke just burns a flicker. Annabelle, though, wants to go for more.
Uh-oh.
He's going to reset on the Vengeances, but it's only on 2 cars. They have another one. Luke wants to go in. Oh, he might just be baited in.
Oh!
And Luke will fall. First blood to Becky Shy.
Ah, good bait and switch from Na'Vi. They pulled and reeled Luke in to those 3 members waiting. And of course, talent predictions. With a new application, GoPay, 3 casters basically with their hands praying. Explain.
You know what that is? That's respect.
Respect.
That's respect.
I go for 2-0 Na'Vi though, so that's a possibility.
Uh-oh, Tsunami Slam coming down with Blessed Rage. Oh, they're gonna go all in onto Cars with the Feather Airstrike too. Hey, respect.
Respect.
Hey, I mean, a lot of things to unpack there. Luke and Aggression, name a more iconic duo. And afterwards, man, Na'Vi, I mean, is that the approach? Bait Bigatron to overextending and then punish? They do have a great amount of counter-engage, technically, with the penalty zone and the Avatar of the Guardian. Definitely a valid angle, but look at the movement here. Annabelle looking for the purple, trying to steal it away.
Let's see if Woshapal actually wants to go for it. Cars looking for the... It's gonna be the reset. Woshapal will take it.
Nope. At least they're able to push back the Fredrin. But take a look at how confident Annabelle has gotten. Because the fact that, you know, he's a Fredrin, number 1, number 2. He's up level 6, but Woshipal does have the level advantage so far. Level 7 on his eyes, so at least the 1 level discrepancy. Look at the glowing one being picked up by X-Magic, because they know the number of tanks that Bigatron has is going to be very, very vexatious to deal with. That anti-regen is there, but now the turtle in the hands of Na'Vi. Bigatron, they are inclined to fight.
Yep. BTR first on it, actually. Now, oh, final slash able to bring BQ Shy back. That's going to be the penalty zone, locking him down. But it's going to be so much damage with the AoE. Annabelle wins out the retreat battle. Oh, man. Appraiser's Wrath, X-Magic. Purify out, Luke with a flicker. Oh, unable to get the reset. Miss Mechanic. BTR winning the fight, but Shiva is farming up. Light. Boom, smack. That's it.
That's it for now. But Bigatron, that was a great fight. They got engaged. They have Na'Vi kind of committing to a fight, and they just wreck them using the Feathered Airstrike and the Bandit's Rage, Nibiru's Passion combo. 1,000 gold ahead now. It's gonna be the Malefic Gun rush for Eman. So already a lot of penetration on those massive bombs from the Bandit, and also a lot of ways for him to actually kite back further away. So we talk about how the Kimmy usually has so much value because you outrange your opponent. With the Beatrix in the picture with a Malefic Gun, not so much. Look at Luke though.
Looking for a play. Light gonna go into the back, no Purify. Bandit's Rage from Iman in the back. It's gonna be BQ Shy with the penalty zone, but Iman is able to escape. Moreno takes the kill on Becky. Cars AOG in time to get him out. Shiva just going to shove in the way, but it will have to recall. BTR. Woshapal walk. Oh no! That's why the Fredrin is a good pick. Oh, Luke trying to go for the final slash there.
Good target selection there. from Light to shut down X Magic without a Purify, so the Camille is going basically no damage for them. And then comes in the Fredrin to just stop the Joy and her tracks. And it's gone from bad to worse for Na'Vi. It feels like they're clueless, and their composition is just not exerting enough damage.
They have a lot of engaged tools, but they're not allowing space for the main damage dealers to actually perform here. Oh, Becky Shy.
Oh my goodness, Tsunami slammed two into the Bennett's Rage. Annabelle gonna be caught, still will be able to march it forward. Light in the midst of it all, trying to sustain there. Rage's Wrath doesn't land, but Iman gets a mega kill. Shiva on the Golden Sap, Turtle number 3, spawning in the bottom side of the map.
Would you say, if the late game does come in for Na'Vi, they have a chance against Bigatron?
In theory, they do. I feel like if it does go late, right, Bigatron are still going to be the ones making the move. Na'Vi are going to be forced to react, and that's the problem here. Reacting is a lot harder than actually being proactive and taking control, taking command, and exerting your own game plan on your opponents. So I feel like they have the macro pressure to try and make something happen with the Moskov, but they're also waiting for the moment that Luke or Annabelle jumps on them, and they won't be able to respond that easily.
Look at Annabelle. She's having a party in the jungle of Woshipal.
It's free, dude.
It is free. Real estate. And now, of course, Na'Vi. They're grouping up as 5, but again, the team fight, they always get baited into these skirmishes in which Bigatron will win, basically, because of how much damage!
Bennett's Rage, but there was a Purify for X Magic. He's able to escape. Iman now on Renner.
Boom!
Macarino, he's gonna wait. He's gonna take his dear time.
He's holding it!
Shoots Scars. Oh my, they're playing ping pong with him. He got knocked up like a billion times, dude.
I mean, we were laughing at how long M1 was holding that Renner's apathy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it kind of zoned the whole team from Na'Vi, so hey, who's laughing now? Hey.
Hey.
They're scared of a laser.
Yeah, man, if you're walking at night and you see an infrared laser on your chest, you're getting scared. You're running away. You have no idea what's behind it.
That's true.
It probably is a random kid, just like pointing a laser.
Yes,
I don't think it's gonna be a sniper in real life.
Most likely, right?
Most likely.
Are you willing to take that chance, though? I ain't.
In the land of Dawn, no.
Not in the land of Dawn.
It's called
there ain't so many lasers in the land of Dawn.
passive-aggressive zoning by Eman. And yeah, so far,
To quote Eterna, teori ancaman.
Yeah,
Teori ancaman.
Threat theory.
Threat theory,
It's a
yeah.
zoning ult.
Yeah, basically it's a zoning ability, whatever you want to call it. And of course, for now, Na'Vi are down in the dumps. 15 seconds for the Lord. Meanwhile, for Bigatron, all they want to do is just push the lanes, shove it in, and have prio for every lane in which they can transition into the Lord. But for Na'Vi, what now?
Well, now they gotta clear the top lane. It's pushing straight towards the turret, and they gotta contend with this composition from Bigatron with a decent amount of poke and a lot of burst damage.
X
So-
Magic!
Whoa!
Moreno and not even a. Whoa! Was that not even a snipe from the Renner? It was just feather and airstrike?
Nah.
Tsunami slam, Bennett's Rage, good night. Oh my, dude.
Hey, that's what happens, man. You can't walk up like that. Even with the Terizla, with the damage reduction, that used to be such a massive factor. The Terizla can stay alive for so long, take less damage, heal with his own built-in abilities. It's not allowed, man. Bigatron are just snowballing so hard, out of control. And Man already has a BOD, by the way, and Moreno has the Lightning Truncheon. So these burst tools are just gonna get more and more painful. And if you look at the inventory slot of the front lines of Na'Vi, the Terizla has a Dreadnought armor. So when Moreno finds him, that's good night immediately. Kars has steel leg plates and a silence robe.
Oh, man.
Anyone is gonna burst him down.
The body of Smith is just disrespected. And now the Lord knocks in the base of Na'Vi.
Schmack into the base. Light walks up as well. Annabelle just holding it front. Oh, man. X Magic is tickling the Lord right now.
Interesting.
Tickly do.
Well, that's the Lord going
Light-
down. Oh!
Coming in, Bennett's Rage as well. Oh, the burst is too much. But then Annabelle didn't even get their Rage's Wrath down there. Oh, Lou with the final slash, finding two. A shot from Iman. Flickers out the... Oh, what was that? Kars, oh my. That was Annabelle's damage with the Appraiser's Wrath. Feather Airstrike. Wash Chapal dashing away from it. Iman with a triple. Only the two ex-BTR members surviving.
end this.
Paul walking up, Annabelle with a taunt, and Mon just on the base already. Paul X5 beats. They're looking for a penalty zone. Coming down to Amon, trying to run, will be able to actually. Whoa. And it's Shive with the defense. Oh, was sniped down. And now we have a lot. Flicker, Moreno, boom, bang, bada bing.
What is this fiesta?
It's a fiesta that Bigatron can afford to take, man. Moreno with the bangs, dude. That's 3 big bangs right there.
But that Annabelle damage.
Bang, bang.
That was Oblivion. I mean, Cars didn't know he was gone as well.
He jumped into the Freezer's
single
wrath.
whack.
He got wrecked.
That was good timing though. Like, it was timed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was,
in favor of Annabelle.
yeah, but no, I mean, it's good
Rather-
timing for Annabelle, not for Cars, bro.
No, it's more like Annabelle was casting it, and the car just
Car
happened
just
to
came
land in front of him. That's an interesting interaction, though, because Annabelle did get knocked up.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, dude. The
Yeah.
Prince's Wrath just smashed cars right
Still
down the
goes
middle.
through.
Oh,
I
boy.
didn't expect that damage though. Like, yes, he's level, he's ahead. But I thought Cars could take it.
But like, he's even under Washipol in terms of level, so, you know.
I told you, he doesn't have a lot of items built in for survival.
I think Fred is just Fredrin.
Oh.
But Bigatron, they have good setups, they have good set plays, and which you saw. The Tsunami Slam came in, and then there goes the Bennett's Rage. So obviously that's a single damage burst down confirmed, then lockdown for Bigatron. Another Lord. I don't know what Navi is going to do. Desperation play? They're on their wits' end.
Well, it doesn't matter. They don't get there in time, regardless of what the plan was. There's got to be a Hail Mary play here to try and get something somehow against Bigatron before they just end the game with the Lord, right? So look to Navi, look to Becky Shy and Cars, because this is the moment where they have to do something. If they don't, they lose anyways, right? So Bigatron should be very aware of that. See if Navi can catch them off guard for once. Shive got 2 kills. He's actually 4-0. All things considered, he's actually only below Eman when it comes to gold by 2k though. He has the Trinity, the Malefic Gun, and the Wind of Nature. Already basically at full items with boots still. Can he actually output that damage and carry?
Oh, Paul dives to the back. Oh, Tsunami Slam gone down, and Mon is legendary. Luke has the flicker, is going to be looking for it, finds X-Magic, Purify out of there, penalty zone into the back line, and Mon will be able to go for the shots again. It's going to be the air spray. Oh, another big bonk from Annabelle. The base is wide open, Shive still right there. 13 minutes, PTR, 1-0.
One of the quickest games that we have in MPL ID Season 15. Bigatron again, cementing their dominance. Navi still yet able to close the game. 1-0 for Bigatron Esports.
Wow. Quick and simple 1-0 right there immediately. Man, dude, Bigatron are just outclassing them in the execution, even in the drafts. They just really seemed like Navi couldn't really do anything. The main weapon they secured, the Kimi, couldn't even get any prio in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So there was no real point. X-Magic was a mid lane clear machine until the laning phase was over. That is not how you wanted the Kimi to go.
It was a 9-minute Sky Piercer, by the way, so all the progress halted and no progress given for Navi at this stage. I mean, everyone was just bonking damage left and right. Annabelle with the Appraiser's Wrath, and Eman is just doing Eman's thing, so
Yeah.
Navi, I don't know.
Dude.
Is that
Yeah.
the Ronaldo celebration? Yeah.
So that is apparently the pose that they do whenever BTR win. But
like
whenever
the-
they lose, it's this, I think. Or
What?
Yeah, they have.
But it feels like
Interesting.
it's the Ronaldo celebration, you know?
Yeah, he's a Ronaldo fan. He yells
Oh, he
"Sue"
is.
a lot. Yeah.
This. I like
Oh
this.
man.
But the only thing Navi's doing is like
Oh man.
their chest beating.
Let's look at the bright side. At least DJY's got some competition now.
I see.
Wow! Has he played a single match?
No, he is the demon in the back rooms, right?
Zetsuna! Basically
The
Zetsuna.
god on the bench.
The bench god.
If we have the god in the jungle and a god in the gold lane, we have the
Uh-huh.
god on the bench.
Shout out DJY. Might try
one.
playing for Navi. Who knows, you got a shot.
Maybe.
But yeah, look at
They
this
need a jungler.
They do. And he's good at Fanny as well, right? DJY?
Yo, you're right.
See? He's good at Fanny, he's good at Ling, allegedly, I think.
Is it disrespectful to compare a pro player to DJY? Because he's a pro player too, technically now.
Yeah.
DJY is
He's a different kind
is
of pro
goat.
player.
And he plays Fanny.
That's true.
How
Had a custom
good is
game
the Fanny,
against him
though?
once.
How good is his Fanny?
Very good.
Which player in the scene do you compare him to?
I'd compare him to Kyrie.
Fabian.
Fabian.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
He's as good, dude.
He is that
Hey,
good.
Is Fabian undefeated in MPL Malaysia? Actually, he is. So, yeah, never mind. Like, because he hasn't played there.
Yeah.
But so hasn't DJY is also undefeated. So, same
Exactly.
stats.
Aye, aye, aye. For Na'Vi, it's about just coming back from their mistakes because if we take a look at this replay, or the crucial moments, you can see how much damage Bigatron had from the get-go.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, if I was in Navi's shoes, I wouldn't go for a front to back in a situation like this. You can see that every single time they dive in, the damage, dude, the spray down, this man just completely gunned them down.
Yep. MVP player of the game, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And man,
Bargain Hunter, man. And you know why he went Bargain Hunter. He got full items in 13.
Was looking for a bargain. Definitely found it. And again, all the way in the early game, Luke got over aggressive. But aside from that, it was just full control from Bigatron. They have the better engage tools to pick off. They have the better deterrent tools to stop the other members from following up. And they have a good combination of burst damage and AoE from both the Pharsa and the Beatrix. Not to mention different kinds of damage, physical and magical. So any kind of frontline presence that you were expecting from Na'Vi just wasn't available at all. And when the Droid comes in, you have to remember the Droid is no longer immune to crowd control. You get immediately deleted here. I feel like the only real way for Na'Vi to find anything is to dive towards that backline. Use the flickers, use everything, right? Get to the backline, let Washer Paul decimate the backline. That's the only way they can win. If they can take Eman out, if they can stop Moreno.
Oh, it was a Renner. Okay.
Man, what is that damage, dude?
so much layers.
Here, the bonk, bonk, bonk. Wait. Oh,
Where is
wait.
it?
Okay, he gets a shot down.
Look at this.
How HP?
See, that's why I was like, whoa, that's actually a lot of damage.
I'm surprised it works like that. It doesn't get cancelled.
No, the ult can't get cancelled.
The Appraiser's Wrath. Yep. The Appraiser's Wrath just comes through.
Oh, once again, Washer Paul. Ooh, more like Washer gone.
Oh man, they don't do that to my boy right there.
I was about to say something, but I'll keep it for later.
He just got deleted, bro.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it.
Shibe.
Yeah. I mean, dude, again, the backliners were alive from Na'Vi, but at that point, like, what's the point? What were they supposed to do when the rest of the team has already been decimated?
Dude, 5-0-1.
That's your boy. Hey.
I mean, Shive was doing his best. And the Moskov can't even split push at that point because Bigatron were everywhere around the map and they had so much pressure, so much control. And Na'Vi, they can't even escape the trenches. They had to stay in the base. They had to just receive the smacking that Bigatron gave them, so. Ah, nice try.
See, I was talking about how Na'Vi, they might want to use the wave control and then later on, you know, use it to stall out the game and then use the Moskov to split push. But I did mention that Bigatron, if you don't have the right precautions, the right kind of screening to deal with his team, you can see that Annabelle, Luke, Light, they were just making plays left and right, no concern whatsoever. They don't even need Eman and Moreno immediately available in the area. They can just go in and then wait for Moreno and Eman to participate from downtown.
Yep. So, Mr. Arashi, what's the solution?
Ooh.
Do they get another XP laner from MDL and then they move Becky Shy to roam?
What?
Is this?
If it didn't work once, who's to say it won't work twice?
I don't know about that. I feel like
They have to
First
put
time
back
was so
cards.
nice, I had to do it twice. They can pull an AJ here.
I'm not sure if they want to repeat this kind of performance twice, though. The main question here. There's still one game to go, but it's already looking so bleak for Na'Vi, dude.
Usually it's the 1-0 power spike for Na'Vi, right?
Is it?
1-0 power spike?
Yeah, 1-0 power spike. They get good in the second game and then that's it.
Oh man.
Is that a thing?
I think it is, isn't it? I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure myself, but what would you say? Realize, help him realize something.
Put cars back.
In
XP.
gold XP.
Gold?
He was a
Gold
gold laner
lane.
before.
Yeah, that's true, but
Put
like...
him back in the goat lane.
No, but like, Chive is already as good.
I agree.
So, yeah.
Gold XP. Yeah.
I miss his
Hanafi. Come on,
Paquitos.
my goat Hanafi.
Hanafi, you have to come back. Don't let Navi sink down deep. How many games left do they have? Total of 3? I guess?
Hanafi?
No, I mean like Navi.
He still have to go up
7?
against. Oh, dude,
8,
you know
9?
what their last match is? You know what the last match of the season is?
What?
RRQ versus Navi.
Oh my god.
I checked it last night. That's the final match of the season. It'll be the battle of heaven and hell.
And imagine if they're able to win.
Told y'all.
Told you.
Never doubt.
And when they win, they'll still keep cars in row.
They still what?
Still keep cars in row.
See, it works.
It works. Trust the process.
I told you.
Well, we're gonna have an interview with Alyssa up on stage. So of course, while we wait, Alyssa, take it away.
Ada apa sih emangnya caster di sini? Ada apa sih di sini?
Ada apa aja?
Ada apa aja? Oke, kembali lagi bersama Alisa dan juga
Zaki.
ada Zaki. Zaki ini Big Troopers ya?
Iya, ada.
Boleh dong dipanggil teman-temannya Big Troopers, mana suaranya gitu?
Big Troopers mana suaranya? Sepi banget.
Parah banget ya, padahal
Lagi pada beli minum.
oh, lagi pada beli minum, lagi merayakan ya kemenangan pertamanya hari ini. Zaki, aku hari ini mau ajak kamu main games karena kita MPL Indonesia lagi crossover dengan Naruto nih. Dengar Zaki katanya super fansnya Naruto juga.
Waduh, suka sama Naruto.
Suka sama Naruto. Oke, jadi kita bakal bermain blind ranking. Nanti Zaki tugasnya gampang banget, nanti aku bakal kasih satu-satu skin dari Naruto dan Zaki harus nempel sesuai dengan rank kesukaannya Zaki.
Oke.
Oke, super easy ya. Nanti harus dijelasin juga kenapa kamu tempel di situ, oke? Oke, kita langsung saja ambil skin yang pertama nih. Zaki, ini yang pertama ada siapa?
Wah, ini ada Gara.
Ada Gara. Gara kamu mau taruh di nomor berapa nih Zaki?
Gara nomor 4 aja.
Nomor 4. Kenapa di nomor 4 nih?
Dulu sempat jadi musuhnya Naruto walaupun sekarang jadi teman.
Oh, walaupun TTM teman tapi musuh dulu baru jadi mesra gitu ya. Oke, boleh. Kita langsung saja yang selanjutnya. Siapa dia?
Wah, ini Sasuke.
Ada
nomor
Sasuke.
2, nomor 2.
Nomor 2. Kenapa nih? Ini cukup tinggi nih.
Dulu ini adalah rivalnya Naruto yang paling susah.
Yang paling susah.
Iya.
Tapi
Dan sekarang jadi teman juga.
sekarang jadi teman. Kalau nggak jadi teman kamu taruh nomor 5 ya kayaknya ya.
Harusnya kalau jadi musuh ya nomor 5.
Oke, kita lihat ya di yang ketiga nih siapa skinnya nih. Siapa?
Oh, ini Sakura nih.
Sakura.
Mantan yang diincar Naruto dulu.
Ini doinya Naruto ya?
Dulu, walaupun
Dulu.
sekarang sama Hinata kan.
Iya betul. Jadi murid
Terakhir
dari
aja,
mana?
terakhir.
Terakhir. Kenapa? Karena dia udah nggak sama Naruto ya?
Iya, nanti diomelin Hinata.
Oh nanti dia balik Hinata.
Ya, betul.
Oke, baiklah kita langsung ke skin yang keempat. Ada siapa?
Nah,
Ada
ini
siapa?
harus nomor 1. langsung
Naruto
1.
ya?
1 ini gampang, gak usah dipikir-pikir lagi.
Ini super fans Naruto ini kamu mau taruh di hero-nya siapa nih?
Lukas udah bagus kok.
Lukas sudah bagus?
Udah bagus,
Selain
udah
Lukas ada lagi gak?
Apa lagi ya yang mirip-mirip Naruto ya? Mungkin Fredrin?
Fredrin?
Iya.
Oke, good choice. Kita lihat yang terakhir, last but not least. Kita punya
Wah, gurunya. Udah otomatis 3 dong.
udah otomatis 3.
Ya.
Oke, kenapa
Gurunya
ditaruh
Naruto.
di 3 nih?
Kan gurunya Naruto.
Gurunya Naruto, jadi sensei ya.
Iya,
Tapi harusnya
betul.
di 2 gak sih kalau gurunya Naruto?
Gak apa-apa, 3 aja.
3 aja. Sudah puas dengan pilihan-pilihanmu?
Puas.
Oke, kalau dari semua ini selain Naruto, siapa yang menjadi favorit kamu?
Sasuke.
Sasuke. Dan kira-kira Sasuke mau ditaruh di hero siapa?
Sasuke. Siapa yang enak ya? Fanny mungkin?
Fanny?
Iya.
Oke.
Fanny.
Wow, bisa jadi juga. Dan kamu sendiri main Mobile Legends?
Main.
Sudah pakai skin-skin dari Naruto?
Belum.
Belum. Oke, nanti kita tunggu ya.
Oke.
Dibeli dulu ya skin-skin.
Muntun mau endorse boleh?
Boleh, silakan. Langsung aja. Thank you so much Zaki udah nemenin aku main di sini ya. Dan jangan lupa teman-teman semua karena kita punya skin Naruto yang bisa langsung kalian mainkan di Land of Dawn Mobile Legends. Dan kita akan langsung melihat di game kedua ini apakah Bigetron akan tampil prima dan bisa langsung mengalahkan 2-0 dengan Navi. Kita akan lemparkan kembali ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
I beg to differ. I don't think Naruto is number one.
I agree.
Sasuke has to be number one.
Sasuke. What about you, Rash?
Oh boy.
What's number one?
I gotta go. Are we rating this the character or the actual skin?
No, like
skin,
the skin.
The skin?
Yeah. If it's
It's
character,
gotta
then-
be Sasuke, bro.
Yeah.
That skin is so good,
Okay.
and you see the effects so often. I think you can't compete.
What
with
about as a character then? Number one. I'd
Still
still say
Sasuke.
Sasuke. Yeah, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Especially Sasuke. in-
Kakashi.
like after the whole
As a
shit that
character,
happened.
I love the guy's character, actually.
go.
No, Kakashi.
Like the whole
is kinda
backstory,
cool.
he has big shoes to fill. His dad was a legend.
Yeah.
And he had like unsolved like dad issues, parental issues.
Dad issues.
Oh, yes, that
And, and then they met each other in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Deep, very deep.
Yeah.
That was after he was taken down by
Then he had to
Pain.
kill the girl, Rin. Spoilers
Yeah,
if you haven't watched the
yeah.
show.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched, what are you doing? Dude, come on.
But have you seen Sasuke on his redemption arc?
Oh, yeah, of course.
When he has only one hand and he has the black robe with
the
him.
last, right? In the
Yeah,
last
the
movie.
last.
I like that
Bro, that
movie.
was the
That was a good
most
movie.
OP Sasuke. He stopped
The meteor.
a meteor
Alone, yeah.
all by himself with
Yep,
a blink of an eye.
And then
all
all these great, amazing people just went irrelevant, and then Boruto comes in.
We don't
make
talk
make it
about-
make sense.
We don't
Let's
talk.
talk
We don't
about
talk. We
Boruto.
don't talk about that. We
Make
don't.
it make sense.
It,
You can stop meteors.
Naruto ended with the Boruto movie. That's it.
yeah.
That's it.
I see.
Naruto and Hinata became married. That's all.
Became married.
Yeah, they
That's
got
married.
Interesting
Mans
phrasing
got
there.
became seventh Hokage.
Hokage. He was late for his inauguration.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah. Typical Naruto.
Yeah. And he had his clone step in. It was Kakashi who stepped
Yeah.
in.
You know what's crazy? My friend,
Uh-huh.
based on skin, he would say Sakura is the best. You know this guy? He said
Oh.
Sakura has the best skin. And I'm like,
He says,
Really?
He was saying that like the heals you get when you proc the Kalia passive.
yeah, it's Lady
It's
Katsuyo.
Lady Katsuyo. It's like that's so cool. I'm
Oh,
like,
Katsuya.
And I'm like, yeah. But does that
Okay.
mean it's number one? Do you not see the Susanoo and the Nine Tails?
But to imagine getting healed by a bunch of snails. That's
Ugh.
I'm not sure if I would, I would refer to that as it's beautiful. You know what I mean?
Maybe he has a thing for snails, right? Oh,
Maybe.
whoa. We listen, we don't judge.
Yep.
Talking about you, Ronnie.
Gani. My God, Gani.
Ronnie.
Of course. Would picking up a Naruto-based hero and game number 2 be the solution for Navi?
That is,
You're trying to say they have to use the power of friendship?
Yeah.
they
Team
gotta
7?
go talk no jutsu at this point.
I remember in Onyx, I think it was an MPLPH. They picked up the Team 7 for that whole draft.
Ah,
Who was it?
TL?
I think it was.
TL.
I think it was
Yeah,
TLPH.
yeah,
yeah. That the
Oh, so-
whole Team 7
They had Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura.
minus Kakashi.
Yes.
Oh no, I think it's Onyx.
It was Onyx PH, yeah.
Onyx PH. Damn.
But speaking of Naruto, of course, we have the official custom collaboration that's officially released. The first collab custom main interface is Naruto Uzumaki makes his exciting debut to battle side by side with you. With so much items you get for free. You have the stickers, you have the emotes, you have the quick chat, you have the everything. Everything. Basically everything. Everything.
Check it out. You guys can get the Tsunade one.
Deidara.
Deidara. Ooh.
Hinata.
Madara. The Madara can show itself in game if you use the Naruto map.
Oh.
The Lord. He's the Lord.
If there was going to be a Madara skin, who do you think suits the best?
This Madara or like the...
This one.
Dude, I don't like this Madara. I like Madara when he was still...
Ah,
with the-
edgy.
Yeah.
Okay, so who? If that was Madara.
I gotta think about this. I gotta think about it.
While
man.
thinking about that, you should also consider what clan
Whoa,
you want to support
Ah.
there. Because this is a fun one, right? There's
Yeah.
quite a multitude of options. And there's a lot of things to consider here. Are you gonna...
What clan are you part of, guys?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm the Namikaze clan.
You have to guess what clan I am.
You're... What clan is he?
Oh, the Uzumaki clan.
Uzumaki. Yeah, obviously red hair.
But I like Uchiha's more.
I remember back then.
Yeah, but they're gone though.
So are the Uzumakis, man. I mean, we got more of a Namikaze kid than
Yeah, that's
he
true.
he's blonde.
He had to bring up the Uzumaki name when he was growing up, but of course you can support your favorite ninja clan by scanning the QR code on the screen and choosing your top ninja clan with win a limited edition of
cool?
MLB X Naruto action figure, by the way. You can also get an exclusive avatar border and other collaboration in-game items such as the battle emote, the voice pack, and more. And by the way, I remember back then when I was still in elementary, I would argue with my friends.
Okay.
Like, my clan is Uchiha.
Dude, yeah,
your
that's
clan-
actually same.
And I would make
yeah.
a Facebook account with the clan name in the back. So Faiz Uchiha.
Yeah, that's
That was the
Yeah.
thing. That was the thing.
That was the thing. Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, I
Give
can
me an
relate.
Itachi skin, and
Itachi
I'll
skin.
and I'll say goodbye to Sasuke. Because
Itachi
Itachi's my favorite character.
Itachi
Really
Farsa
shocked.
skin? To the
No.
crow?
Barca?
Yeah, because of the crow.
Itachi's. I think they've already spoiled it a bit. Like they leaked it. I
Wow.
think it's Julian.
Okay, Julian. Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, how
And
many
then
more
Minato
skins?
is Gushin.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool, right?
But
Yeah. I
how
thought
many-
of Minato being Joy, by the way.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
But it does. It's weird because why would he be dancing?
Yeah, that's
Why
true.
would he be singing songs?
He's just fancy like that.
Maybe the Hidden Sound Village will like will put someone in there.
They call it the Hidden Sound Village, but I don't see anything soundy about it.
Yeah, yeah.
There was like one guy with like a sound-based power, and that's it. So Kishimoto, you gotta explain yourself, man. Some of these things look kind of random.
Dude, they have the whole like Ino's clan is about communication, and they got a phone now. So it's like
Yeah, I
the
know,
whole
right?
clan. Dude, they should
had
have
a-
wiped them instead of the Uchihas. I'm just saying.
Dude, they're gonna get wiped out by just by economics, man. Eventually. But, dude, they had this whole orb. They had the whole orb, and they're like, "This is important, so it can reach everyone."
Yeah.
And a few chapters later, like walkie-talkies.
All right.
What's up, bro? What's up?
I think enough with the Naruto talk.
Reject modernity, embrace traditions.
Embrace telepathy.
Alright, time to focus on the game because it is game number 2. Pikachu against Navi. What do you think Navi has to do? Because it feels like even with that draft, they were clueless in their execution part. So I don't know. It feels like Navi have lost their identity.
I feel like they might want to fall back to comfort, if anything, right? Get something they know how to play in depth, that they themselves have used to succeed in their own games, and try and get the best out of Bigatron like that. Hopefully Bigatron will oblige them in those fights as well, but at least they would know the intricacies of the heroes. Because early on, like you saw earlier in game number 1, it just seemed like they had no idea what to do when they were winning, what to do when they were losing, how to translate, how to move around the map, who is gonna check the bushes first. I just feel like at this point, when you're this desperate, going with comfort might be the solution.
Comfort. So we're talking about Shive on the Granger, or maybe Cars on the Paquito. But again, he's back in Rome, so not the best. But taking a look at the bans, Kalea and Hayabusa gone. Harith and Fredrin taken out. They respect Annabelle Fredrin now.
Is this Fredrin ban like a ban because they want to go Joy? Is it just a setup? Because technically Fredrin and Harith are both really good against the Joy, right? So they're setting up for it. BTR, are they just going to ban out the Joy here? Or do they just want to ban out all the Naruto? Maybe they don't like Naruto.
Huh. That's an interesting one. For once, they're like, no, none of your anime skins are gonna show up.
Yeah, dude.
No
And
power
Navi-
of friendship.
And then Navi are gonna pick a different anime skin. So we're good.
Okay,
Chip.
Literally invented one.
Alright, Chip banned. To know, shortcut. The Land of Dawn. And of course for Navi, the Joy is open if they want to pick it up. It's a Washipo go-to pick as well. Without the Fredrin and the Harith, now they will have so much agency to try to activate this Joy.
Oh man. If the Joy does come through here, again, I feel like they have to plan out which lane they want to make plays around with first.
Granger.
Some of the picks like the Kimi wasn't bad at all, but what were they planning on doing with it? That's the question, right? So I feel like, okay, they got the Granger now. Is this the lane they want to make plays around? Is this the safe lane, the weak lane, right? Do they want to make more plays with Becky Shy or with Shive? They need to make a decision because they just can't keep bouncing between top and bottom and expect for things to just do well.
Talked about it. Comfort picks, maybe? Granger is a comfort pick of Sive, so he's able to carry at least with this pick. But Bigatron yet to pick their own heroes. Cho and Joy.
Oh.
Joy against the Granger. The Granger's gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, and again, the counters for the Joy have been banned. I wonder why they didn't go Joy themselves, right?
Yeah.
But I guess it's a bit too scary to give Eman Granger. Now what do they go for? Both comfort picks for Annabelle and for Light, for Chahyo. Chip is banned.
Yep.
Jungle. Suyo against Joy is not that good, but it's the only choice right now, unless they want to go like Ling. They go Hilda, Becky. Oh! Wash your paw on the panty!
We talking about it.
Interesting indeed. Remember, at the highest level, against a team like Bigatron, you can't just be good on the fanny. You need to be great on the fanny.
Yep.
Washer Paul, can he fill in what is required of him for Na'Vi to get something going here in the early game?
Bigatron. What can they pick to stop this Fanny? Still, yet to reveal their cards. Badang is available for Luke if he wants it. Or maybe the show still could be flexed to pick up the Moskov. So at least playing in lane will be much easier when you have the Moskov against the Granger.
We're gonna be leaning more towards the Granger, in my opinion. But yeah, you have more flexibility, you can disengage and all that, so Eman definitely will be trying to play that lane intelligently here. Try his best not to give Shive the advantage that he requires to really carry his team. With the Hilda in the picture though, you do wonder if Bigatron are looking for max HP damage, right? Like the CCs and all that. Or are they willing to just risk the chance for Becky Shy to be uncontrollable on the Hilda? You've seen that happen before, just once I believe. Still a possibility.
Farsa ban though.
Yep. They want to take as much burst, as much kill pressure away as possible. Again, for Na'Vi, if they want to play with the Fanny, they need kill pressure to put on the map. So, BTR, what's it going to be in the XP? I think Na'Vi got to get rid of the Badang, right?
I mean,
Gonna be the focus.
Taking it out, minimizing the choices, because again, the choke still be flexed, but most likely it's going to go to Light, because we know how capable he is with the Cho. Now Bigatron, one last ban to close out the first phase, or second phase rather. The fans are loud here in the arena. Lo Yi taken out. Lo Yi?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Lo Yi and Fanny? Is that a good combo?
Well, just sending her to cable around in a specific spot?
I don't know if you can do that. Like, you know, plan for a diversion mid-cable. Certainly sounds a lot more difficult to pull off. Maybe they're just respecting the potential for any kind of global play, because it can stall out the game. It can still catch them off guard by all means. Akai though,
Isn't it?
that's an interesting one.
Some type of counter play against the Fanny. But yeah, the Badang is available, so I think Luke might yearn for it.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the Fanny as well though.
It makes sense. Mid lane too for Reno. What are they gonna go for then? What mid laner? I'm confused.
Chusin is still available, by the way.
Kimmy? Oh. Is Kimmy still up? Yeah,
Kimmy is
still
up as well. Yep.
So technically they can go Kimmy.
Not a bad option at all against this composition. The kite back, the mobility, the crowd control. This is a really flexible tool. With the Cho, there's gonna be no issue at all clearing the mid lane as well. Bigatron can definitely go for it, but so can Na'Vi.
Johnson.
Brother.
No.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
For Na'Vi.
What if you go Kimmy? Okay,
Kimmy, yeah, they
and
do.
some kind of engager, surely, with the Hilda not being able to engage. No Badang. No Phobius.
Terizla again?
They're just gonna go Bellaric, dude. Just like play with their own
Bellaric?
counter to engage.
Jawhead.
Nah.
So Hilda XP.
Because everyone on BTR technically wants to engage, right? So maybe they want to just go that, but no, they go Jawhead for cars.
Right. Bigatron against the Jawheads. Oh,
Ja
Chushin.
Chusin still available.
Against all these fighters, it does make sense.
So much CC, man.
And you have the escape as well, technically, for the Chusin, right?
Exactly. I think for the mid lane, it's more on the escapism. Immediately in my mind, it was the Valentina with the mobility. The Zask, because, you know, Zask.
Paramus?
Pretty safe. Paramus, I don't know. I feel that's a bit more situational. But the Tushin, also very, very safe. You know, with a free flicker.
Crimson Beacon.
Me personally, I'm afraid of getting bursted down. I run the Vengeance on occasion. So you can do a lot of different things with the Tushin, man. And that's why it's really fun. I once played it in the XP lane.
Wow.
Full tank.
Wow.
Full tank AXP Tushin.
He likes to experiment as well.
It's annoying, I'll tell you that.
But of course, now, what could possibly be the last game of match number 2? Bigatron Esports against Na'Vi. Na'Vi still needs their win because they are still winless. So back to the Land of Dawn we go.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, a step closer for BTR to claim 3rd place in the standings with just 1 win. But Na'Vi, they have different plans in mind. They want to get their first win, that juicy first win.
Oh, look at this, Becky Shy.
Hey.
Already cutting the wave, getting a level advantage there. Luke can't really do much about it. Oh, Annabelle, whoa.
Caught in the bad spot, Annabelle. That was actually, that took a while. Orange buff already taken by Worship Ball. He might actually be going to the enemy jungle. But no, never mind. They don't have enough pressure in the mid lane.
It's cutting the wave though from the back, so that's what Hilda is able to do. Speaking of the emblems though, Arashi.
Okay, the emblems clears up together for Cars and the Jawhead. Expect the pick-off attempts for sure. Along with that though, did I see a Bargain Hunter for X-Magic?
You did.
Yep.
Yeah,
Bargain Hunter.
Yeah, items are gonna be great for him. But he's running the Weakness Finder as well, by the way, so not the usual emblem we've seen. Maybe looking for more aggression towards the members of Bigatron. Becky Shy, that's definitely the man they're trying to use to exert as much pressure as possible. Watch the ball!
Oh, looking for the cut there. Pin down coming in from Luke as well. Luke, first blood to Cars.
Cars gets the first blood. He got trapped though by Luke, even if that was the case.
Cutthroat! Watch Paul getting the kill.
Annabelle with a disrespect right there gets punished for his troubles in the mid lane as well. X-Magic and Moreno duking it out. It's funny, both these heroes do some kind of DPS technically. Not really. Cars is in the area though to swing the balance in favor of X-Magic. Moreno has to be careful here. A lot of attention on the mid lane because Na'Vi needs this mid lane pressure in order to set up for this neutral objective.
So far it's working to their favor. Especially now, set their sights on the turtle. But Light and Luke are here, and they have strong skirmish potential. But so far, Annabelle still waiting in the wings, and this turtle dance might just start real soon.
Well, all that's going on, Eman is just trying to lane as much as possible. Shiva is doing a great job harassing him down. But again, there's no urgency for Bigatron. I feel like the ones that are wanting to be aggressive technically is Na'Vi, right? With the Fanny, with the Hilda as well. So Bigatron can take a chill, can wait for a bit longer, and allow Eman maybe to join in the fight with this SOD. Depending on where the lane is, that's where he will decide to join the fight and potentially pick up a kill or an assist or not.
Light able to go for the kick, onto the Kimio, pinned down instantly. It'll be a kill. Now Watch Paul on Moreno, Crimson Beacon and the Flicker out. Has the Lantern on him, Annabelle caught very low. Watch Paul gets the assassination. BQ Shy walks up with the Flicker, unable to get it though. And now it'll be both teams disengaging, but BQ Shy is in the bush, regenning. Light and Luke really just trying to get this kill.
Oh! The regen from the Hilda is real, but Watchy Paul might look for seconds.
Watch Paul, look at how much damage he's doing. Light walks up. Oh, unable to get the Jikudo, doesn't have the way this dragon either.
Kimi is back.
Na'Vi with a free turtle.
Free turtle, and we saw the Kimi went for the Sky Piercer, so obviously this Kimi wants to brawl, and that's it. But does Na'Vi have the damage? Hold on a minute.
Uh-oh, goes for it. Moreno will be, what? Okay. Annabelle walks up, will be, no, good flicker out from X-Magic. Annabelle with the chase, will get the trade down, but now gets caught in the tough spot still. Ooh. The dashes from Annabelle. Hold up though, Washa Paul looking for the kill into enemy jungle. Oh, okay.
It's crazy the amount of control he has on those K-Roos. He was turning very deliberately there, trying to find Annabelle. He was already out. Maybe a steal attempt from Cars right here, but Bigatron won't allow it. But Becky Shy doing a great job, really outmaneuvering Luke here, trying to roam as much as possible, having the lane pressure every single time.
Now, so far for Na'Vi, it's looking very, very good. They're stabilizing their lanes. BQ Shy is just doing Hilda things. And Washi Paul will invade this orange buff. It won't go unnoticed though, but hey, he gets it.
He does. He's going to be 2 levels ahead very soon.
Yeah. 2 levels ahead is definitely a bit of concern for Bigatron. A 2k gold lead, so Bigatron definitely feeling some urgency right here. The whole time in this 5 minutes, the only play they made is with Light going for the way of the dragon. So it's might be a good time for Luke to start rolling around, get some more pressure, show to Na'Vi that the Badang is definitely still a big player here in the engage game.
And so far, for Na'Vi, it's all about just winning in the early game as well. Funnel the Kimmy, get him to work, and the Granger as well will just kill for late game BQ Shy. Look at the Hilda pressure. It's able to exert towards Bigatron. They're not let loose. Bigatron does not have the agency to move as free as they were in game number 1. Turtle in their eyes though, and this might be another contest going on.
Annabelle still clearing the lane right here. Luke makes the first move.
Onto Cars they go. To flicker out from Cars. Info for BTR. Washi Paul on the purple, BTR on the turtle. Becky Shy already onto Moreno, gonna be picked up as well. Luke again pinning down Cars. Shiva with a turret down below. Turtle for turret trade. Luke will not push the tempo, will side against it.
Yep. At least the cross-map play, but BQ Shy still there. It's a beefy boy, so he's gonna be fine. Look at him.
Cable ready. Luke gonna be caught, has the pin down. Cars will be locked inside of it. Light unable to go for Jikudo now. Oh! It's an immobilization. X-Magic gets the kill on the back. Washer Paul! Way the dragon though. Washer Paul able to survive. Luke comes in with the fist crack and will be able to get the kill back in. And Mon finds 1. X-Magic 2 on X-Magic. Now Becky Shy pulled back again. Flickering on the wall. Moreno wants to go for it. Luke as well, but Shiva's right there. Luke with the pin down again. But now it's him on and then Zai, Spear of Misery, not able to go for the pin down completely, but he's a flicker forward. Now on Shiva he goes. Rhapsody, Spear of Misery, BTR walking up. Shiva falling to the punch of Luke.
All their hard work gone in a matter of seconds. And Bigatron, they equalize the game. Na'Vi going back to square one.
Na'Vi seemingly improvising how they wanted to fight there. And such is not gonna fly against Bigatron. Bigatron, on the other hand, just went for exactly what they wanted. They went for the prior targets. They try and use all that pick-off potential, burst damage, and they're able to actually get the better of Na'Vi. Now with the early pressure somewhat equalized, Na'Vi is definitely looking for more ways to force Bigatron, but it's only the Litho right now. And Na'Vi doesn't have a solution for Luke jumping in. That's why the Badang engage role is just so good. On the EXP or the roam position, you just have a good way to deny an engage, but also engage on your own terms. Oh, look at that.
This crack. Light able to escape again. Washer Paul going for it. Wade the Dragon, no from Light. Oh, that was risky. Aman almost got the Spear of Misery. Turret going to be falling up top and down below.
These are getting structures. Up top, down bottom. But Annabelle is also quick to clear the side lanes, but Fanny is there.
Whoa.
BQ Shy, he's just running around rampant.
All right.
Oh, Annabelle gonna be caught, taken down by Washer Paul.
Wow, gone in seconds, and now they have Pryo on Lord. This could be a free Lord stuck under the sheets.
Reset.
Of Bigatron, it resets though, but still. It's there. Spirit Destruction.
SOD lands. Washer Paul gets it. Wow. SOD won't be taken, and Na'Vi are back in the lead.
This Fanny, dude, is doing a great job just pressuring Bigatron again and again. The fact that Annabelle got caught out of position there, that's definitely a massive mistake for Bigatron. Now it's on the defensive immediately. Ooh, look at the damage though. The Granger and the Kimmy. We've seen this combo sometime in the earlier matches today as well. It's a lot of damage from a long distance away, and Bigatron have nothing to kind of match it. The Moscow can't do it, the Tushin can't do it as well. If they really fall so far behind that their front line melts immediately to X-Magic and Shiva, This is looking like a dangerous game for Bigatron.
Yep. Annabelle gets away. Oh, hold up, Cars. Look at the play. Flickers in, finds Light. Light will be taken down by Becky Shy.
Now V snowballing with this lead. Luke might be next on the chopping block.
Still able to walk away. Pulled back down, Luke with the fist crack. Will be taken down by Shive. The SOD lands. But I don't know. Oh, wow. He actually takes the Spear of Misery coming down. Will be able to escape with a flaker. Annabelle in the mid lane, clearing it out. Now jumping on the Washer Paul with the retreat too. The Washer Paul is able to escape, and Na'Vi are on the chase.
So we're saying, man, the damage potential coming out of Na'Vi, definitely scary. Oh, Annabelle.
Again, this could be a kill. Washer Paul with the cables. Oh, unstoppable force. Annabelle falling. X-Magic picks up another.
Oh, Bigatron are losing in all departments. Take a look at Na'Vi, they're unstoppable. And they know their win con is just to try to be as aggressive as ever because they have the Hilda to set that up. And they have Washi Paul could really burst down the members of Bigatron. And X-Magic is scaling. Shiva is there as well, getting stacks. So far, Bigatron, it feels like they are annoyed in Na'Vi.
In theory, this should be Bigatron trying to find ways to use Eman as a split push tool. The Moskov against the Fanny, we've seen it before. There is plenty of outplay potential available for the Moskov. They gotta be careful here. So 10 minutes in, Bigatron would do much better when they have some more items to speak of. Moreno only has the Bloodwings completed at this point, and Man has just finished the Marksman Trinity a while back. So 1 or 2 more items will allow them to actually be a real contender in these late game team fights. But until then, they should play it a bit more patient.
So far, so. Looks like Na'Vi has their hands on this game. Moreno so low!
Uh-oh, forced to flick around. Cars, Spear of Misery finding them too. Oh, a pick, X-Magic will fall. Annabelle Dex takes the purple. 1-0.
Good pivot from Bigatron there. They were jumping onto Cars, I believe, and then they saw X-Magic, a much more important, much more prioritized target, and they immediately, someone made the call, and they all turned to him like with no time at all. No lag between those decisions. There is no Eman.
Oh, Wind of Nature used up. Washer Paul caught in a tough spot. That's a flick around. Going. Washer Paul with the assassination, but down below. Oh, they're going to try to blitz the Lord. That might actually be worth it. Annabelle on it. Will Cars be able to steal it? No. Retreat, Unstoppable Force, and the ejector.
Oh, Becky Shy.
Becky Shy walking up as well. Washer Paul coming down. Too risky. VTR will trade him on for the Lord.
Cars was looking for something. Possibly steal the Lord, but nah. It's all in the hands of Bigatron, but still, look at Na'Vi. They're rampaging up into the mid lane. Tier 2 gone. Tier 3 next on their eyes. But no damage enough. Or not enough damage for them to take the turret down.
Yeah, and you can see, by the way, Washer Paul is doing a great job right here. He's seen that Bigatron can respawn in time, have the reflexes to deal with this diving Fanny. So he's doing a lot more feints. He's throwing out cables, but that's not going all the way towards the team of Bigatron. Just forcing out some of the reactions, gauging how committed Luke and Light are on their crowd control tools. And if he gets a good read, he might find a window to go all the way to the backline. But now Bigatron has the Lord at their backs. They should be trying to find something, but Light, who spots the whole team of Na'Vi, and they're going with a 2-lane split, but Luke stuck in a duel.
This crack, Washer Paul! Able to go for the 1v1! Now Moreno. And man down below, Lord cleared up by Washer Paul. 5-1 and 4 on the Fanny.
It feels like we talked about how Bigatron has the tools to try to stop the Fanny from being a menace. You know, the Crimson Beacon, the Fist Crack, the Badang basically is there to really just tank the damage. But so far, Na'Vi with Washi Paul has been very, very good in trying to just pull out and bait out the spells from Bigatron, in which they will leave the whole team exposed to Washi Paul, just cabling around, getting the cutthroat, getting the burst damage down. So Na'Vi, at least this game, they have a plan that's working.
Oh, Unstoppable Force, Fist Crack. Oh, Luke gonna be melted. Taken out in the back by Chive. Meanwhile, another 1v1 as Annabelle walks up, but won't be able to do it. Solo kill! Washer Paul gets it. Oh, what? A kick up top. Spear of Misery too. Eman walking up with a nature. Able to survive. Becky Shy a bit too deep and will fall. SOD lands. But he will not take it.
All things considered, Na'Vi was able to get so much value there with the individual solo plays. Oh, Washer Paul trying to go for something again.
Cars too. Shive gets the turret. Moreno picks Cars up. And will be the dive into the back with the cutthroat, almost taking Eman's life.
Oh man. I was about to say, with the outplays, with the Fanny mechanics here, Na'Vi finally getting some steam going, but Bigetron are able to punish Na'Vi for overextending in the base. Now, with only the middle base turret taken, it's really far from chaos for Bigetron. With Eman actually approaching full power, already full items with a Wind of Nature as well, having the outplay potential to just go 1v1 against almost every single person on the side of Na'Vi. It's going to be a skill matchup against Washer Paul, though. I don't know if Bigetron wants to try and make a risky gamble with it. But now, Na'Vi
Cars
trying to pressure for the neutral objective.
She's there.
Eman down below. It looks like they're just going to blitz it. Luke's looking for a play, looking for a pin down. They will move back. Annabelle on the Lord. Electrifying beats coming down as well. He's already used a lot of those resources. Lord getting really low. Retry battle. Watchapal wins the Retry battle. SOD does land on the back. Eman finds a Spear of Misery. Watchapal going to be kicked as well. But it's no follow through. Cars taken down. X-Magic flickering out.
Wow. Na'Vi finally stopped in their tracks. Cars gone. But the Lord, it's in the hands of Watchapal. He gets the Retry down. And Bigetron, is this their answer?
Without the Lord, the siege potential of Bigetron is actually very, very weak. You can see Luke already taking a ton of damage there. I wonder if it wasn't better for Bigetron to stop the recalls and allow Eman to potentially end the game there. If they could get 2 or at least 2 kills, I think that would have been okay. But now against almost a full-powered Na'Vi with the Lord, it's going to be a bit of a tough defense for Bigetron. They got to play this one carefully. They have to make sure that Washer Paul doesn't really get too much momentum going in the movements here.
BQ Shy is going at it. But Bigetron, they have the damage to clear this Lord at least for now. And their base defense working well again for them. And Eman has the rose gold.
No boots.
No boots, boots sold, so at least defensive items to his pocket because he knows he might get bursted down with a Fanny.
Definitely. Uh-oh, you can see the damage to Death Sonatas.
Ranger.
As the Abyss Walker back, Annabelle electrifying beats over to BQ Shy. Watchapal still looking for the angle to go onto Annabelle, and he will. But this time it won't be a kill.
But the question is, Arashi, the later this game goes, does this Fanny fall out of relevancy?
Well, sort of. In a sense that Assassins always kind of do, with the Wind of Nature's coming through and all that. The thing is with the Fanny, it's just not your regular generic assassin. There's a reason why the Fanny was banned so much. You have ways to kind of outplay a Wind of Nature. You can threaten with the cables, step back, and then go back in. You can burst down your target before they can even react. There's so many options available for Washer Paul right now. But later on, I think like Annabelle will be able to be a bit more relevant because he can actually burst down multiple people at the same time in a bit more of a reliable fashion. The concern, though, is not just that. It's the fact that Eman's already at full, and Na'Vi technically have 2 marksmen with the Kimi and the Granger. Look at Cars, though. Whoa.
Cars is actually all alone. Does have the flicker. Will be able to use it in time.
It's gonna be fine. It's just game of objective as of now. We're waiting for the Lord timers to go. And for Bigetron, they've lost their inner turrets, 2 of them, mid and down bottom, so at least they have to try to push the waves, bounce it towards Na'Vi. I think Eman would be the suitable man for that. But for now, at least for Na'Vi, they have Fanny, they have Watchapal try to respawn towards the split push down bottom. Watchapal's gonna clear it.
I feel like at this point it's Bigetron. If they can orchestrate a play to get to the back line, like Annabelle and Light maybe diving together, Moreno can use a Crimson Beacon, and then Eman landing an SOD towards Shive or X-Magic. That would be ideal, man. That would allow them to really circumvent all of the front-to-back mechanics that Na'Vi have been using to really abuse them. And at that point, without Shive and X-Magic, Washer Paul, you know, he's a menace, but he's not a solo. He's not a menace solo. He needs a team around to gain the respect of Bigetron so that he has a window where Bigetron doesn't have any tools to shut him down. Because if he goes in with the cables and he gets stuck, that's a dangerous situation to be in for Washer Paul.
This is a risky play, though, for BTR. They're going to have to... Are they going to give it away?
They can't do it. They shouldn't. Have to contest this. Annabelle's coming through.
Eman's so far away, though. He needs to land SOD. Car's gonna be pinned down. Oh, land in the back, able to find a Kimmy. There's gonna be the all-in as well. The SOD will land in the back. Eman goes for it with a nature from Shive and the Lord. Annabelle wins it out. Eman in the 1v1 one more time. Annabelle getting Becky Shy's immortality and the kill. It'll be a double for Annabelle. Worship Paul is trying to find an angle to recall. He's gonna go all the way to the base. Will Light spot him? Oh, he will. Light, wait, Light.
Oh,
What? Oh, my lord.
Oh man!
in the nick of time. And now the mirror shatters. Bigatron. The ball is in their court now.
Oh boy, 3 members down. 26 seconds on Becky Shy. It's going to be a scramble from Bigatron to try and use this Lord as much as possible. If they can get any kind of pickoff, any kind of fight here to cycle the death timers, it's going to be super ideal. Washer Paul trying to find something. Bigatron, they're playing it slow. They know they can use this Evolved Lord with the damage reduction to end the game decisively. They're playing it as patiently as possible.
This is an Evolved Lord, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the end. They've taken all the base turrets as well. They're doing all the homework, all of the housekeeping. Worship Paul down below. Lord still very, very, very healthy.
Yep. The Lord's gonna march in soon. Bigatron is there to clear the waves. It's a 1v1. Annabelle against Washi Paul, but the Lord though.
Evolved Lord, BTR gonna be looking for... Oh, gets it! Fist crack to the back, finding them! Shive buys a rose gold, but will be slain by Eman. Despite the close game from Na'Vi, BTR end it.
Bigatron secure top 3. But for Na'Vi, it is yet another winless week. Still to get their win. And Bigatron punishes them.
Oh boy, somehow, some way, that looked really, really close. Is it the draft? Is it the execution? Was it the Fanny? Regardless, Na'Vi were that close. They were so close. They got the base turrets of Bigatron even. But that final fight really sealed the deal, man. As predicted, the dive towards that backline, the chaos in the front to back, and Na'Vi crumble immediately. Bigatron showed that it's not just about the skills, it's not just about the execution, it's also about that experience. And in that department, Bigatron are not backing down.
Man, all the hard work they had, what they built in game number 2. The early game was there. Washi Paul was styling on Annabelle. But Bigatron show that they have what it takes to overcome a tough game like that.
You can see a little bit of the friendliness there. XBTR, good kick, by the way, from Light to start things off here.
The Kimmy, by the way. All gone, done and dusted. Oh boy, there was an Evolved Lord as well, so...
Logan, in war with time.
Bloom from ash and struggle harder. Entertain me. Crimson blossom.
getting fun. My compliments. Can you keep up? At your worry not. Loading. Astral modulation. My compliments. Still recognize me? You've crossed the wrong person. Not even close. Take this! Reborn from ancient roots! Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers! It's getting fun. It's getting fun. Pathetic. Loading. Victory favors me. Masterpiece complete. Clipping.
got a side job for me? Sure thing.
I have high hopes for this journey. I'm never late.
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
Time to shine! A dash of frosting! At first, the quick...
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Only now.
To the freezer! Shower me with praise! Let the world come up!
Busted. Game's up. Thumbs up.
The pinnacle of excellence!
Let's begin.
A little amuse-bouche! Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song!
Things are about to get dicey.
Only now.
At first, the flavor! Show... Let the world collide!
Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Let's begin.
It's been a few days. Ban on flying objects should be over by now. Let's head over to the Palais Mermonia to see how Kukuku's doing. Hey everyone, we're here! Oh hey, my little dudes! Good morning! Oh wow, Kukuku's learned a new greeting! Is that good news or bad news though?
Sorry, I did everything within my power. But so far, I've only managed to teach him how to say good morning.
Wait, so that's all you've been up to this whole time? Get out of here! Huh? Okay, so good mornings aside, please tell Paimon there's been some other progress too.
Of course. That's why I'm here. Kukuku's not the only one that Mr. Risley's been getting to talk. I'm referring, of course, to the convicts.
It was nothing. These guys weren't exactly tough nuts to crack.
So, what's the deal?
After racking their brains, they remembered speaking to an inconspicuous middle-aged man just as they were preparing to pack up and leave Natlan. He was dressed in the manner of the Children of Echoes and carrying a box. Plus, the description matches the one the gun was found in. All in all, he didn't look any different from your average Natlanese traveler. Perhaps seeing that they were dressed as merchants, this man stopped for a chat, inquiring where their goods were headed, and even asking if they could share a boat. The smugglers were very cautious, though. They didn't tell him any specifics, but all this happened before I crossed paths with them. I happened to notice them as they were preparing to set sail. I thought they looked shady, so I snuck aboard, and ended up being carried along all the way to Fontaine.
Boss, do we know if those Fontainians will even like this stuff? What if we can't shift it?
And that's why we call you a rookie. It's all supply and demand, kid. Supply and demand. Natlan's foreign trade is just starting to lift off. There'll be a market for it, you'll see.
That's right. So stop giving the boss trouble, rookie. Just do your job and keep an eye on the goods.
Are they merchants? Have they come to Fontaine to do business? Scarred face. Calloused hands. On closer inspection, the fabric looks worn at the knees and elbows, and his fingernails are dirty. Not exactly your typical merchant. Could he have previously been a warrior? Or even an adventurer? Something feels off. I'd better sneak up and get a closer look.
Nice thinking, boss. This tourist tub's been fast going and smooth sailing. Plus, no one's been asking us what we're up to.
That goes without saying. The cargo ship would have been too slow, whereas the smaller ones would have been faster but way too bumpy. If we ended up damaging the goods by accident, all these months spent grafting away would have gone up in smoke.
Seriously? But there's hardly anything here. Would it really have taken them months to prepare? And why would they need to transport it with such care? Could they be secretly smuggling precious items out of Natlan? I'll need to find a way to get to the bottom of this. Let's go hear what these
What was that sound?
Sure enough, there are relics inside the box.
Boss, do we know if those Fontainians will even like this stuff? What if we can't shift it?
And that's why we call you a rookie.
That's right.
Are they merchants? Have they come to Scarred Fate? On closer could he have previous? Something feels off.
Nice thinking, boss. This tourist tub's been fast going and smooth sailing. Plus, no one's been asking us what we're up to.
That goes without saying. Big cargo ship would have been too slow, whereas the smaller ones would have been faster but way too bumpy. If we ended up damaging the...
Seriously? But there's hardly anything here. Would it really have taken them months to prepare? And why would they need to transport it with such care? Could they be secretly smuggling precious items out of Natlan? I'll need to find a way to get to the bottom of this. Let's go hear what these criminals have to say for themselves. Sure enough, there are relics inside the box. It's illegal to smuggle such items.
Hey, why the long face? You're abroad on business, and you get to do some sightseeing while you're at it. Sounds like a pretty sweet deal to me. You better cheer up if you know what's good for you.
I guess you're right. I was just worried I might have messed up with the packing, or that something's gonna go wrong along the way.
Oh, pull yourself together. Tons of foreign tourists come traveling to Fontaine. I bet their luggage is full of all kinds of weird stuff. If someone insists on checking it all, just show them the purchase order we had drawn up. Those Fontainians can't get enough of their legalese, so I've heard. They can look all they want.
Aha. So their aim is to smuggle in contraband after all. Looks like I've gathered enough intel about... So anyway, that was when I went and told the Fontainian guards about my suspicions. After an investigation and a chase, they finally apprehended them and sent them on their way.
Well, guess they're headed exactly where they should be.
Thanks.
Based on your recollections just now.
I was completely focused on those smugglers at the time, so I wasn't really paying attention to other passersby.
Yeah, Kanish, you did great!
In other words, the person who brought the gun here, the one who lost it, has no connection to the smugglers whatsoever. They were working entirely on their own.
Oh dear, oh dear!
Sounds like Mr. Kakuku wants to chime in?
He said this elusive individual's actions are positively mystifying.
It's a good observation, I quite agree. However, we still know next to nothing about the person. Perhaps we should start by focusing on the lost item itself.
It certainly seems like it was the bait in some kind of trap. The only question is, why wasn't the bait made more conspicuous?
Has something sprung to mind?
I just remembered a film I watched this one time.
Huh? Oh, wow! No way, bro!
Hold on, let me explain. Just now, the traveler speculated that this box might have been placed there on purpose, as if the intention was for someone to come pick it up. That got me thinking about those films about kidnapping cases. When they demand their ransom, the kidnappers tell the victim's family to leave money or valuables at a designated spot for someone to come pick up.
That doesn't merely happen in films. There have been similar cases in real life. In fact, if anything, It's probably the real-life events that inspired the films.
Sounds plausible.
Wait. This raises the stakes to a whole new level. If the gun really was some kind of ransom, then... Since we took the box, the kidnappers never got their payment, so... Does that mean they executed the hostage?
I agree. I don't believe we have a kidnapping on our hands. Selling off stolen goods is extra work that most kidnappers would want to avoid. Unless they're after something very specific, they tend to just ask for cash. Could we be dealing with a kidnapper who's dead set on getting their hands on an ancient dragon handgun? It's not impossible, but the likelihood is very slim. We can discount that possibility for now. And speaking of selling stolen goods, don't you think this looks more like a transaction?
So, bottom line, this was an individual smuggler at work.
Exactly. And it was the location itself that caused the deal to fall through. The last thing they would have expected was for a quiet beach to turn into a bustling film convention overnight. Not only is the area now packed with tourists, but the Spina di Rosula have a presence there. I'll bet that both parties were completely caught off guard.
That sounds like a plausible theory, but how do we verify it?
Looks like your people better start rolling up their sleeves.
How so?
Easy. Just follow the usual procedure by putting up a lost and found notice. The more routine we make it seem, the more likely the suspect will come forward to claim it. Even if they send a proxy, we're liable to get our hands on new lead. And timing-wise, it's about time we updated the bulletin board anyway. All we need now is a lucky gestionnaire to write up the notice for us post-haste.
Ah, so that's what you meant by rolling up their sleeves. In that case, I may as well write it myself. Delegating this to someone else would require an additional explanation.
Or are you just not used to asking others to work overtime?
Is that really a major concern here?
Well, looks like I won't be needed around here. At least until the notice has been posted.
You could always wait here if you like. The Palais Mermonia serves a particularly fine cup of tea if that swings it for you.
Thanks, but no thanks. I left a very noisy creature with a friend before heading out, so I should probably get back to feed it.
Ah, I wasn't aware that you had a pet, Mr. Kanich. Speaking of pets...
Get out of here! Out of here!
Yep, that's the plan. Out of here indeed.
I believe that what Wriothesley is trying to say is, you are free to leave, Mr. Kukuku. Furthermore, it has been determined that Mr. Kukuku should not, in fact, be classified as a flying object. As such, he shall be free to move around Fontaine whenever he so pleases.
You're the best, bro! Oh, that really is good news! Travelers, should we bring Kukuku back to Aoife and Auroron?
I shall leave him in your capable hands. Indeed.
How?
What? What now?
Let's shake hands.
Fine by me! Get ready for a knuckle sandwich!
Ugh.
Oh, nice dodge.
Paimon feels strangely inclined to keep a safe distance. Did you miss me, bro?
Kukuku, you're free!
Ugh, not you again. Nope, didn't miss you in the slightest.
Hey, Gramps. And hey, Paimon and Kanich. It's good to see you all. Thanks for bringing Kukuku back.
Get it away! Get it away from me! Nice to meet you, bro. Who are you calling bro? Say that again to my face! I dare you.
If you've got the energy to argue this much, you're clearly not hungry yet. Let's go find something to eat while Ahau lives his best life.
Poor Ahau. He spent all day being tormented by Auroron, only to discover that the suffering's just begun.
Aoife, as a Saurian vet, how can you just sit back and watch our little dragon bro suffer?
Huh? How am I the bad guy?
Even hear yourself? Ah! Doesn't anyone want to hear how Kakuku got out of jail?
Don't lose hope, Ahau. By the same standard, you have freedom of movement now too. You're still in the game?
Same standard? I will not be held to the same standard as that thing!
That's right. You won't. As far as I understand, the Palais Mermonia will want to assess your case on its own merits before they grant you freedom of movement.
Where's that Saurian meat restaurant again? I'm gonna march that little pink balloon right into the kitchen!
Yeah, good luck with that, bro. You'll be putting your own neck on the line, too.
Also, there's no such restaurant!
Anyway, thanks for looking after Ahau, guys. I'll take over from here.
Why, you? Between the two, Kakuku wins the cuteness competition hands down. Ah, really? Hey! Wait, who are the other contestants, though? The lost and found notice is up! Maybe we should go hang around the Palais Mermonia to see if that... Huh, looks like there were quite a few others with the same idea.
Ah, hello, you two.
Have there been any developments? Okay, guess not. Well, the notice was only just posted. Guess it's pretty unlikely that someone would show up right at...
Special Patrol, open up!
Ah! Who's there? What's going on? The Special Patrol?
I don't think that's who this is.
Hey, this isn't the time for silly jokes! Let's go check it out.
Good day, all. Gramps, grannies, aunts, and uncles.
What in the Tevat are you doing here, Auroron?
Oh, he must be the one you mentioned. Kakuku's owner?
One of his owners. Kind of. But, bro, what are you doing here?
I'm here to claim a lost item.
Is this the person you saw on the boat, Mr. Kinich?
Somehow I highly doubt that. For starters, he just addressed us as Gramps and Grannies. And unless this is the youngest looking middle-aged man in the world, I don't think he's our guy.
Huh. Was there something wrong with my door-knocking etiquette? That's how they do it in all the films.
That's not door-knocking etiquette. That's the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol doing their job! Completely different things!
Oh, I see. I figured it was just a polite way of requesting entry, to show the people inside you had something important to discuss. Oh, sorry about that. I totally goofed that one up. Give me a moment. I'll go back out and try again.
So, Auroron, you said you were here to claim a lost item. What did you lose?
Yeah, so basically...
For real now? Oh, come on, bro. Auroron, be honest now. Were you the one who lost this?
No, it belongs to a friend.
So it belongs to Aoife?
Of course not. Aoife has his own gun. All right then. I knew this wouldn't go well. So here's what went down. This morning, Eve and I were playing rock, paper, scissors. Before long, he'd lost, as he usually does. So we figured we'd head out and visit some of the Cour de Fontaine's famous landmarks. When we got near the plaza, a man suddenly stopped us to ask for help. He said that he had lost something and that someone had found it and sent it over to the Palais Mermonia. But apparently he used to work here and was worried it'd be awkward bumping into his old coworkers. So he asked us to pretend to be the owners and claim it on his behalf.
You didn't manage to keep that pretense up for long.
It's fine. I'm not the one who feels awkward anyway.
So, a former employee of the Palais Mermonia. Was this individual a Fontaine native?
Yes, at least I assume so. He looked like a well-dressed gentleman to me. We were about to refuse, but he was so polite.
Could it have been a disguise?
Oh no. Auroron, Paimon thinks you've been tricked. This person might be in cahoots with the bad guys. Oh, maybe he already took off and escaped as soon as your mission went pear-shaped.
No way. I'm not that dumb.
Huh?
He's not going anywhere. Aoife and Kukuku are keeping an eye on him over at the plaza.
Keeping an eye on him. I like the sound of that.
In that case, let's hurry over to where Aoife is. Time to catch that con man and find out what—
Wait a minute, I have a question first. Traveler, Paimon, you're pretty—
Oh, we're basically household names. But why do you ask?
Would that be a problem?
Remember when I said that the seller might be watching in secret?
If so, then picking Auroron to do their dirty work was a careless mistake on their part.
It suggests that the person who got Auroron to claim the item might not be fully in the know themselves. There are plenty of unanswered questions, but standing around racking our brains won't help. However, I still suggest that the famous faces among us, meaning the Traveler and Kinich, oh, and of course, Monsieur Nivelet too, stay here for the time being. We'll empty the box, give it to Auroron, and then he can claim the item as if nothing happened. I'll follow to check if anyone is watching. I doubt anyone would recognize me anyway, so I shouldn't draw too much attention.
I think this plan is worth a try. I shall leave it to the pair of you.
So, I have to go undercover again, right?
Well, not exactly undercover. Just drop the special patrol persona and be yourself instead.
Roger that. Over and out.
No sign of any suspicious individuals around here. Auroron has entered the elevator as planned. I'll head over to the plaza now. Nothing suspicious going on here either. Strange. Maybe we're overthinking this?
Oh dear! Oh dear!
Stop with the pecking! Stop with the pecking! Please, sir, I'm begging you, do me a favor and get this pet of yours under control!
The heck are you on about?
Sorry, but he's not my pet. He's my coworker. And I should warn you, he's not too happy with how you're talking about him.
What the? This thing has a job? So in Natlan, they just dish out jobs to any old thing.
Uh-oh. Kukuku's not too big on being called a thing either. You're on your own now.
I'm sorry. Please, Mr. Kukuku. Master Kukuku. Lord Kukuku. I meant no offense, I promise.
All right, Kukuku. That'll do for now. Let me ask him some questions first.
Sure thing, bro.
Auroron actually looks pretty serious this time. Was he just pretending to be clueless earlier? Interesting. Think I'll sit back and see how this plays out.
You actually got it? Wow, didn't think it would be that easy.
Ah, excellent. Looks like sending you was the right approach after all.
After all?
I mean, because the staff at the Palais Mermonia don't recognize you, right?
So I got it, but I don't remember promising I'd hand it over.
Huh?
This thing's pretty cool. I've taken a bit of a liking to it.
Please don't do this, my good sir, my master, my lord. My very life hangs in the balance.
His life hangs in the balance?
If this means so much to you, what are you gonna offer me in return?
Are you trying to get him to say my life?
How'd you know that?
Because I watched that film with you. You should drop the act. We don't want a real misunderstanding in our hands.
You're probably right. But honestly, I don't know what else to say. Sorry, this is the most myself I can be. Is that enough?
Enough. More than enough.
Who's this dude?
Just think of me as a staff member from the Palais Mermonia. Now, if you don't mind, I have some questions for this gentleman about that life or death treasure you were just discussing. Truthful answers appreciated, of course.
Oh no, I'm toast now.
What's that supposed to mean? You don't think the Palais Mermonia has the ability to protect our citizens?
No, I mean, yes, of course they do. Please ask away.
I could do that. But I'd rather you just tell the whole story, from the beginning.
I suppose I only have myself to blame. Such a rare antique, I couldn't resist. I'm a collector of antiques. Nothing excites me more than rare, old relics, and to be completely honest, if someone's selling, I'm buying. I don't care to ask where they sourced their goods. As for the seller of this particular item, well, I've never met him in person. We've had some prior dealings, but always under the cover of coded ads in some shady tabloids. Lost and found notices, missing person ads, that sort of thing. As long as I took care to hide a time and place somewhere within the text, then slipped some mora into the envelope before submitting the ad, it would get published. And that was that. No fuss, no trace. Simple, right? Normally, everything goes off without a hitch. But this time, I arrive at the pickup spot expecting a discreet in and out, and instead, I find a whole construction crew at work. That was not what we'd agreed. But I couldn't just let it go, so I reached out to him again the same way as usual. He replied, and do you know what he said? He told me that the item's now in the Palais Mermonia.
Well, he wasn't lying about that.
He insisted that it would be inconvenient for him to make an appearance himself, but said that if I could somehow find a way to retrieve it from the Palais, he'd give me a discount on the price. Of course it wasn't the discount that swung it. Do I look like I'm strapped for cash?
Feeling smug now, are we?
Feeling smug now, are we?
No, please go easy on me.
Go on.
Where was I? Well, anyway, I thought to myself, seeing as the item itself came from Natlan, it would make more sense if I could find someone from there to go retrieve it. And by a stroke of complete and utter coincidence, I just so happened to see these two young folks wandering around, so I'm so very sorry. I underestimated the pair of you.
I need you to clear something up for me. You haven't paid the seller yet, correct? And yet he told you to collect the item from the Palais Mermonia. Was he not worried that you just split afterwards?
Well, to be honest, though I can't claim to know him very well, he, on the other hand, seems to know my name and where I live. Besides, this is a guy who managed to get his hands on an ancient Natlanese weapon. That's probably not the kind of person I want to double-cross.
Fair. That makes sense. So, Mr...
Please, just call me Argento.
All right, Mr. Argento. Listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. It will determine how much of the rest of your life you'll be spending beneath the waves.
What does he mean? Is he gonna drown him just like they do in those gangster films? Oh, I get it. He's talking about that place at the bottom of the Fontanian Sea.
Shh, can it?
Owing to your suspected involvement in the illicit trade of Natlanese relics, you're now one of the suspects in an international smuggling case. A trip to the Opera Epicles seems unavoidable at this stage, but on the bright side, you still have one chance to make things right.
Okay. Do I really? Please tell me what to do.
It's very simple. Just reach out to your seller in the same way as usual, arrange to meet, bring the money, and make the deal. Just be sure to let me know all the details. I'm talking time, place, the whole... If we can catch the other party by doing this, you'll have gone some way toward redeeming yourself. Understand?
Oh, I see. I understand. You shall have my full and unadulterated cooperation.
Good. Don't break the law, and don't even think about making a run for it. The Palais Mermonia will be watching you and ensuring your safety. All right, take the box, but leave your ID and other documents behind. You can go now. As for you two, protocol dictates that I should take you both back to the Palais and have you sign a confidentiality agreement. But that would take a lot of time and effort.
Such a hassle, bro!
See? Mr. Kukuku knows exactly where I'm coming from. So, I was thinking, since you're all friends of the Traveler...
I understand, sir. We got dragged into this by accident, and it has diddly squat to do with us. And out of respect for the Traveler, we won't say another word.
Oh, I know this part. We better keep our mouths shut or we'll both be sleeping with the fishes in the tailor-made pair of cement shoes. In that case, I understand completely.
Not exactly what I was going for, but if that's how you want to understand it, then be my guest. Then it's settled. Thanks for your help. Boy, am I glad that's over. That's enough work for one day. Time to head back.
Judging by your expression, it must be good news, huh?
It went smoothly, on the whole.
So basically, we hold off until Argento and the other party have set up the next stage of the transaction. Then we plan our next move.
Patience will be key.
I get that. It's like hunting. I'm just not sure the other party will take the bait so easily.
Well, if he didn't need the money, or if he valued self-preservation over making a profit, he could have walked away as soon as the contraband was brought to the Palais Mermonia. On top of that, although he hasn't shown his face yet, he seems to have no followers or accomplices, and he's relying on an extremely limited set of options to push the deal along. So, if you ask me, he seems like someone who cares a lot about his image and has a somewhat high opinion of himself, but lacks any real ability. I almost get the feeling that if he misses out on this opportunity, he won't have any other way of making money. His every move is like a spin of the roulette wheel, hoping that the ball will land exactly where he wants it to. Or, I don't know. Maybe he'll cut his losses and vanish into thin air, and our efforts will have been in vain. At least Natlan will get the stolen relic back, so it won't have been for nothing.
In that case, let's hope his arrogance stays in play.
Everyone, I have just briefed the Marechaussee Phantom on the situation. As soon as there are any further developments, we will act without delay. When that time comes, we will be relying on your help.
We'll be waiting for the good news.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Strike a pose! Get to work! A little amuse-bouche! Fulfill our pact!
Settle down.
The pinnacle of excellence! Yeah!
Silence!
Adaptive Get to work!
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
Fulfill our path! Off to the freezer!
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
Shower me with praise! A little amuse-bouche! Goose on the loose! Sha! Huh! Adaptive frosting! Strike a pose! Pinnacle of excellence!
Settle down.
Off to the freezer! Goose on the loose!
Silence!
Show no mercy! Strike a pose!
Settle down.
You cannot run.
You stand condemned!
No escape! No escape! Leaving so soon?
Ready to do my utmost. Nowhere to run!
You cannot run. Leaving so soon? An eye for an eye. Leaving so soon? You can't run from death.
Surrender! It's rather light. This is long overdue. Your penance is due! Burst forth!
Don't blink!
An eye for an eye!
Speed of light! Speed of light!
What you owe must one day be paid.
Stand clear! Stand clear! Right idea from time. Absorption test.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Jumpy Dumpty go! My research has failed.
Nowhere to run!
It was an accident.
Congratulations on...
The neighborhood has the most prosperous commercial part in all of tobacco.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
And a radish veggie soup.
Live from MPO Arena, Jakarta, MPO Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official
この俺が怖いか？逃がしはしない。なぜ逃げる？俺と戦え。礼を言う。
Light me up and watch the world!
Di pojok kiri sana ada Granger dari Erlan. Sang Seng Song. Aaron, apa yang kamu pikirkan di sini? Ngadu bareng Erlan.
Adu mekanik aja.
Di situ adu mekanik, mencoba untuk dalam perhitunganmu di kepalamu itu akan menang.
Harusnya menang kalau misalnya dia kena mental, tapi mental dia bagus.
Mental dari Erlan. Oke, kalau dari Erlan sendiri, ingat nggak momen kamu nge-solo kill Aaron Siki? Berkesan nggak sih nge-solo kill dia?
Berkesan sih Bude.
Gimana tuh cara Erlan untuk bisa nge-solo kill Aaron? Susah nggak sih?
Susah banget.
Susah banget. Tapi
bohong deh Bude.
momen tadi itu dari Erlan, kalau kamu ingat gimana caramu bisa nge-solo kill dia? Emang kalau dari perhitunganmu dari awal memang bisa menang makanya kamu stay dan adu aja ya mekaniknya, tapi atau gimana?
Gara-gara darah aku masih full aja sih Bude, makanya aku bayawanin dia. Dia nantang kan, ya udah kita lawan.
Ya udah kita lawan. Tapi dari awal kamu udah tahu, ini aku akan menang.
Udah.
Itu, jadi nge-solo kill Aaron pengen lagi nggak?
Pengen sih.
Pengen ya?
Iya.
Kalau Aaron kamu kepengen balas dendam gak sih dengan tersolo kill itu harga diri seorang Aaron Siki kena gak sih?
Enggak Bude.
Enggak?
Tapi pengen balas.
Pengen balas apa?
Pengen balas solo kill lah.
Pengen balas solo kill.
Sama menang kemarin leg 1 kalah soalnya kan.
Nah itu dia. Dari pelajaran kekalahan leg pertama, apa yang kamu sudah baca mungkin dari EVOS?
Banyak sih yang kita pelajari dari EVOS, cuman nggak mungkin aku kasih tahu sekarang kan.
Nanti akan di Land of Dawn langsung?
Ya.
Mau dibuktiin langsung?
Mau banget.
Mau banget. Tapi kalau kamu melihat Erlan itu, mungkin kan kalian ketemunya bener-bener week awal banget kan. Week 1 pertemuan dengan EVOS. Kita sudah minggu yang ke-7. Kamu ngelihat Erlan itu sosok yang seperti apa sih?
Menurut aku Erlan ya jago sih Bude. Dari yang awal aku bilang kan, masih top MM lah buat sekarang. Cuma mungkin kemarin emang kemasukan Kelra aja.
Kerasukan ya malah ya?
Iya, jadi nggak apa-apa. Bad play wajar Bude. Tapi dia masih jago kok.
Erlan jago. Erlan yang jago ini, seorang Erlan yang jago bagaimana melihat Aaron?
Jago banget malah menurut aku Bude.
Bentar, waktu sekarang, kemarin atau dari week 1?
Setiap harinya.
Setiap harinya dari Aaron. Oke, kalau ngelihat dari week 1 kamu bisa nge-solo kill Aaron, week 7 ini bakal jadi tantangan gak sih kalau kamu berhadapan lagi dengan Aaron?
Jadi sih.
Bisa jadi?
Bisa jadi. Ya, sangat menantang.
Sangat menantang. Tapi banyak yang penasaran juga bagaimana dari kedua tim ini, kedua player ini akan bertemu. Apa harapan dari Erlan nanti kalau ketemu Aaron?
Dia mainnya kocak biar aku menang.
Bang, kocak ya Bang ya?
Tiap hari.
Setiap hari.
Ya. Kalau dia mata-mata haters.
Oke. Tapi kalau dari Aaron sendiri, yang kocak ini, bagaimana harapanmu terhadap Erlan untuk match ini nih?
Nggak ada sih Bude, good luck Evan aja kalau itu. Nggak ada harapan kayak gimana-gimana soalnya.
Kenapa nggak berharap apapun?
Ya karena menurut aku dia ya udah jago nggak noob, jadi kayak ya udah kita main aja.
Oke, ada 2 gold laner juga di sisi EVOS dan juga di sisi TLID.
Ya.
Kamu, leg kedua ini ngarepinnya Erlan atau Brans?
Aku nggak main Bude.
Ya udah deh, misalnya kamu main.
Erlan.
Kenapa?
Karena kita di interview sekarang.
Bagus jawabannya. Erlan, pertanyaan yang sama nih. Kalau di sisi dari TLID, mereka punya 2 gold laners juga. Ada Aaron dan juga ada Kyo. Pengen lawan siapa? Jika bermain.
Aaron.
Kenapa?
Interview juga sama aku.
Yeay! Kalau gitu karena mereka berdua udah sama-sama di interview, sekarang saatnya kalian tos. Yay! 2 gold laner udah tos. Ada yang mau disampaikan?
Buat EVOS, good luck Evan aja sama kasih game yang terbaik hari ini. Sama.
Dan idem aja, singkat padat jelas dari keduanya, good luck, have fun. Dan kita kasih tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk kedua player ini. Terima kasih. Mau langsung duduk boleh, Ron, jangan. Tapi kita ngelihat keduanya memang sepertinya sudah sahabat dari Land of Dawn. Mereka memang gontok-gontokan. Tapi kalau kita lihat bagaimana semuanya ingin berkembang bersama, betapa kita ikut bahagia juga melihat perkembangan, melihat persahabatan, dan khususnya semangat dari kedua tim ini. Posisi 6 dan posisi 7. Mereka harus bisa keluar dari zona yang kurang nyaman. Dan karena dari segi match point masih begitu dekat, apapun bisa terjadi. Siapapun bisa masuk ke babak playoff. 5 tiket tersisa. Dan Bude juga mau ngingatin sekali lagi bahwa ini benar-benar berharga. Tiap matchnya berarti. Dan juga karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day, dan partner in esports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Tak lupa advertiser kita ada Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawkband bersama dengan supplier RSV Helmet. Semuanya sudah nggak sabar tentunya untuk menyaksikan bagaimana minggu ke-7 akan berakhir. Karena satu kemenangan bisa mengubah klasemen sementara. Dan siapakah yang akan bisa memenangkannya? Akankah ada pembalasan dendam? Akankah ada solo kill terjadi? Mari kita sambut bersama match penutupan di minggu ke-7. Inilah dia, tim Liquid ID dan juga EVOS.
The Battle of the Bijus. Derby Animale right here in MPL ID Season 15. It is EVOS against Team Liquid ID. The White Tigers against the Cavalry. Still with me, Realize, Mirko, and Arashi. And how do you feel towards the third match today?
Man, it's going to be a stellar match. Again, Battle of the Blues, Battle of the 2 animals, the Cavalry up against, the Horse up against the Tiger. Rawr. Looking at the stats, I would say that it should be a Liquid victory here.
Hey.
But after seeing that interview, Erlan seems very confident.
He is.
Now, is that a good thing or a bad thing, though?
Well, Erlan being confident?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good thing.
Because sometimes it's great, but if he gets overconfident, we've seen where that can lead him. So there's that to consider about. If you look at both teams, though, I do agree. It feels like EVOS is a bit on a downward spiral, and Liquid are kind of like on an uphill climb. So it's kind of they're kind of intersecting on the way to each other's destination. Yeah, I gotta say, I think Liquid is looking a bit more reliable right now.
But being down in the dumps is something that is adjacent with EVOS. EVOS has been in the same position. Season 13, they went 4 weeks without a single win.
That's true.
Number 9. And who would have thought they made it to the grand finals in the playoffs? MSC was in their cards, and you know, this is not the first time they've been in the same situation. However, the players have shifted. It's not the you know, the previous core with Clockun, with Annabelle, and the other players. At least they have Jabran now, Brands, but we never know. I mean, Erlan so far has been leading the charge in that gold lane.
Yeah, it's been different lineups again and again here for EVOS, and I think we've seen the trend in MPL Indonesia. The teams who are still cycling through their rosters are usually the teams in the bottom. BTR, well, now they're top 3, so that doesn't even count anymore. But EVOS, Na'Vi, Dewa, they're all down 7th, 8th, and 9th place respectively, and all of them seem to just struggle picking up which one of their players are in the main lineup.
Yeah, they're struggling, but for TLID, they have to revenge their defeat against EVOS in the first leg. How can they do that? A, screening Reggie's movement. B, force EVOS to pick assassins. Or C, pressure Albert's jungle. I think B is actually not really a solution because, hey, Albert is, like, assassins is his forte.
That's an interesting one because immediately we saw that and we're like, wait, get Albert on the assassins? Hell yeah. He usually shines the most.
Yeah.
I feel like the last one makes a bit more sense, can pressure the jungle. We've seen teams do that before, depending on the drafting phase. They can get pressure in the lane and they can get into the jungle. Sometimes that slight level lead or gold lead is enough to actually get that jungler to fall behind. If you can extend it even more and go for some of the buff steals, that's always a reliable way to start guaranteeing that your jungler is always ahead. You can guarantee the 50-50s in the neutral objective. So, yeah, especially with right now with the Suyo no longer being as prio, then the Soul Silver isn't a constant in the jungling retribution battles.
And of course, behind us,
we have a call.
We have a call in the Indonesian stream right there with Hyde O'Brien.
Hyde O'Brien. Mas Ade, invited by MPL. Unfortunately, we won't get to hear him here on the unless you guys want to. They're just talking about stuff.
I don't know if you guys understand.
Yeah.
Mirko, translate for them.
Well, he's just saying hi and saying they're just greeting each other right now. But I think one of the questions for sure that Mr. Man, Ranger Mass, KB, and Lim Coach will be asking Ade would be, what's going on with the team? You used to be part of this team, M1, world champions. What do they need to do to get back to at least, not even like winning state, just playoff state?
Yeah. Because playoffs is something that they really eye on. I mean, this team had its honeymoon phase. They were able to beat Team Liquid ID in the first leg. They were looking very sharp. And one time they were top 3 in the regular standings. I think it was week 2, week 3. And then from there on, it went down on a slump. I feel like Albert, again, very shaky in the jungle. Key, it feels like he's not synchronizing well with the whole team. And again, he's interchanging Natko with Reggie up top, or even Jabran or Brands with Erlan in the gold lane. So, you know, they need to finalize the lineup because, again, consistency is going to be key for EVOS if they want to be able to get their tickets to the playoffs because, of course, the EVOS fans, they want to have that place in the playoffs.
Definitely the case here, but if you look at the asset next, from struggle to the top, people's champion story returns. This is exactly what you're talking about earlier, Realize. The potential for EVOS to go on another Cinderella story, you know, anime, movie type of run from all the way in the bottom, all the way to the playoffs. With how those teams are performing right now, though, I feel like it's a massively tall order for EVOS to finally get something like this going. If they do want to go, I do agree with your point there, they have to try and decide who they want to start building with. Because it seems like they are issues, small issues in the beginning, but they were still able to actually get ahead even with those issues. Now you add the changing of rosters again and again into that issue, and you have a recipe for quite a little bit of chaos.
Yeah. Aside from the rosters, though, Mirko, in their perspective, what is happening with EVOS right now?
I think they've lost all the synchronization, all the chemistry, all the coordination that they had in the first few weeks. Going through rosters like the way that EVOS have been doing is weird. Again, when we saw the EVOS lineup, a lot of people seem to bring this up a lot without knowing the context. Yes, they were able to get that miracle run with a new lineup, but that was the lineup that they promoted up for them. All played together in MDL for the longest time. They played with each other even before that. Previous EVO season was with that lineup. So Here, it's completely different, where we see different components to the lineup shifting back and forth. Natco was the mid laner, XP was Reggie, and Erlan was gold. Natco got swapped up for Suelo, Reggie got swapped up for Natco, Erlan got swapped out with Brands. You're not changing the full lineup. You're not changing at least the trio mid. The trio mid itself is changing, the XP is changing, and the gold. There is nothing that stays the same. What's the stability here for EVOs? They've been rotating too much of their roster. If they wanted to, they have to go with a team that's already kind of built that chemistry, which they had at the start. Changing too many things. I think I'll accept the Suelo change. That's about it.
Yeah,
the Reggie
Suelo.
change, well, he did get married, so they kind of had to agree to that. But this is the outcome that we're going to see right now. And the fact that they're still choosing between Brands and Erlan, I really hope they don't. I really hope they just stick to one. Again, if it's Brands, it's Brands. If it's Erlan, it's Erlan. But stick to one, god damn it. We're in week 7. There's no more time for experimentation. There's no more time to see who's better. You got to decide.
By the way, if EVOS loses here, their chances for a playoff run is going to be down to a thin air. Like, they have to rely on other teams' results up top. So obviously, you don't want to have someone else decide your fate. You want to decide your fate by your own. So EVOS, of course, 4-game losing streak. They want to end it now. But enough for EVOS. Team Liquid ID. Again, critics towards Ironshiki saying it's not been the same. But lately, I feel like it's been a better version of himself. I mean, Team Liquid ID, they are able to clench on a momentum, a 2-game streak right now. What do you think is the main contributing factor to Team Liquid ID's resurgence lately?
I mean, they just individually started really performing better. Again, a big critique that people had was that where was the individual flair? That's a big thing about Team Liquid ID. They work well as a team, but individually, there's always that moment where you're like, dang, that guy just made a play. Oh, that's the play. You know, that guy made his own outplay, you know, aside from the whole team outplay. But you haven't really been seeing that. Now you're seeing more of that. So I don't know if that's a confidence issue. I don't know if that's a communication issue. Whatever it is, they just seem to be more in the game now. Like, they're at least closer to their prime MPL winning selves. And I think that's a big deal here, especially with all the other teams and the level of competition in general rising, right? You're seeing that same similar effect popping up here and there from even rookies. For example, Make-Kids from GeekFam, right? These players are no longer that concerned about making individual outplays mechanically, right? So if Team Liquid ID want to really assert their dominance again, they're going to need the team outplay, but also the individual outplay even more than now.
I'd argue that TLID and EVOS are basically in the same boat, because TLID themselves are indecisive. Are they going to play Kyo? Are they going to play Ironshiki? So for now, it feels like, you know, there's still a debate between those two gold laners. But it feels like Kyo, when given the chance, he delivers very well. Ironshiki, we expect the best out of him, because he was in this lineup that won MPLID Season 14. He was lineup that played in the Grand Finals of M5, or M6, I'm sorry. So, yeah, these things do happen, and Ironshiki slowly but surely is getting to his best, but Kyo is a real contender.
Hey, even when Kyo was playing for TLID, I have stuck to my opinion that Aaron is the better gold lane. Like, Kyo is very defensive, he's a safe kind of player, and they needed that for a time, but now, if they're really looking for the title, I think they gotta go with Aaron. I think they figured that out as well. Week 6, they started playing Ironshiki. He started going full spicy mode again. Don't know what clicked inside of him, but we're seeing the old Aaron back. We saw him beat BTR as well. Let's see with the world, by the way. I'm a big fan of Aaron. The way he plays, the way he talks, mainly the way he talks. I want to see Aaron. I think we all know right now that Aaron is better than Kyo.
He walks his talks. By the way, did we just hear Ade Setiawan voting for Liquid?
Wow, because
I don't know,
boys,
if I misheard, but
if they lose here, their next match is up against Onyx EVOS. So not some. Oh man, Onyx are looking good. They're looking better than good. They're looking great.
Better than great?
Great. Greater than ever. They're looking greater than
ever. Hey.
Yeah, it is a steep hill, or a tall hill to climb for EVOS, obviously. But now, take a look at the audience topic voting. What does TLID need to do to revenge their defeat against EVOS, the first leg? A. Screening Reggie's movement. B. Force EVOS to pick Assassin. Or C. Pressure Albert's jungle. 50% of the votes goes to C. So obviously, you know, even the Cavalries at home, they know that Albert can be deadly with the Assassin.
Yeah, and they know that Team Liquid ID, they have a real chance to pressure. I mean, with Witty kind of getting better in shape, having that aggression, even more. You have to remember, this is a guy that played the Khalids and all that. You know, he is fully capable of playing those aggressive style roamers. So if the whole game plan is literally, hey, Albert's a problem, shut him down. Team Liquid ID, in theory, have all the tools necessary to gain that mid dominance, to gain the trio mid rotational advantage. And if they get a good draft that's allowing them to be that aggressive, especially in the early levels, Albert's in for a huge problem.
Yeah, Albert, obviously the talk of town as of now. And yeah, like realizing that EVOS has 2 more tough matches to go. Today against TL, ID, next week against Onyx. It is going to be a tall climb, a tall ordeal for them. For TLID, it's also about maintaining momentum because as of now, they are in the middle, you know, the middle zone of the regular standings, of the regular season standings. So they need this win as much as EVOS do.
They do. So it comes down to that right now. For TLID, they're also our Indo reps, so a bit more pressure if you guys think about it.
Yeah.
Congrats. The official SEA Games that'll be in Thailand. So again, very, very good luck to our representatives.
Good luck for our Indo representatives, but of course, to represent the blue and white, the White Tigers, EVOS, Reggie, Albert, Sway Low. Oh! It's Brands with Key alongside him.
Juking everyone there with Erlan showing up for the interview. It's Brands back in the picture.
King Jabran will be the one deployed today. Which side will we see of this coin? Mr. Bombastic, or will it be Fantastic? Ladies and gentlemen, fighting for playoffs, fighting to get out of the red zone, it's EVOS!
Kilian Ambranspe is in the arena right now, and obviously, sometimes it feels like flipping a coin when you see this guy on your screen.
It really has, you know, a very stark contrast between his best performances and his worst. But right now, coming up against them today, oh, it is indeed going to be Aaron. It's the good old Team Liquid lineup.
So no Erlan versus Aaron Shiki matchup.
Nope, but we will see this. How poetic, ladies and gentlemen. Who better than the Young Stallions again? They were able to wipe the chance to playoffs for EVOS just last season. Can they do it again? Welcome to the stage, the defending champions of Indonesia, Team Liquid ID.
The cavalry is here taking charge on to this dying night for EVOS. It is a dying night for TLID. It is a night of resurgence for them to climb up the rankings, to climb up the standings. And of course, the brains behind this operation, Coach Caleb with Avila and SDL with Facehugger. Can I hug your face?
Hug your face? Well, the ever so insightful Avil here, very aware about what his team requires. We've seen some of the insight come through in the interviews after and before the game. At the same time, though, saying to Lucas, this is a coach that has the respect of a lot of different players and coaches as well. He's shown to have that flexible drafting phase of his own. And again, with a team like Team Liquid ID, with this roster, there's so many things you can do in the drafting phase. So Avil has to be very careful here. He needs to be ready for all the curveballs that Team Liquid ID has prepared for them.
Yep. Obviously, EVOS, their drafts has been, yeah, it's a mix of everything. TLID, a lot of critics have been thrown onto their drafts as well, but so far, looks like they're preparing for their best battle of the gold laner, Jonin versus Chunin. So
interesting.
I think the Jonin here is supposed to be Brands, isn't it?
No, it is Aaron. Aaron has made it to the playoffs. Aaron has made it to a grand final of a world championship. It's Brands who finds himself, even though he is the veteran, outclassed.
Age is just a number, they say. And as for the statistics, yeah, not too shabby for both goal laners, but Oh, obviously, Aaron Shiki does have the upper hand here. If we're talking about what he has been through for the last couple of years, and the TLID, it's all about banking on Aaron Shiki to perform as well.
He certainly looks amped right there. Eager to really start this game going. Get those aggressive picks, go for the outplays. He is still, for now, the not-so-spicy gold laner. The stats hasn't really been kind to him, but again, he's also been trading places with Kyo. And we do believe that when the going gets tough, this guy has the experience, this guy has an aggressive mindset to win out the lane. And in fact, against Brands of all people, I feel like this is a matchup that a lot of people would really favor Aaron in. We all know that Brands is liable to make some mistakes in the laning phase. That's always been a way that some players haven't been able to take advantage of his tendencies.
Yep, and Brands, of course, his stats not too shiny as well because he has just been reinstated to the EVOS lineup in MPLID Season 15. He was one of the game changers back when EVOS made it to MSC. But for now, he has to fight his spot back. The keys to victory, though, for TLID, Hirashi.
By the Samsung Galaxy S25 series here, punish Suelo's predictable movement. Predictable in the sense that he's always aggressive, so he's going to be looking to make plays happen. Punish that for sure if you're prepared for it, and give the Harith and focusing more on limiting Brands' marksman heroes. We haven't seen Brands really deliver on the Harith pick. He's always been known as the king of the marksman. Marksman is where he shines. So if they want to really give Brands that pick, force him out of his comfort zone just because it's meta, they could use that to kind of trap EVOs in a bad situation. For EVOs, step out of their comfort zone. Kimi could secure a safer game for EVOs. And not being overhyped doesn't mean oversafe. They have to find that delicate balance here of wanting to be that aggressive style, wanting to use that assassin in the jungle, that pick-off hero in the hands of El Momento Key, but also understanding when to actually pump the brakes and wait for the right moment to really get a decisive end to the games.
Yeah, the aggressiveness has been toned down for EVOS, but for EVOS, they have the first pick and they will pick up second pick. So 40% win rate. What does this say?
They actually will pick first pick. Away team first pick. So it's like, Liquid went for second. Which is interesting. As a home team, usually we see teams go for blue more. But Liquid have been finding more success on red, technically. They've been reactive in the drafts.
Their reactions onto the draft, like you said, has been very, very sublime. For EVOS, though, Albert particularly, I haven't seen much of his killer instinct so far. In the last few weeks he has been playing. Yesterday, the loss in that classical derby was indeed a punch to the face. Do you think he can recover from that loss?
I mean, it's definitely possible, but that's where the question lies, right? After such a devastating loss up against another rival in the league so far. Let's see how it plays out, man. This is the drafting phase for game number 1, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Yep, Harith banned out. They don't want to pick it up themselves. They don't want it in the hands of Aaron Shiki as well. So take it out to Matilda as well. The Granger and the Luoyi now banned out by TLID. Last two bans will probably go to the Assassins. It is a possibility because both players, respectively for EVOS and TLID in the jungle area, are one of the best Assassin players we could have in MPLID.
Yeah. So far, Key actually has 100% win rate on the chip, so I wonder if TLID will take the chip away. They've already picked up the Luoyi and the Granger EVOS. Last ban will be... Wow! So many bans onto Aaron Shiki. And look at the second one. It's a Harith. This is a big point of criticism, I would say, for EVOS, and especially EVOS when they play with Brands. Brands hasn't really been able to play that well on anything that's not a marksman.
Who said there are no shortcuts in
Chip,
life?
take it out. Obviously, out of respect.
Wait. There's no way they leave Fanny open against Fabian. They gotta first pick it.
Albert's Fanny, though. How do you think it fares against Fabian?
I think Fabian still is a cut above the rest, but Albert is definitely relevant on that Fanny, so immediately it gets picked up. We're gonna see another Fanny game today for Team Liquid ID. What is the reason that they are willing to let go of that Chin and the Fanny, sorry. The Kimi and the Kalea. Good flex right here, technically for both these picks.
Fanny picked up by EVOS. It's a Kalea and Kimi. So obviously a safer approach to the game. Go for the Kimi to scale and the Kalea with the point-and-click CC to have the fights going, to bail your team from a skirmish. And for EVOS, they have options in the mid lane. The Juicin is available for Suelo if he wants it to. Or maybe the Marksman before it gets banned out, because again, like you said, Bronze has been struggling in terms of the, the hero pool he has in the Marksman in the gold lane.
I think a fighter along with the Marksman will be a great idea here. Something that can still be flexed around, just to be a bit more elusive. Gonna be a Gato Kacha and a Bruno.
Bruno?
Interesting. More chunk damage
against the Kimi.
Yeah. Gato Kacha does better against physical, but against the Kimi here, EVOS has selected this Gatot. Again, there is flex potential, but most likely it won't really go on in the roam position. I think we've seen Key perform with this Gatot. Doesn't really seem to be his style, right? It's more of a counter engager. It's not really as proactive in the early game. With the Bruno though, I'm interested to see like what the idea is behind that. If they feel like the Kimi is going to the gold lane, is that it? They want a strong Bruno to deal with the Kimi? Oh boy, with the Suyo selected here for Team Liquid ID, I gotta say, man, I think Team Liquid ID's draft is a bit more confusing, and it's also a bit more flexible and even more efficient, effective now in the current meta.
The power couple, we got Sasuke and... Whoa! Our captain, EVOS! Captain Psychots is in the building watching EVOS from the stands. Well, I'm trying to read what he's saying, but I can't, unfortunately. I'm very sorry, folks. Yep. Yeah, back to it. Power couple, Sasuke and Sakura together in the same team. Bans for Liquid. Ages, both have picked it up. They've been listening to a lot of KB.
Yep. Kimi is obviously, you have defensive measures against the Kimi if you pick up the Lolita, so maybe TLID is trying to hinder that from happening. For EVOS, 2 bans left of Beatrix taken out. They're shutting down Aaron Shika's picks. Like the Herod, the Moskov is gone, Beatrix gone as well, Granger's not available, so it's getting hard.
Well, back then, the Aaron, one of the things that made him so difficult to kind of deal with is the fact that he was able to play a variety of different gold laners. Remember the Alice gold lane, the Ruby gold lanes. Why not a Kimi gold lane? I think it's still very much within his potential here to go for it. And the fact that Team Liquid ID are willing to expand a ban here just to ensure that the Kimi has that much better of a game, I feel like it makes sense if that pick goes to Aaron Shiki. So EVOS, is this an oversight? Are they predicting too much right now? Banning more gold leaders? Because they have to try and make sure that the Fanny for Albert has room to play as well. There's still picks like the Badang that can really be a big issue, a big problem, a big hurdle for the Fanny to get over.
Yeah, the Fanny needs protection, and a Badang ban here would make sense if EVOS wants to take that route. Meanwhile for, EVOS, they ban out the Badang, TLID now left scratching their heads on what could possibly deal with this Fanny. Options. Phobius picked up by TLID.
They're looking to play for the first neutral objective, try to snowball out of control and then steal purple number 3, probably in the game. So for EVOS, they got to get some really good mid laner or mid lane prio. But what is it going to be? Farsa?
I mean, especially against the Kimi, it's really a lot easier said than done. They need someone with good wave clear, but also good brawling potential in the early game. Something like Aloy comes to mind, but unfortunately not available right now. It's banned by Team Liquid ID. Something like the Valen, maybe?
Valen.
But no good ultimates either. Doesn't sound right.
Wow, maybe the only Tsunami Slam. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And Glue.
I thought they would just go for the Zas, knowing how much dive there is, but I don't know. Suelo on the Eve hasn't been too good. And there's still a chance they go Faramis, by the way. I guess that's why. They go Yeve in case Faramis comes out. So, okay, I see it. I understand it now.
I see. Well, again, they really want to go with the Faramis here. Even with the Yeve, I don't know if they're planning on snowballing, right? Making sure that there's no frontliner for Evos is still a bit more valuable than, you know, the chances of being caught in the real world manipulation. I feel like that's a risk that Team Liquid ID can take if they really want to. Won't be fatal for them. But in 3 seconds, we're going to see the reveal here. Is it going to be a Kimi gold lane, Kimi mid?
Barca. Yep. Kimi gold. Kimi against the Bruno.
A day full of throwbacks, man. Once again, we're seeing this long-forgotten style. The long-range artillery in the mid lane. This used to be the thing, right?
Yep.
Pharsa for Yeve, Yeve for Pharsa.
So, they have a Yeve to deal with the Suyo, but the rest of them... Well, I guess Gatakata does magic too and glue.
Yep.
All right, then.
Well, we'll have to see. Let's take a look at the picks in the draft index. More slightly leaning towards EVOS as of now, but we'll have to see in Atlanta Dawn as we will close out week number 7 with this match. A match full of fate-deciding turnarounds. It is EVOS versus TLID, game number 1.
Will EVOS end week 7 at 7th place? That's the big question here. Albert on a Fanny.
A very dangerous hero in the right hands. Albert definitely has style, has flair, has aggression. He's gonna be required to dodge around all his crowd control tools if he wants to get his hands onto that backline artillery. If he wants to get to Yehezkiel and get him out of the game. On the other hand, for Fabian, on the Suyo, not gonna be as straightforward of a path for him to get to Suelo. Look at this gold lane, man. Whoa, Aaron is just hosing Brands down.
Yeah. What is a ball to a laser blazing gun?
Yep, not much. That's what it is.
Oh, I think Suelo just stole that lethal, by the way. Void Blast, definitely a great tool in the early game. Whoa, Albert.
Great cancel from Witty there to peel for Yehezkiel, but it's still going to be a flicker used by Yehezkiel. Aaron will play it safe now. See Fanny starting to get online on the cables.
That's a flicker though, expended by Witty. So at least, you know, EVOS has that information on towards the objective take later on. Albert, level 4 already onto himself. TLID, at least they have a peeling tool to stop this Fanny from just cabling around, and Witty.
Technically a peeling tool, but if Witty is going to be forced to just play defense again and again, that's a huge tool taken away from their aggressive arsenal. That means that when it comes down to a dance, Aran is going to be the main engage tool. Now he can do so, but in general, against a team that can adapt, you don't want to have predictable moves in your game plan. So if you're going to rely only on the Phobius for engage tools, I feel like that's a bit too predictable. They gotta alternate it. They gotta plan exactly for every single fight. Is it the Phobius' turn or is it the Kalea's turn to really shut down the Fanny or go for a pick?
Reggie will have to pop the spread. Witty is very close to level 4. Key already level 4. So advantage for EVOS. Aran getting the Inferno Pursuit double time. Reggie caught in the bad spot again. Aran will continue the push. Key walks up and it will be free for Fabian. Witty with the knock. That's it, just a turtle.
Not even close. TLID. Regardless of what happened to Witty burning his spells, they have an easy streak. Take the turtle. And EVOS now left behind. And these two gold laners are just gonna be left on an island up top.
For now at least, and a couple more items. Oh, Aran.
With the red tree too. Whoa, Aran's doing a lot of damage, actually forcing Albert back. But he does have to burn the flicker.
Oh boy.
Of course, time predictions by the new application GoPay. Again, a lot of votes for TLID, but wait a minute.
Tsunami Slam, everything thrown at him. Witty takes the kill with a concussive blast and a few shots, a few punches.
You're seeing again why EVOs aren't really willing to go for the fight right there. The Phobius in the early game, so dangerous. And of course with Witty, oh, Aaron Shiki!
Oh! Cut down by Albert with the cutthroat.
Just like that. He made it look simple. Wow. Dude, everyone did not know what hit him. I was saying that Team Liquid ID, they have all this danger. They have the Kalia. They can also do a lot of damage and heal at the same time. But if Evos make the plays there, when Team Liquid ID are not grouped up together, doesn't matter. And Albert has shown that he has what it takes to take Aaron Shiki out before he can even react.
Yeah, at least the burst potential is there. Especially when we talk about a Kimmy. Sure, it can kite. It can poke you in the back. But mobility, when faced against this Fanny, that Kimmy.
Bottom side of the map, Key already charging the taunt. We'll be able to find Fabian. Swaylo just with the Void Blast. Aran trying to go for it. Witty. Tsunami Slam not going to be used just yet. There does a Purify out, but the RWM will be used just to give Fabian a kill. Blade Surge locking him down. Aran able to get Albert caught in that shoulder bash. It's a double for Fabian. It's going to be a triple for Fabian. Now only Reggie left to deal with the Usurper. He won't get his Maniac. But it's Yehezkiel on the board.
Again, the lone stallion running rampant and just charging towards the White Tigers. Albert going in again.
Whoa, uh-oh, able to get the shutdown. Well played to Albert.
Immediate confidence right there. Immediate dive in to try and get Fabian, punishing him for the aggression, punishing him for trying to steal away the orange buff. That was dangerous though. If Team Liquid ID were prepared for it, they could have really punished Albert. So seeing moments like that, maybe Team Liquid ID can kind of predict and start planning on how to deal with Albert. Because they know he's coming in headstrong.
It feels like, as of now, EVOS don't have enough damage to fight TLID unless they have Albert with their side, in their side. And for now, Albert will be the main player to just cut down through TLID's defenses in the backline. And a glowing one ready for Swaylo. Just try to have that anti-regen.
Tsunami Slam, AOG, has able to flicker out, finding the further airstrikes while he does so. Witty able to go back now. Cables! Albert in the back, Witty still able to sustain, but will be cut down. Aran gets 2 on the board for the CC, but he will fall. 2 for 1 in favor of the Tigers.
2 for 1 there. Team Liquid ID, they try to go for the aggression, but Evos has the better amount of damage. Ooh, Albert taking a lot of damage there too. That's gonna be the mid turret forced away by Evos, but Team Liquid ID doing a great job trading. We know that Fabian, at least back then in the prime Team Liquid ID days, this is what he's really good at. He can get those kills. They can also translate immediately the time spent into an objective, into a steal, and the likes of it. But without the mid turret now, Team Liquid ID are running out of safe zones to run away from Albert.
Let's see. This turtle already contested. Aran's gonna be the one holding it in, but they are... Oh! Witty actually able to dodge away from that. Very close to a hit.
Yep, still a dance for EVOS. They don't want to rush this. And so far, Albert will be the one to recall. TLID will pounce forward slowly. They have all 5 members here, so the damage is in their pockets. EVOS will try to clear mid-side. You know, Fabian will always have that tool to just slip into the turtle and maybe steal it, you know, with the Soul Sever as well. Key with the Athena ready. So at least more match production on his side.
They're just gonna give it away. Shades of old TLID. They're just gonna go for the trade, but there's not much to trade on the board. Fanny picks up a turtle.
Yeah. Across map, though, down bottom, they're trying to shove this wave onto the tier 1 turret down bottom. So I think TLID might be able to get this, but up top, Albert also responds this with another turret as well.
In fact, the topside jungle here for Team Liquid ID is denied. With Key in the picture there, Fabian does not want to risk it. Now both teams grouping together, potentially for a clash in the mid lane. Earlier we saw that it favors Evos, man. More ways for them to actually output the damage, and they're going in. AOG!
Oh! Doesn't land though. Would be a wasted engage from Key.
Yeah. That's a big resource.
Yeah, a bit ambitious there. The AOG.
It's like there's also scouting towards the purple buff of Fabian, technically. If the purple buff was there, I think Evos would have made a move to really zone him out, denied from him. But Fabian was able to secure it earlier already. Still playing it safe, still having the gold advantage actually, despite actually... No, both teams actually equal when it comes down to the turrets.
And We've talked about how Albert has been the main character for the first 8 minutes, 9 minutes approaching so far. But aside from Albert now, and maybe later on Brands as the Bruno just scales onto the late game, what is EVOS' winning condition here, Rashi?
EVOS' winning condition? Yeah. If they can get Brands a bit more ahead here, aside from just Albert, that would be ideal. Because Albert getting kills is great. Snowballing Fan is always good for your team, but they need something more consistent for the late game, right? That's where Brands would supposedly come in with that Bruno, by all means. And they have the tools available to protect the Bruno when he's outputting the damage. So that has to be the next angle. But with that conceal, Aran already exposed though. That's the benefit of the Yve, man. You can just throw spells out and it just stops a lot of movements from your opponents.
Yeah, at least they have something to check the bush. And TLID, their conceal play halted. Meanwhile, Bran's just farming. Shiki has the Holy Crystal ready, so at least the Kimi does have the damage. The fight breaks out. The Sky Piercer also ready to go. And now, Lord spawned. TLID still waiting in the wings slowly. But at least EVOS, they have Prio up top. The wave is pushing towards them. They can get this Lord if they want to.
Aaron already has a Sky Piercer and a Holy Crystal, by the way. So, good flicker from Reggie. Really good awareness there.
Like you were mentioning, Mirko, Power Spikes are running in through. The Lightning Truncheon just completed for Yehezkiel as well. Unfortunately for Aran, he only has the Dreadnought armor. No Radiant armor just yet. So he's really expecting all the damage coming through him to be physical. He thinks that Sway Low will have his focuses elsewhere. That's a bold move for sure. But Team Liquid ID are now going for the threat. And look at this poke coming through, man. EVOS.
He brought back in. Aaron Shiki getting the poke down. Reggie in the back does not have the flicker. Cannot go for the slam, spread combo. Not the instant one. Both teams disengage.
Reset. Look at the items coming in for EVOS. Radiant armor and also the Malefic Roar for Albert. That's going to help him cut down the tanky members of TLID.
But the airstrike to the back, Heat charging in. That's giving 2 members locked in. Tsunami Slam with a real manipulation into the back line. Arana going in, but Aaron Shiki is able to play with the front to back. Albert caught there. It's going to be the stun. Flame of Fae finds him with the Blade Surge. 2-4-2. XP Jungle down for XP Rome.
Might have been a bit over-ambitious by EVOS right there. They sent Albert in, but there was protection available in the back lines. For EVOS, they were able to actually protect Brands, allow him to just free hit onto Aran. He was nowhere tanky enough to withstand that damage, but now without Albert, they go make a play for Fabian.
Another airstrike over to Brands. Whoa, Soul Sever! And the Feather airstrike! Jabran didn't know what hit him.
Gone in mere seconds. EVOS lose 2 of their pillar members, and TLID might run for this Lord. Only Reggie here. Albert's down bottom, clearing that orange camp. So it looks like this Lord is free for the taking.
8 seconds on the Retribution, but EVOS don't know that. And it's perfect for the purple if they want to go for it. It's up. Aran is scouting. Further airstrike takes Sway Low. It's a half.
Yeah, so far the Pharsa is untouchable.
I mean, look at it. There's so many ways for Team Liquid ID to actually output long-distance crowd control. The fact is, EVOS, they're only relying mainly on Reggie to threaten anyone to move in the front lines. Key has been playing it very defensively. And this is something that we said might not really favor EVOS. For Team Liquid ID, oh man, look at what they're able to do here. They can go for poke damage, they can go for pickoffs, and they can again engage using Aran or Witty. They're always keeping EVOS guessing, especially Albert, man. Albert is not having a good time when it comes down to looking for opportunities in the middle of these fights. There's always something up the sleeves of Team Liquid ID just for him.
The cooldown, though, is very short on that airstrike, so, man, Yehezkiel always will have that zoning tool to just dissuade EVOS from pushing forward. And so far, it's gonna pop again! They're gonna get the tier 2 turret!
The siege tools, man, really favoring TLID. And out of nowhere, 3,000 cold lead. This is looking like Season 14 TLID, you know, waiting for their power spikes, calculations, and then the big explosion, the big climax.
What? That was even without the Enchanted Talisman, so...
Yeah.
The cooldown is short.
It's also the fact that it feels really short, but Yehezkiel is also using it at the right moments, at the right time. It just seems to always be ready when Team Liquid ID needs it. And Team Liquid ID seems to also be moving in to aggressive zones when they know that Yehezkiel has that as an option. Oh, Suelo already half HP.
Purify.
No Purify as well. Purple taken.
No, they're just scavenging the remains of EVOS at this point. This is hard to recover from. I mean, TLID, they're getting their items. They're on the power spike and 71% real-time victory rate compared to EVOS's 29%. Is this done and dusted, or EVOS, do they have like a late game plan they want to really try to achieve?
Unfortunately, in a straightforward way, I don't think they have a direct way to just win out and scale better in the late game. Technically, brands can chunk harder. Oh!
Fabian. Oh, just flexing on him right as he dodges away. He gets the Queen's Wings too, by the way, so you saw that damage reduction.
Yeah. If EVOS are gonna win, I guess they can only rely on brands maybe, because crits are gonna hit you harder than the continuous spray of damage from Aaron on the Kimi. But aside from that, it has to be some kind of Fanny outplay. And so far, Team Liquid ID is doing a great job. Even like at how they move here. Every single one of their vulnerable members are always walking around with Aran or Widdy as an escort. So there's no real easy way for Albert to find anything. He might be resorting to go for some kind of split push maneuver here, but Team Liquid ID with the control already pressuring for this Lord.
Yeah, Widdy has been very, very good at shadowing his carries. And look at what he's going to do. Tsunami Slam!
For the airstrike, Reggie able to flicker out. Key unable to go to the AOG. And it's Fabian with the Soul Sever and the Retribution. Now the AOG lands onto Aaron. Shiki doesn't flicker out though. Fabian caught in the back spot. Mounted on. Albert jumps in and Reggie finds the kill. But Aaron is untouchable. Still free hitting in the back as Aran tries his best to tank it up. Another mount coming down. It's under the turret. Brad is going wild. But TLID are the ones with the Lord.
Mr. Fantastic is here. And the Bruno late game damage is finally doing something.
That's the Has Claws, Berserker's Fury, Malefic Gun already, and a Windtalker immediately after. He just wants that DPS, dude. Finally a Rose Gold completed for him as well. They look at ID. They can still get value from this Lord even though it gets cleared out. But in future, trading 1 for 3, even if you get the Lord, cannot be the play for them. They have to go for something a bit more calculated.
And of course, Albert will work on the side lanes, just trying to shove the minions further up top. TLID feels like they were shaken by that fight.
Suelo. Suelo? What the hell was that? Oh man! He had to go in to help and now he's dead too!
What was that? Suelo?
What? I think he was expecting 1 or 2 members, not the whole team to be there. Oh man, he severely underestimated the Team Liquid ID, and now look at this. They're pushing into the base.
With a feather airstrike, Reggie already spread. Mid lane here, base, turret taken down. And now they just dive into them. Albert trying to save the day right now as Aran dives in deep. Ain't able to buy immortality as that's going to be Albert taken down by Aaron Shiki. Suelo coming back up top. It's going to be another base turret for TLID. Suelo, that mistake has costed the team. He's going to have to do some deep digging to come back now.
Oh my god, that mistake costed them. The inner turret's gone now. Bronze was the last pillar to stand and defend the base. TLID, they deem it enough, but Reggie is too far, but he's fine.
By all means, there's still great defensive capabilities here for EVOs. With the Bruno and the Yves, they can defend pretty well, but they cannot afford to lose a member like that. I really thought that he was trying to, you know, threat. He's trying to show Team Liquid ID that, hey, I'm not scared. We are gonna threaten you instead. But in that situation, especially when Aaron Shiki has a clear line. Whoa, hang on a second.
Okay, trying to go, the cancel, into the cancel, into the cancel. AOG canceled twice, and he will fall. 7 seconds for the Lord. It's an evolved one. The timing of Evo's deaths have been perfect for TLID to capitalize.
Yeah. No engage till for EVOS. -1 frontline as well. It's just going to be Reggie tanking all the damage here for EVOS. They're chancing it. They're thinking of this. TLID, they blitz it down.
There's no way EVOS can play and fight without Gatot Kacha.
Yeah. Just like that, unfortunate series of events there for EVOS. And forced to concede it without contest. They're trying to find a way to still get this purple buff as well. But Team Liquid ID definitely want to push their advantage even more here. And oh boy, it's looking rough. There is a Yve and a Bruno on the side of EVOS, but for Team Liquid ID, again, the Kimi and the Pharsa probably isn't really as much killing, but I don't know, it's just more burst technically against EVOS. So the spacing between the backline is going to be so important here, because if EVOS overstep a little bit, if they can chunk too low before the Lord is even in the picture, it's looking dangerous. But Team Liquid ID are ready. Gonna try and escort this Lord.
This is an evolved Lord, ladies and gentlemen. It might as well be the end of the game. Winter Crown used, but Winnie did not use the Tsunami Slam. Reggie caught in the bad spot, able to go for the spread. AOG to the back line as the SQ survive now. That's going to be Brands. Still free hitting on the Lord. Lord dealt with already, but look at the front line. Tsunami Slam, Alvarado cannot survive that. Fabian with a dive back and the Soul Sever. Aaron Shiki flickering forward to get the shutdown and a triple. It's going to be another for Reggie falling. Aaron Shiki gets the Maniac.
A Maniac to close game number 1. Aaron Shiki is back. But for EVOS, it is tough. They have a hill to climb.
Yikes. 1-0 for Team Liquid ID in dominant fashion there. It was looking so close, so competitive. Back and forth for both teams. And then the crumbling started for EVOS, and Team Liquid ID waste no time and trampled all over them.
Oh, yikes.
What happened to Sway Low? What was that?
It feels like most of the mistakes happening is always EVOS getting picked off one by one. It was Key down bottom, Sway Low. I thought for a second he dozed off, like he was just not in focus, and he just evaporated.
That's an explanation that some people would accept, dude. It just seemed like such a spoof moment. And it was so close, so equal before that. Man, but Team Liquid ID did a great job just shutting down all the avenues of success for EVOS, man. Albert, you know, the key to victory here, the tip of the spear for EVOS, completely shut down. No small part thanks to Aran and Witty. Even in that last base fight, Albert was mid-air, mid-cable, and he just got yoinked with the Tsunami Slam into his doom, into his demise, dude.
Yeah, Reggie, I think Reggie communicated that he baited out the Tsunami Slam. Maybe that's why Albert went in. Because it looked weird, right? Like it was kind of unnecessary already. Lord was already taken down. They could have played it a bit slower. But maybe he thought, all right, no Tsunami Slam, I can go in here.
Yeah, I mean, Brands was clearing the wave down bottom. He had the damage. He had the burst potential, DPS to just take down the members of TLID. But again, the game-changing tool was that Tsunami Slam, hands of Witty.
I think the game-changing tool was this.
This one.
What?
What was he doing?
That reminded me of the Mia Lemon one. But at least Lemon can go invisible with Mia.
That's true.
Sway Low, it's as honest as can be. It's like, have me.
I'm here. Among a plane exists. The equilibrium.
Oh my god.
But now, of course, for your MVP POTG player of the game is Witty with the Kalia again, just being the front man, the front line, the main man to stop all the engages coming in from EVOS, either the Tsunami Slam or just basically shadowing his carries to stop them from being taken down.
And it's the switch that makes it so difficult for EVOS. Is he on defense duty or is he on offense duty? You never really know which Witty you're gonna get. And with that factor there, along with Aran, they're just able to just keep going for a lot of really valuable fights here. And Albert, you know, when the fights are starting to slip away from them, I feel like he is pressured a bit more to just try and go in, try and make something happen. But that's when he gets punished for it immediately. So, man, even here, I think Brands I don't know, wasn't really used to the Kimi damage. I feel like right there, the idea was if he wanted to call for an engage, he used the ultimate and the AOG was used before. I believe it was used, already channeled before Suelo got taken out. But that was really, they were really banking on Team Liquid ID getting confused, getting caught off guard with the real-world manipulation. But this is a team with experience, dude. They just said, cool, nice ulti, bro, and just gun him down immediately.
So conclusion, a lot of miscommunications.
Honestly,
definitely some miscommunication, that's for sure.
There too, by the way, never mind. It wasn't miscommunication. I feel Witty just played it really well. Saw the position that Witty was holding. It was away from the team. It wasn't with the team. It was looking for the escape of the Fanny. And that's why he was able to catch Albert. So there you go, a replay in.
Yeah. Don't forget the Wind of Nature built in by Erwan there as a final item. That really also won them the fight. Because we've talked about how brands on the Bruno, like 3 hits and any kind of squishy character, any kind of Farsa, any kind of Kimi gets deleted. But knowing that, Erwan went with the Wind of Nature, and that in the final fight, if you pay attention, he was just tanking all those shots and just zoning brands out. If he was allowed to actually output some real damage without that Wind of Nature getting in the way, I feel like it would have been closer. I think eventually Team Liquid ID were still going to get it done, but it would have been a much closer type of situation.
Man.
Well, it feels like for Albert as well, the Fanny just fell out of relevance in the late game because it was so hard for him to pinpoint a target in the hands of TLID. I mean, you gotta go through a Phoveus, and then there's a Kalea, and there's a Suyo who's very sly and very elusive.
Don't forget the Kimi as well, dude.
The Kimi!
That's fighting near the top side of the Lord pit.
Yeah.
He was actually doing well until he got caught with that traction pulse. And just like that, he was like, oh wait, where am I? What happened? He lost track. And he had energy for a cable. He was just confused, like, what happened? Why am I stuck?
The Farsa as well. He has skill. Just had to do one thing. All he had to do was just press that ultimate button. And the whole entirety squad of EVOS just scampered away. It was done, basically.
Yeah, it allows Team Liquid ID to really move forward with real like pick of threat. If Team Liquid ID were having a Yves, for instance, it really won't be as deadly, as dangerous. But with a Tsunami Slam into a Feather Airstrike, you can bet that even the tankiest of front lines from EVOS are going to be out of the fight immediately. So because of that, even if you're at the front line, you don't really feel safe being near Witty, right? That extra bit of danger behind the Tsunami Slam is what made Witty's presence so much more difficult to kind of ignore.
Wow. I'm still kind of speechless after that game. Did not expect it to play out like that, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, they were winning. Like, well, they were coming out of a winning team fight. With Brands doing really good work, with them being able to shred through the front line. Oh, man. I would, maybe if the loser's interview comes up, and if EVOS do lose here, I want to know the thought process behind that play. Maybe get Suelo in there and just ask him, what was it, right? Because what was the vision there?
Maybe he froze.
Was it a mistap? Or was it actually his own calculation?
I think it's actually catch him off guard, get the AOG and, you know, get that combo in and win the fight. Yay, you know, happy ending. But that is not how it went at all, dude.
It's a surprise approach by Suelo.
Because we're talking about this at some level in Mobile Legends. It's not just about what looks good. It's also when you can catch your opponents off guard. I feel like that's something that Suelo was trying to do. You know, trying to give it the benefit of the doubt here. It really is too risky though, regardless of what his intention was. Man, he was... The members of Team Liquid ID are not even on the end of the real-world manipulation. They were way like, you know, two or three squares into the real-world manipulation. Way too close, man.
And yeah, again, a disconnect in the squad of the White Tigers. EVOS, now their fate hangs on to game number 2, because again, if they lose game number 2, it's a 2-0 practically. Liquid, they have all the privileges of enjoying climbing that ladder. But for EVOS, it's again, number 1, having to win against Onyx next week, who, by the way, are in fantastic form. The best team in the world, by the way. And number 2 is the fact that they have to pin their fate on teams that are going to play. Why? Why are you laughing?
Who did you say is the best team in the world?
Best team in the world?
Yes,
Nah,
I agree.
Onyx. When you have Jiraiya, when you have the legendary Sanin.
Jiraiya.
Jiraiya.
That I can't disagree with. I'm a big fan of Yeb, Baba, Raja, Yeba.
Wow. Jiraiya.
Jirayeb.
Jirayeb.
The legendary.
That's such a weird name.
Jirayeb.
Jirayeb. Of course, but that's a talk for another day. Going to be next week, but now for EVOS, it's all about them recollecting their focus and just shifting everything to game number 2, because practically I'd say game 2 is do or die for them.
Really
for
is.
playoffs. But of course, we will toss it to Alyssa for an interview up on stage. What's happening there?
Thank you, Caster. Dan kembali bersama Alyssa di sini. Dan kita sudah melihat bahwa match penutupan di minggu yang ke-7 ini semakin panas. Karena para tim pastinya berebut untuk mendapatkan tiket ke babak playoff. Namun sebelum Alyssa masuk ke segmen yang tidak kalah seru, Alyssa mau tes dulu dong mana suara dari The Calvaries. Tidak hanya itu saja, pastinya EVOS fam jangan mau kalah. Pertarungan yang semakin memanas, tapi akan Alyssa dinginkan sejenak karena Alyssa di sini bakal bagi-bagi hadiah. Ada 2000 diamonds yang akan Alyssa bagikan untuk para super fans yang memahami dan mengerti tentang Mobile Legends crossover with Naruto. Dan boleh langsung Alyssa invite gak sih di sini para super fans yang kayaknya udah hatam banget nih soal Naruto. Boleh dong bergabung bersama Alyssa. Boleh dong kita kasih tepuk tangan. Yeay! Halo.
Halo.
Boleh dong kenalan dulu namanya siapa aja nih?
Halo, aku Andi dari EVOS Fams.
Andi dari EVOS Fams.
Saya Syahrul dari The Calvary.
Syahrul dari The Calvaries. And last but not least.
Saya Arya dari The Calvary.
Arya dari The Calvaries. 2 The Calvaries dan 1 EVOS Fams. Nah, kalian ini para penontonnya Naruto nggak?
Ya lumayan, ngikutin ya?
Ngikutin. Berarti udah paham banget nih soal Naruto apalagi yang kolaborasi dengan Mobile Legends.
Benar.
Oke, sekarang Alyssa bakal bagi-bagi untuk satu pemenang aja 2000 diamonds. Dengan syaratnya harus bisa mengumpulkan 5 poin dari pertanyaan yang akan Alyssa berikan. Jadi sistemnya nanti kalian rebutan dulu masing-masing harus bikin bellnya. Nah, bellnya boleh dari karakter Naruto aja deh, silakan. Mungkin dari kamu mau apa dulu?
Tadi udah Let's sama Go sama Roar.
Oh, Let's sama Go sama Roar ya?
Ya, boleh.
Oke, kita coba dulu ya. Dan nanti Alyssa bakal kasih pilihan ada pertanyaan yang gampang, sedang, dan susah. Dan masing-masing bernilai yang gampang ada 1 poin, yang sedang ada 2 poin, dan yang susah ada 3 poin. Oke, dapat dipahami?
Oke.
Kita coba dulu ya untuk babak pertama. Boleh minta belnya?
Roar. Bel kan?
Iya, agak kepotong gitu ya. Roar gitu loh. Oke, kita coba sekali lagi ya. Oke. Babak pertama silakan.
Roar.
Kurang semangat nih, gak apa-apa. Kita kasih ke yang roar dulu deh ya. Pilih mau pertanyaan easy, medium, or hard?
Medium dulu, medium.
Medium dulu ya. Oke, kita kasih yang sedang-sedang saja. Boleh gak sih sebutin 3 skill dari Hayabusa?
Oke. Skillnya ya?
Skillnya?
Skillnya yang pertama itu ada Coach Shadow.
Oke.
Oke, Coach Shadow. Terus ada Phantom Shuriken.
Oke.
Dan Shadow Kill.
Shadow Kill.
Shadow
apa?
Kill.
Depannya Shadow Kill.
Apa ya namanya ya?
3, 2. Gak apa-apa deh Alyssa. Gak apa-apa, Alyssa kasih 2 poin. Yeay.
Terima kasih.
Luar biasa ya, hafal loh 3 skill dari Hayabusa. Selanjutnya, Alyssa kasih giliran aja gak apa-apa, silakan. Kamu mau pilih yang easy, medium, atau hard? Medium juga. Ini gak ada yang berani hard ya, padahal langsung 3 poin loh ya. Oke, dari 5 skin Naruto di Mobile Legends, mana yang bisa didapatkan secara gratis?
Vel yang Gara.
Vel ya?
Gara.
Betul! Wow, sudah masing-masing 2 poin ya. Syahrul?
Balik.
Oh, kebalik. Oke, Mas tadi dengan nama siapa, Mas?
Arya.
Arya, oke. Mas Arya, pilih mau pertanyaan yang mana?
Dari yang mudah dulu aja.
Dari yang mudah dulu aja, oke. Kita cari ya yang mudah, yang tapi paling susah ya. Sebutkan nama trio Sanin.
Waduh.
Ayo. Ini udah pertanyaan yang paling mudah loh ya.
Nggak boleh diribut, Kak.
Hah?
Nggak boleh diribut.
Waduh. Kita hitung kali ya.
Lupa.
Lupa. Oke, rebut ya.
Saya.
Tahan. 1, 2, 3. Oke, Ror. Boleh deh. Agak ngagetin ya kayak Ror gitu. Gas Ror, silakan.
Oke, yang pertama yang Tsunade itu Siput.
Siput,
Ya,
oke.
Terus yang kedua itu yang Jiraiya itu kodok atau katak.
Oke.
Yang ketiga Sasuke yang dipakai Sasuke sama Orochimaru itu ular.
Betul. Wow, ini benar-benar hatam sih. Tadi masih nama siapa?
Andi.
Mas Andi. Oke, Mas Andi udah dapat 3 ya. Jadi sementara 3, 2, 0. Oke. Kami masih kosong, aku kasih kesempatan sekali lagi deh. Boleh pilih, mau easy, medium, atau yang susah?
Medium dulu aja. Medium.
Medium dulu ya, oke. Gak apa-apa. Apa nama kedai makanan favorit Naruto?
Ramen.
Ramen apa? Ramen
apa?
Harus lengkap dong, ramen apa? Nih direbut lagi nih sama si Mas Ror nih ya. Sama Mas Andi nih yang udah hatam banget. 3,
Gak tau lengkapnya.
2, 1 rebutan.
Aku. Oh yaudah. Ramen Ichiraku.
Ichiraku dan jawabannya betul. Wow. Ini benar-benar sudah hatam ya. Tapi masih 1 poin lagi nih ya. Jadi sekarang pertanyaannya lempar ya. Kita lempar nih untuk Mas Syahrul dulu. Silakan mau pilih easy, medium atau yang susah?
Yang susah.
Yang susah, oke. Kita akan buktikan apa nama buku yang dibaca oleh Kakashi Hatake. Iya. Harusnya sih bisa ya dijawab ya. Ini nama-nama yang populer di Indonesia 2 kali. Terus tambahin belakangnya pantai. Ini ada clue-cluenya.
Lupa lagi.
Biasa kalau nama Alisa di Indonesia dipanggilnya apa?
Alisa.
Nama pendeknya. Nama gemesnya, nama sayangnya.
Cia.
Dibalik. Ini jadi
Aic apa?
Ada Alisa dibagi Aicha ya.
Apa?
Alisa. Biasanya Alisa Subandono deh, sama suaminya dipanggil apa? Ini kenapa jadi kayak acara gosip ya?
Alicia. Oh, Ica.
Udah tuh udah dikasih clue ya. Rebut lagi deh Mas Andi, bisa nggak?
Bisa.
Oke, silakan.
Oh, tapi nggak tahu. Iya.
Tahu.
Apa?
Gue ngikutin sampai Naruto udah punya anak.
Silakan.
Jawabannya Ica Paradise.
Ica Paradise, betul. Dan mutlak ya, padahal si Syahrul udah aku kasih itu gosip-gosip infotainment ya. Dimenangkan oleh Andi. Gimana nih satu-satunya EVOS Fam tapi bisa menang kuis Naruto kali ini?
Ya kalau pertanyaan tentang Naruto sih udah hatam ya.
Ada hatam ya. Semoga poin yang kamu kumpulkan bisa dilempar ke tim kesayangan kamu juga ya.
Amin, semoga comeback, amin.
Amin, semoga comeback dan boleh dong kita langsung berikan tepuk tangan buat Adi. Yeay. Dan ini mendapatkan 2000 diamond dan pastikan kalau teman-teman para super fans yang mau juga untuk ikutan seru-seruan bareng di MPL Arena langsung datang aja. Terima kasih banyak teman-teman semua. Dan kita akan melihat apakah di game kedua ini EVOS akan bisa comeback seperti harapannya Andi ataukah akan dibantai habis 2-0 oleh tim Liquid Indonesia. Dan kita akan langsung kembalikan saja ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
What was that? Brands just lost. What are you doing the Brands pose, bro?
Brands lost, but Mbappe just scored.
Oh, if you guys are following both, that's what we're doing here too.
It's unlucky, by the way. Brands lost. But speaking of Brands in that game, by the way, he had a...
remontada?
Almost a remontada.
Yeah.
Not a remontada. It's not enough for a remontada. 3 kills, it's not enough. It's not enough, mate.
Not yet.
I mean, he lost the game, but he hasn't lost the match yet.
He was playing a decent game, Mr. Bruno. You know, doing his own stuff, scaling. And if you want to have fantastic hair, like this gentleman right here, you can use Head & Shoulders. move on to Head and Shoulders. You can wipe out 100% of Wet Dandruff plus Itchiness protection. Look at Zilong right here. How do you think he achieved this long hair?
I don't know. How did he?
Head and Shoulders.
Oh my lord.
How did he?
What about Mia? How did she achieve this hair?
Because it was Lemon.
Lemon. Oh.
In the bush.
Lemon in the bush, invisible, just like all your opponents after wearing Head and Shoulders.
And your
because
Dandruffs.
Gonna get wiped out, bro.
The lemon flavor.
That's why he has long hair. That's why it's Z-long.
Z-long.
It's not Z-short.
If he had a buzz cut, it's called Z-bald.
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 So Head and Shoulders.
Zibald.
Z-bald. Sir Arzibald III.
Z-bald.
So of course,
You're going too far.
go grab yourself Head and
Check it out.
Shoulders for fantastic hair and itchiness, anti-itchiness, and dandruff. Anti-dandruff.
Well, I know one thing. CITB. That's Chepin's in the building. Every
CITB.
time we see hair cam by Head and Shoulders, here it is. CITB. Chepin.
I thought he just won his match against Na'Vi.
It's a different Chahil.
It's a different Chahil.
Chahil? Oh,
Different Chahil.
Wrong Chahil.
Wrong Chahil. Alright.
I bet he also really enjoys a good hair cam.
Uh-huh.
Why not?
Who doesn't? But it's the lemon flavored one. I don't know. Chepin. Chepin's only approved of the
When will
non-lemon
Chepin
one.
start liking lemon?
When he goes on a
Oh.
podcast and says lemon isn't overrated.
Ah, okay.
Oh, by the way, we got a face check. Sway Low. After making that big blunder with a capital B, 2 capital B's,
Blunder.
he looks all right. Doesn't look like he's super pressured or anything.
He's smiling.
He
That's for
looks
sure.
he looks normal. He doesn't look phased.
He doesn't look phased.
In a way, I hope he does. I hope he is phased by that because that was a big mistake, you know. But yeah, I'm glad that he's not bringing it to game number 2. He has reset.
We're still trying to, read the room, what's happening, why he froze for a second. But again, Arashi was still true to his answer. Said that he was trying to bait out the ult, and then AOG comes in. But even if that is the case, Arashi, it feels like they're disconnected. There's a communication.
Yes, exactly. That's the main part, the main thing there. Even how they were engaging and how they were fighting, it really doesn't feel as polished as how Team Liquid ID were doing it. They're gonna be first pick selection here for game 2, Team Liquid ID. So they have a chance to pressure for the Fanny this time, same way Evos did. So there's that to think about. I think all things considered, though, they need key on something else because the Galakacha, we've seen great things, but it really just isn't his style, bro.
Would you say Gatot Kacha is a momentum-based hero? Like, is it
Momentum-based hero?
Yeah, like El Momento, right? We're talking about moments that he can create. Is Gatot Kacha that hero? Or is it more of a, peel for your team type of hero?
I think he is a more sustain and be annoying type of hero.
Okay.
Because even when I do play the Gatot Kacha, which I occasionally do, I like the idea that, again, I'm just in the front, I'm a full tank build, and yet I'm still doing decent damage. I just don't die because of the passives, and I can escape with the AOG.
That's
so
ridiculous.
It really isn't, to me at least, the way I play it even, isn't really a big moment type deal. You're just there, being annoying, slowing everyone down, taunting people, right? But that is not what is required for Evos right now.
That's true. And now, of course, going on to what could be the last drafting phase of this week. Woo! Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. A ban out the Fanny now, out of respect of Fabian. Luo Yi Grangers taking out the chip as well. They don't want it in the hands of Witty.
Chip and the Fanny here. Oh, Kalea though. For Team Liquid ID, they do understand the importance of that Kalea. Evos one more ban here. The Luo Yi is really banned for them by Team Liquid ID, so interesting. It might be a jungler.
Oh, Kimmy.
Oh, Kimmy.
Is it worthy of a ban though? Because we don't see much or many teams this week, at least, ban out the Kimmy.
I feel like actually you might see more next week when people really
realize.
They see why it's so popular. They try and understand it. And once they have that moment, that DJY moment where they go, I understand it now, you can bet that this Kalea might show up. But Team Liquid ID, they get that Harith. Wow, good pick. It's a pick that Grant, in theory, is not going to be able to pilot well.
And of course, the Harith a staple and on Shiki pick. A pick you could always take it first. And now for EVOS, what goes against the Harith? I mean, options-wise, again, we talk about brands, limited in terms of the hero pool that he has. Quite hard for him to traverse around this, but Jawhead and Suyo. Okay, Suyo reasonable for Albert, but Jawhead, this is actually a common pick for Key that we haven't seen in so long.
Yeah, the reason why EVOS were actually so high up in the earlier weeks was this combination.
Yeah.
They were so...
Suyo Jawhead, yeah.
Yeah, Suyo Jawhead immediately, every single time it's left open, EVOS are able to take full control. But now, this late in the season, Team Liquid ID has seen it before. They've definitely done their homework. They need to get something with good sustain. They need disruption. The Phobias is a great pick here. Worked well for Aran in the previous game as well. But along with that, what do they want here?
Joy. I think just go Joy, right? Joy would be a pretty good answer to the Suyo. Hayabusa, I guess, also comes to mind, but they just go for the Jusin instead. Risky choice, not picking a jungle up in the first phase up against a Suyo Jawhead.
And the Suyo Jawhead again, just to reinstate and reassert. There's so much potential you can have with the Suyo Jawhead, number 1 rotations. Number 2, just pure raw damage, but number 3 as well, objective contests is so advantageous for you when you have the Suyo Jawhead. Strong combo, and like you said, it is the formula of success that EVOS had. It was also oftentimes picked up by Bigetron as well in the first early weeks of MPL ID Season 15. But for EVOS, what do they want to pick up here? A marksman? Could it be possible? Yeah, Beatrix. Against the Harith though. What do you think?
There's a chance for Brands. Oh no, sorry. For Brands to make it a non-lane, just go for the clear basically. It's a good option because you are pretty flexible. If it comes down to a dance, you can poke with the Renner as well. Now for EVOS, they ban away the Tigreal. Seems like, I don't know, for EVOS, this is an all-in pick-off type deal, man. They're gonna launch someone with the Ejector, burst him down with the Suyo and the Beatrix. Right now for Team Liquid ID, I don't think there's anyone tanky enough to withstand the full brunt of that combo. I feel like because of that, they're looking for other ways to match that danger from EVOS, either with crowd control of their own or just with mobility, so that the Jawhead can't really engage reliably.
Zas taken out, just trying to dissuade Swaylo from a safety pick. Plus, there's one of Swaylo's specials as well. The Zas. Tigreal though taken out as well. 2 last bans for both teams, EVOS and TLID, to conclude the second phase.
Okay. So for EVOS, are they just gonna get rid of more? I wonder why they banned Tigreal, by the way, because we haven't seen a single game of Witty Tigreal. Now that makes a bit more sense. The Cho. I guess it's just Beatrix counter picks, right? Like picks that you can actually use to beat the Beatrix, to pick off the Beatrix.
Might be the case. The Cho, at least, again, like you mentioned, makes a bit more sense. They want to go for the pickoffs. They cannot allow Team Liquid ID to get the screening in. And if they go with the way of the Dragon here, it can displace EVOS so far from each other that Team Liquid ID can get a bit of an edge in those fights. They end their drafting phase with an Edith ban here. Interesting. Well, it's looking more like pick-off versus full-on team fight here between Team Liquid ID and EVOS. So in that sense, Team Liquid ID needs a bit more survivability, a bit more scouting. EVOS need crowd control, right? Crowd control and another front line, information, because they cannot use the Jawhead to scout and engage, right? They usually need someone else to handle the scouting.
Oh man. Please do not reveal your mid laner here, EVOS. Or if you do, pick the Valen, because I sense a Mathilda Lucas on TLID's side.
They might be baited to pick a Yves here against the Sushin.
No.
Oh, okay.
They go blue. I think that's safe enough now. There's not going to be a Lucas Mathilda, unless they still just go for it, which is...
But the Faramis roll! Whoa!
Again.
The throwback.
Yeah, to match number 1.
already picked up, though, this time.
Yeah. Unless Faramis roam.
No, I'm kidding, exactly, Faramis roam.
Nah.
What season is it?
It's not a possibility.
Probably not, probably not. Let's be real here.
Yep.
For Team Liquid ID, though, what other options are here? Oh,
Haya and Gatot. Yeah, it would have 100%, I think, been the Matilda Lucas if EVOS revealed their mid, but because they didn't, this is going to be the Haya and the Gatot Kacha.
Haya and Gatot, obviously. Good fight that they have in their sleeves for EVOS. Last pick onto their mid laner.
Eve then.
Eve, possible. Especially in lane against Juicing, you can sustain yourself. You can
scouting as well. You scout, you find someone, you slow someone.
After game 1 though, you still want to go Eve.
Hey, come on. Cut him some slack.
The wounds, have they healed is the question.
That's true.
They have. Yes, they have. That's their ninja way, bro. They trust in their
Datebayo, believe it.
In their shinobi brothers.
This is a shinobi way. EVOS, again, concluding their drafts, TLID, with a 5-strong pick as well, but who do you prefer here, Arashi?
I gotta say, I feel like EVOS' draft is a bit more straightforward. Team Liquid ID, their draft can work, but it's a bit more situational. You're gonna need the Phoveus and the Gata to work well together with good comms, and they're gonna need the Harriet to do really well here. The Hayabusa, I mean, you know, if he's snowballing, then Sway Low is in a world of trouble.
And obviously, it is down to this. EVOS, can they force a game number 3? Or will TLID push EVOS further down the abyss? It is EVOS versus Team Liquid ID in game number 2.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, saying in the chat right now, is it going to be a 2-0 or 2-1? Will it be a comeback from EVOS?
See how this plays out, man. I think Team Liquid ID has more urgency this time. They do have aggressive tools of their own. Everyone's shaking on the signature habit, though, that he used to demolish other players on. That's something that EVOS definitely has to respect.
Oh.
The damage, though. Oof. Early game solution.
Yeah. Early on, you have constant damage with a DPS, with a Lantern Flare, a liftoff as well. Balanced hero, I'd say. On the emblems, though, Arashi.
Emblems inspire for Sway Low, giving him the extra mana regen and spam ability. The Haskill going with the Impure Rage here, along with the Tenacity. So not the Brave Smite. Not really concerned about the extra sustain. He just wants more damage, more mana. So go for these short trades here. That's an interesting option. But maybe it makes sense with how they are assuming the game's gonna go. It probably won't be... Haskill himself probably won't be the main target here with how far he can actually cover distance away from the danger zones of EVOS.
Again, we're inclined to see this Jawhead Suyo combo early on in the game. Very oppressive. The Fabian is coming close. They have level 4. The trio mid walking up close. EVOS are prepared for this fight, possibly.
Witty able to get back though in the back line. You can see already an engage with a shadow kill could flicker out. That will be Witty taken down on the Gatot Kacha. Sasuke strikes first.
Hey. TLID, they're trying to bait Swaylo in front. Maybe making a bit of a read, seeing how he was playing in the previous game. But he was able to get out with the flicker. Just like that, Team Liquid ID lose their momentum. EVOS are gonna take the first one here. Oh, hang on a second.
Yes, kill. Crimson Beacon and the disruption. Aran able to find all 3 of them. Still the retribution coming out with the RWM, locking him in. It'll be a flicker from Reggie, a kill, another one for EVOS. 2-0 and Turtle start.
Things are going their way in EVOS. This is the early game, the start they're dreaming of. And is this the damage that the Suyo Jawhead plus the Eve early on offers you?
Ooh. Yeah, this, the damage is definitely there, especially when it comes down to the pickoff. Remember that the Jawhead allows you to get up to about, what, 15% extra damage with the passive. It's like a free focusing mark, basically, the Jawhead passive. So even if you're a Gatot Kacha, even if you're Aran on the Phoveus, you're gonna get taken out a lot faster than usual, might catch you off guard. But I really felt that Team Liquid ID were kind of pushing it there. There was a great moment by Aran to actually get multiple members, you know, with his skills, but unfortunately no follow-up, right? So it's a different look compared to the first game where Team Liquid ID were the patient ones. They were willing to just go for the trades and let go of the objectives. Fabian though.
RWM already with the shadow kill, still is gonna kill for Fabian. Blade Surge not landing. Albert with the Queller going back. He brought back into the team with the Soul Sever, landing on Witty. He'll pop the Revitalize, but that's it.
At least a kill for Fabian, and this Hayabusa will be fueled to be online, to come online in the upcoming minutes. As Aran just trying to deal with this wave. Albert, level 8, a 2-level gap discrepancy in the jungle.
Fabian hasn't really been getting the snowball ideally the way he would want. He already waiting around for Aaron Shiki though. Hang on. Won't be amounting to anything just yet. But again, with a level disadvantage here, Team Liquid ID curious to see how they want to approach this fight. Especially again with the counter matchup in the mid lane here. EVOS has so much more prior compared to Team Liquid ID because Heskel was stuck trying to clear the waves, trying to match Sway low when it comes to those rotations.
Yep. Now of course, Turtle next on the menu for both teams. Counter-Strike completed for Fabian, so at least he has that tool to use in a team fight.
Whoa, good reaction from Heskel. Witty jumping to the back line together with Aran. It's going to be the flicker already used for Aran now, as that's going to be the RWM. Witty, AOG defensively, still Aran brought back into the team. The Bennett's rage to Zhonya Heskel. Aran taken down. Brands picks up his first kill in the game.
The objective is still there. TLID might go in for seconds.
In the back though, Fabian is on Sway low. Oh, flicker already used! Zaman Force for Aaron Shiki as he gets the kill. Now jumps on Brands, will be able to get the resets. Still 2 levels down, Fabian on Albert. And they will not rush the Turtle.
But they're doing a great job kind of allowing all the spells to be used on everyone else so that Aaron Shiki can get in there and actually do a lot of damage on that Zaman Force play. So that could be the angle that Team Liquid ID are looking for. Force EVOS to expend everything and then let Aaron take over. Oh, unstoppable force though.
Uh-oh. Yes, kill this time, able to flicker out. Brings Key back in 2 words. Everyone shoulder bashed. Aran takes the kill. Reggie, slam, and spread. That's going to be a Heskel with the Crimson Beacon and AOG as well. But Albert wins on the retry. Really jumps into the back line, but will be slain by the Queller of Albert.
Oh, 3 members down. And even Albert was able to steal that Turtle. It's secured by him, EVOS. 2 Turtles in their pockets. Fabian, all he can do is just watch and see.
It really feels like forced plays here from the side of Team Liquid ID. Their composition doesn't really synergize that well together. It really benefits them when they're ahead, when they don't really have to worry about the counter moves from EVOS. They have so much chase, so many ways to cut off EVOS, but they're still lacking some of that damage right now. Fortunately, they were able to take advantage of the interaction between the Phobias and the Jarhead there to take Key out. But overall here, EVOS and their backline, particularly Brands on the Beatrix, has been a huge problem for Team Liquid ID. And he's been relatively safe unless Aaron Shiki makes the move towards him. So maybe with a couple more items, Aaron will be able to really be a real threat for Brands. And unlike earlier, right, you can't build a Wind of Nature against a Harith. There's no way for Brands to build that immunity and safety for a couple of seconds.
And the electric gun is ready as well. Extra range, but Reggie wants to come in.
Key, good zoning from Key. Flicker ejector, Bennett's rage! Aaron able to flicker out outside of the RWM, but Witty. AOG actually gets out.
Oh, escape death in narrow fashion. And EVOS, they get nothing out of this siege. Maybe just a spell. The hands of Aaron Shiki, the flicker gone. Key, the conceal play.
Exposed.
Yes, kill is there, exposing him with the Lantern Flare.
All right, Team Liquid ID coming back. Try and find some more. Albert has left the vicinity though. 1v1 potential in the bottom lane. 2-level difference.
Yeah, Albert won't go for it, nor will Fabian. They'll both just, you know, Fabian will take the shot. A nice one, man.
Yeah, respectfully for both junglers. I mean, Fabian is down 2 levels now, only 1 level, level 11. And again, the Turtle ready for both teams. TLID, they need this desperately. As EVOS, they want to complete perfect objective close by the river.
Uh-oh. Reggie caught in the bad spot. Unstoppable force to the back line. Key unable to get the kill. AOG locking him down. Aran mounted on. RWM as well as Fabian is forced back on the quad shadow. Witty, gun down. Oh, Albert with a katon gets the kill. Aaron can only run, dash away. 2 for 0 and the Turtle. Perfect for EVOS.
You can see the attempts there from Aaron to try and carry the team in those fights. But he doesn't even have a Holy Crystal, just not enough damage right now. And EVOS are doing a great job acknowledging that and forcing Team Liquid's hands every single time. they went for that play with the wave already crashing onto the towers of Team Liquid as well. So TLID, by leaving the topside wave, letting the turret clear it, they've also lost a decent chunk of gold as the discrepancy grows to 5k. Oh man, starting to go out of control here.
Yeah, EVOS though. I do hope they don't really fumble the bag this time around. Outer turret, or rather tier 1 turret, down bottom, acquired. Same goes for the top one. And they're gonna get 2. It's a bonus for them. They have control over the orange buff. So at least now with a concealed play, they might look for something.
Ooh, Key walks up. EVOS are playing for Unstoppable Force and a Menace Rage. Really able to go for the top, but will get shredded down in the background. Taking very low. Fabian wanted to go for the kill. It's gonna be Key who falls. Sway low. I'm not too sure about standing there. Dumped on by Ara, but Albert gets the kill on Yehezkiel and saves the day for EVOS.
Wow, the baby alien again, becoming one of the foundations of this roster, just, backing them. And now TLID, they lose around, they lose Yehezkiel. What do they do at this point of the game?
For Team Liquid ID, going for trades wouldn't be the worst of ideas. We talked about the late game Harith being an absolute menace. Unfortunately, almost 6k gold behind here with the Lord already in the picture. EVO's already back with 5 members ready to go for this. TLID, I feel like they should probably go for some kind of trade, but again, the composition isn't really built for that. With the Phoveus, with the Tushin and the Harith, they were definitely counting on being able to win it out in the fights. They will be forced to concede that Lord for free though. Now it's gonna be a defense game against a Yi, against a Beatrix, dude.
And EVOS grasping this chance. 5 fingertips, both hands, and so far everything is looking fine and dandy for them. And hopefully no misplays might happen. TLID, they can still bank on Iron Shiki for the late game. The hair still exerts insane amount of damage. Fabian though might potentially be out of the equation for now. The Holy Crystal completed for Iron Shiki. So for now, EVOS, all they need to do is just wait.
So far at least, Team Liquid ID are doing a great job playing around the Jawhead. He has been finding those engages, but they haven't really been given to him for free. He's been forced to do a lot of creative things. Use the flicker, use the Unstoppable Force to threaten a little bit, and then he can find an angle like there. Oh, Hayabusa!
Whoa! Big shadow kill. Fabian will fall. Albert was waiting on the last quad shadow, and he gets the kill. 5-0 and 5. TLID now looking to defend up top. No holy defense. They've dealt with the Lord, but Fabian's going to be up in 20.
Yep. And Fabian, Hayabusa isn't the answer for this composition. EVOS, they're sieging. They might end this.
Key able to go for it. Menace Rage. Oh, it was miscommunicated. The Menace Rage was on Witty. RWM coming down as well as Aaron Shiki is able to dash back and forth. Flickering out the safety. Burning all of their resources. EVOS will take control of TLID's base. 2 base turrets. Oh,
LG
up top. Almost taking it down. Unstoppable Force and the ejector. Key picked up, thrown back. Fabian able to get the quad shadow. Shadow kill! In the back, Brad's able to flick around. Albert with the blade surge. They stay too long. And TLID capitalize. 2 for 1.
Again, the mistakes are still there. EVOS biting off more than they could chew. And TLID, finally they find an opening to traverse around the lead that EVOS has been building so far.
And keep in mind, the 2 members they took out was Reggie and Key. The main carries here, Albert and Brands, still relatively untouched.
Yep.
And on top of that, because of the overstay, they were able to get 2 base turrets. I think for EVOS, that's still most definitely worth it.
Winter.
30 seconds to go. Winter Crown as well. The Hayabusa already struggling now is going to struggle even more. With 28 seconds to go, again, there's nothing else Team Liquid can do but bank on the next fight being enough. Fortunately for them, Aaron Shiki was able to pick up several valuable kills there. He already has a Holy Crystal. Not really at full build just yet, but getting closer and closer. Hopefully it will be enough, because otherwise this next one might be the final one.
Lord in 6 seconds. EVOS, of course, corralling around this Lord and TLID. All they can do is just wait. They might look for something, but nah, it's just going to be bursted down by EVOS. So again, another round of base defense in the hands of TLID.
Oh boy.
Hey, Albert's got the girlfriend buff.
Hey.
Very relevant here. And look at this, dude. Avian trying to threaten a bit more. And that's the poke potential. The Yi, the Beatrix, but also the Suyo with the Queller.
Yeah.
Team Liquid ID trying to hang on to their final base target. Whoa! Whoa, what was that?
Man, this time it's Key with the ejector. Sway Low is gonna be punished. Why does this always happen? Weedy in the back, jumping onto Prance. Albert gets the blade surge down. Yes, right there. AOG to escape. Aran mounted on and will be slain. But oh my lord, without Sway Low, I don't think they can end.
They can't. Not enough damage to burst down, but TLID, the base defense.
Savant Force back up. Aaron Shiki on it already. Jumping to the back line. Prance gonna be taken very low. Aaron Shiki still falling. Fabian, only member left defending. Big sigh of relief. Evos are able to win despite that big blunder. You can see it on Henki's face. He's like, oh, thank goodness.
The White Tigers still roaring. Game 3 on the cards. It's not over yet. It's TLID on bended knee 1-1.
Oh
my
boy.
lord.
Finally, we see Evos with that signature aggressive style. And you see that even the more composed, the more strategic Team Liquid ID, they're doing so much better. Oh man, that was a close one though. I think emotions are definitely high. There was that moment of panic when Sway Low got ejected all the way towards Team Liquid ID, gets picked off.
What the heck, dude? Why does it keep happening?
And look at Key, by the way, sliding all the way to the base. Funny how there's always a moment like that in these matches.
Dude, that, if they lost because of that, oh my lord.
Can't recover from that, but at least it's a sigh of relief. And look at Albert. His face shows it. And now, Evos, they still live to see another game. It's not over yet. Look at the passion. The cries.
Is she a TL fan or a Madrid fan? Because both are kind of shaking right now.
Don't talk about Madrid. We don't talk about football here in MPL. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Real Madrid.
What happened to all that energy earlier, bro?
I don't know. Remontada.
I told you.
Well, I hear a voice saying, I told you, bro. I told you.
Remontada indeed. Oh my goodness.
I don't know. All I know is that Evos just equalized the game 1-1.
Yeah, they did.
And
so, looking at the patterns that we've seen recently, will this be an Evos reverse sweep?
Who else got reverse sweep, by the way, as of now?
BTR.
Bigatron. Okay.
Yikes.
Yikes. So, yeah, I guess
And
Evos.
Geek Fam.
Geek Fam. Yeah, that earlier match today, but of course the crucial moment here, as we see. I feel like Evos, they were snowballing from the get-go. Again, with the Suyo Jawhead combo, they were able to unlock a lot of things, and it was just everything. Like, they were everywhere at the right time.
Hey, it seems like right here, again, these fights, Team Liquid ID had a vision on how they wanted this fight to go. It really seemed like they had planned on winning it outright, but Evos just denied it, dude. And this guy right here.
Yeah, baby alien, adopted by a pack of White Tigers. It is Albert. That's the MVP, the player of the game. And that was an impeccable Suyo game. He was deathless. Yeah, 6-0-8.
Definitely playing it calm, cool, calculated. And again, to be fair, there's not a lot of things he needs to do, which in a sense made it even better. Because even though there was pressure to maybe try and do something, to get involved, he knew exactly what a team's win condition was. Stayed in distance, do some damage, help blow up the main guy diving towards Prance, towards Sway Low, and that's it. Use the Soul Sever to secure and burst down these tankier members from Team Liquid ID instead of diving in and potentially getting punished. And all he had to do was that and be on point with the Retribution, and he certainly delivered on both. If you look at the damage dealt as well, he's actually just below Prance. So he was doing higher damage than the Yi. And that's a pattern we've seen again and again. The Suyo actually doing more damage than a spammable long-range mage like the Yi.
I mean, Sway Low was there as well, too. Really unsure the damage was coming through, but Is that another excusable moment, or was it just him dozing off again?
I think that was kind of planned out by Evos, as in, okay, we can stay, but again, like we mentioned earlier, Rance and Albert weren't taken down, so it looked bad. This in particular looks really bad. We talked about the Winter Truncheon. We definitely didn't expect it to be used like that, but afterwards, right, Team Liquid ID tried to capitalize even more. Unfortunately, they were just really too far behind here, almost 10K.
They went way too deep. Like, they got Sway low. Why are they going in? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
I know. Then again, it's the Phobius, so maybe he ain't got no choice.
Really?
I'm wondering why he tossed Sway low up in the air.
I think it was a mistake. I think he just meant to just tap it, you know, like whatever, throw it away, and then
maybe it's a bait. It's a big brain moment.
Got flung, and he's like, hey. Sway low's probably like, man, what are you doing?
Would be cool if that was a bait though.
Would be cool. We'll say it's a bait, just, you know, because it worked
So
out.
like, oh yeah, so they'll jump on Sway low, and we're gonna wipe the floor with them.
Nah, tactical.
Because Sway low was the one who was taken out multiple times, you know? He's not on 0 deaths, he wouldn't mind, right? Yeah, just toss him into the Lions then.
Taking one for the team. It's not taking one, it's taking 4. 4 deaths for him.
Man. This definitely is a more aggressive take on the Yves though. Going straight with the Warrior Boots, with a Mana Crystal there, and then just going straight for the Glowing Wand, the Wishing Lantern, and then the Winter Crown. He really wasn't concerned about having too much mana to spam out all those spells. Just made sure that he's relevant when it counts, right? When during the big team fights. Because again, Team Liquid ID's composition, it's all about those big moments. They have big ultimates, they have big all-ins. Unfortunately, all those big all-ins were deflected.
And yeah, EVOS again, still pulling themselves together. The TLID. I mean, it was, you know, it's not what you expected from Team Liquid in this match particularly, because we talked about it at the draft. I mean, it's not as easy to execute. And again, not much of a bursty damage, you would say, compared to EVOS. You have the Suyo, you have the Yves, again, constant upstream of damage given by the Yves, again, a spammable spell from long distance as well. So yeah, EVOS again with the damage output, just out damaging Team Liquid ID.
To the people back at home, please do not try to make what Key did make sense. Because I'm worried now for all my mage players out there.
Me, yeah.
Their roamers might be like, oh, that's a strat.
It's
Yves, here, go and bait.
It could be a strat.
The ejector into the real world manipulation.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but
no, that is not. There you go, buddy.
No.
Did you see what happened to him?
Hey, ladies.
You see what happened to him?
Don't try this at home, okay?
You got
Don't
mauled.
try this at home.
Can I try it?
You can try it here, I guess, because they tried it here. But don't try it at home, man.
I had a Jawhead XP once, right? And I was playing Tig.
Dude, on a Jawhead, I always do that, just for the lulls.
Yeah.
But like, don't do that if you're trying to win.
On an MPL match, dude.
Not on an MPL
for
match.
the lulls.
1-1. Equalizer. Like EVOS.
Expected. Just like the other match.
Equalizer. Yeah. Not an equalizer.
Comeback, a remontada.
It's a remontada. So, if we're gonna mirror this match with that match, I think this is gonna be a 2-1 for EVOS.
Whoa. So you're counting
prediction.
out TLID? You're counting out the first team who got the first point?
Not really.
It's still the first half.
It is.
Still the first, yeah.
Yeah, it's still the, you know, we have game number 3, so
exactly.
Just buckle up, because we're gonna have an interview with Bude Clara Mongstar.
BCM?
Oh, BCM? BCM? BCM?
Match yang begitu meriah, namun di tengah kemeriahan ini ada Kapten Saikot.
Halo semua.
Halo Kapten, ini tiba-tiba di season ini ada anomali yang hadir nih. Bude Kak lumayan kaget ya. Saikot, sekali pertama season 15 hadir, benar atau tidak?
Pertama kali.
Ini ada apa? Kenapa baru hari ini datang ya Saikot?
Pengen dukung banget sih secara langsung, soalnya dari kemarin kan nonton online terus kan. Terus kayak pengen langsung nonton aja secara langsung. Kangen stats sebenarnya.
Widih, kangen stats, kangen main, kangen lihat atau suasananya?
Semuanya.
Semuanya. Oh, berarti ada kemungkinan main lagi dong di MPL.
Gak tahu.
Hey. Tapi Saikot, apakah kamu datang ke sini? Emang ini tuh EVOS lagi dalam kondisi yang bener-bener butuh dukungan?
Sebenarnya dukungan sih, dukungan juga. Cuman ya ini sih hasil dari mereka juga, tryhardnya mereka.
Tryhardnya mereka. Jadi di sini Psychos biasanya ngelihatnya di rumah.
Iya, biasa online terus kan.
Oke, by the way sekarang Psychos selama nggak kelihatan sibuk ngapain aja Psychos?
Terakhir kemarin habis nice try di China.
Nice try, nggak apa-apa, yang penting sudah mencoba.
Iya benar.
Tapi keren banget loh, udah berusaha. Lalu habis itu sekarang kalau kita lihat dari perjalanan Psychos yang kemarin sempat melalang buana, berarti juga ngeliatin EVOS terus.
Benar.
Gimana sih kondisi EVOS untuk sekarang ini, udah bisa masuk UGD?
Sebenarnya masih bisa sih. Kan juga baru week 7 ya, 2 week lagi kan, sisa 4 tim lagi. Menurutku berharap aja hari ini bisa menang.
Kejar-kejaran poinnya, kamu berasa gak sih di season ini tuh bener-bener kayak lagi close banget?
Benar. Soalnya kayak aku ngerasa ya dari sejak aku main sampai sekarang nih bener-bener tim manapun bisa menang gitu loh.
Tim manapun bisa menang?
Iya benar.
Tapi kalau posisi 7 yang didapatkan EVOS di season sekarang, ini kamu ngelihatnya gimana sih angka 7 ini, angka keramat gak sih buat kamu?
Sebenarnya 777 kan, lucky kan.
Wih.
Iya benar.
Berarti lo benar, kan waktu itu udah sekali atau 2 kali dapat 7. Ini mau kali ketiga lagi nih?
Kalau misalnya ini
7,
percobaan, soalnya biar jadi lucky kan. Lucky, hoki.
Biar mau stay di 7 terus?
Kan kemarin kan 7, season 10 7, season berapa lagi 7, ini 7, berarti ini bisa playoff berarti.
7 gak bisa playoff,
Enggak, kan kalau misalnya menang lagi bisa naik kan.
Oh berarti season ini gak dapat 7 dong? Ya. Oke, 7-nya cuma di week 7 aja?
Percobaan.
Percobaan, jadi harapannya pengen ngerangkak naik, 7-nya udah dirasain, sekarang saatnya pindah.
Benar, cuma percobaan doang ini 7-nya. Kayak pengen ya.
Benar, tapi kan kita ngeliat kayaknya EVOS nih lagi banyak berganti-ganti. Ini EVOS bisa dibilang salah satu tim yang sering banget mengganti playernya dari role-role-nya. Bahkan dari minggu awal, di tengah-tengah, lalu sampai sekarang juga. Kalau dari Psychos ngeliatnya gimana sih?
Sebenarnya karena jago sih sebenarnya Bude. Makanya ganti-ganti role kan. Terbukti Nacho dari mid ke XP menang kemarin. Emang jago aja, belum hokinya aja Bude.
Emang jago aja. Kalau perubahan role dan juga ada perubahan player di sana sini juga. Jadi memang menurutmu pergantian player ataupun pergantian dari segi role itu nggak masalah untuk EVOS?
Gak masalah kalau jago kayak Nacho.
Nacho. Tapi masalahnya apa nih? EVOS ada di 7 nih.
Seperti biasa sih Bude, hoki Bude.
Harus cari hoki nih.
Iya.
Hoki kan harus diusahakan juga ya.
Benar.
Apa nih yang harus bisa, mungkin sebagai kawan, sebagai ini, apa yang bisa diusahakan EVOS lebih nih? Khususnya untuk game ketiga, karena kemenangan ini cukup penting loh untuk EVOS.
Kalau dari dulu udah ya, biasa kalau satu sama itu udah tergantung mental lagi kan. Apalagi kayak kondisi sekarang lagi terpuruk juga ya, bisa dibilang hashtag 7. Pasti dari player semua, coaching staff, siapapun itu pasti effort buat playoff.
Pasti ya, yang penting mental karena kemampuan mereka, skill mereka dari Psychos juga percaya bahwa mereka mumpuni dan cukup.
Kalau udah masuk roster MPL udah pasti percaya loh deh.
Udah pasti percaya. Tapi game ketiga mental yang harus dibuktikan.
Benar.
Benar.
Udah pasti mental.
Tapi Psychos, kamu di sini ada requestan dari player kah untuk datang ke sini atau dari seseorang?
Gak ada sih, pengen sendiri Bude kesini. Soalnya kayak dari kemarin nonton kan online terus kayak pengen lah langsung kesini ngerasain, soalnya kangen stage kan. Ya udahlah, semoga kayak bisa bawa hoki juga kesini.
Wih, tapi mereka kan katamu mental harus bisa kuat. Coba kuatkan mental tim EVOS sekarang juga, Psychos. Psychos?
Masih bisa boy, jangan YTT aja Bran, lu gua lock lu Bran. Kebanyakan yahai Bude, takutnya ente kan nanti kan.
Jangan tuh.
Semangat terus lah boy, pokoknya masih week 7 juga, pokoknya effort lah buat kalian buat playoffnya. Semangat terus.
Semangat terus dan harapan, semangat semua yang sudah diberikan. Dari EVOS Fam juga coba nih, masih pada semangat gak sih EVOS Fam? The Cavalry juga gak mau kalah pastinya dan semuanya mari kita sambut. Udah gak sabar game ketiga?
Gak sabar.
Yakin menang?
Amin.
Amin. Tapi bagaimana dengan hasilnya? Hanya kedua tim yang akan bisa membuktikan. Langsung saja, inilah dia EVOS dan juga TLID.
That's Mr. Captain, Mr. ISF,
Mr. ISF.
Psychos.
Captain Psychots, with that, I believe EVOS have gotten enough to fully come back.
Yeah.
TLID, they're looking in shambles, man. losing like that lead at the start.
Yeah.
What was it for if they overcommitted in game 2 like that? They just gave them chances, you know? Like they were good in the offense, but defensively, what was that?
Are you making references?
No.
You're not?
No.
Ah, I see.
Dude, we were just talking about how they were doing so well trading, avoiding, waiting for the power spikes. Where? What happened?
Not there.
Where'd it go?
It's not there.
We were just talking about it. You know, we blink and it's missing. Like, what?
Yeah.
Where was that patience, bro? Right? They were brawling since level 5. It's like the hype carried over from game 1. You can't do that.
Hey, you're all talk. You think you can play? Why not join the MPL Superfans League? You're a Kingdom, right? So obviously you should be in the Kingdom team.
But I think I'm in a super fans league though.
Ah.
This is for the super fans.
It is for the super fans.
This is a
I am a
platform.
super fan.
He's a super fan. You're a super fan.
Look at this hair.
Sort of.
It's proof that I'm a super fan.
Yeah. So this competition is a platform to prove which team community is the best and most united across Indonesia, not Manchester, while also giving super fans a stage to compete,
BTR.
unite, and show their pride for their favorite team.
BTR.
So if you're gonna be in the Bigatron super team, what role would you play?
Jungle or gold.
Ah. You can carry the team? What if
Solo.
you're matched up with like 4 epics?
Gee. I mean, yikes. That's every day, bro. Wait, Na'Vi!
Na'Vi's number 1?
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, no? Number 1 up there.
Wow.
Navi Lysel. Liesel?
So Na'Vi was like, we don't care about MPL ID. We care about MPL ID.
Oh my god, look at number
Superfans
2.
League.
Juragan Troopers!
Juragan Troopers. Hey, where's the Kingdom?
I think we're at
all the way
6th
down.
place, I
Anarchy
think.
Kingdom Bang
Get
Bang.
humbled, Arashi.
8th place and 6th place.
That's a W name though. RRQ Kingdom Bang Bang.
Araki Kingdom. Nah, it's actually them calling, you know, people in Indonesia. Araki Kingdom Bang Bang.
Bang, bang,
Bang, bang, hey.
Bang Bang, tolong Bang.
But what about Sonic Kocak or the
Sonic
Kocak?
Royal
Oh, Sonic
Makassar,
Royal
bro.
Makassar. Okay.
Ah. So, interesting names.
Makassarian players. are
Roar 16.
good. Roar. I wonder what team they support.
Ah.
How about Evo's Academy? It's a bit on the nose, bro.
Evo's Academy at 9th is crazy, dude. Like, they used the name Evo's Academy, and then they went all the way to 9th. Like,
Cyclops might want to look at this.
yeah.
But Geek Osiris though.
That's an Egyptian god, right?
Yes,
Osiris.
sir. Yes, it is.
Geek Slayers, they wait, are they?
The
Geek
Geek
Slayers.
Slayers.
Geek Slayers.
Whoa! What did the Geeks ever do to you?
So, are they sabotaging themselves by
Exactly.
slaying Geek while
Right.
representing Geek?
But I think the Troopers, Juragan Troopers, will win the whole thing.
Oh, really? You gotta face off against Na'Vi.
Come on. Juragan Troopers.
Na'Vi.
Juragan Troopers.
Na'Vi Lysol.
RRQ Kingdom Bang Bang.
On 8th place?
It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Ah, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
I don't know if that's the finish.
That's
the
what
scores though.
That's what Ghani's team says every season.
What?
Ooh.
It's not how you start, that's how you finish.
It is. It's always how you...
Second place, FC.
Second
Ghani.
place FC.
Shout out to Ghani.
That's brutal, man.
Aye, aye, aye. But of course, the game recap from game number 2. It was a match between Aronchiki and Albert in terms of the damage dealt because, you know, Aronchiki was there, 45k damage, and Albert was also there with a lot of damage, basically. But the gold department, though, Albert's just farming his way on towards the blade of the game.
Yeah, man, Albert was doing so much better there. Fabian on the Hayabusa. I think we had high hopes for it. And there were maneuvers in the early game that were designed to try and get him that success. The dive onto Suelo, right? The initial kill attempt. Unfortunately, it came at a cost because they were so intent on trying to bait Suelo in there. You know, the bait they dangled in front of Evo's got absolutely wrecked, absolutely consumed. It could be said to be the main starting point of Evo's snowball. So Team Liquid ID, if they really want to go for the brawl style, they want to match Evos in the aggression, go for it. Like pick, you know, consider the matchups a bit better because especially with the Tsushin, right? It came out kind of early in my opinion, and the Yi was left open the whole time. So, I mean, I think we were talking about the Lucas potentially coming out. I feel like, yeah, the fact that they kind of maybe changed plans after seeing the Yi there, becomes a bit of a problem, man. So I don't know. They have to kind of pay more attention to the lanes and how the early game is gonna go. They can't just get like a good team fight composition and expect EVOs to let them scale up to their power spikes and fight.
Now, EVOS, obviously, huge momentum.
Huge.
Towards
Huge.
game 3. Because
Huge.
I feel like sticking to their comfortability, like they picked up the Suyo and Jawhead as well, it really suits them. It really suits the aggressiveness of Albert in the early game. He was able to funnel himself with 6 kills total in that match. So, obviously, if they're able to stick with what works, I think, you know, don't change it up. I mean, still, it's way low with the Eve, even after what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, you can just double down. And it's so funny that for EVOs, after the 3-week break, they seem to be trying out so many different things. They have so many different ideas. Where did it take them? Back to the Jawhead Suyo combo, bro. if it still works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep. And this is the final drafting phase
Let's go.
of this week and of this day. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. We're in 2 bands in, and Liquid, they respect the heck out of this Jawhead. They ban it out. Meanwhile, for EVOS, it's still the same. The chip and the Fanny taken out.
Fanny and the ship, Harith taken away as well. It's a battle, it's a brawl, ladies and gentlemen. We're not gonna see these signature picks come up. EVOS, what are they gonna ban next?
But if they're banning out the Harith, what do they want to trade it with? Because they have first pick in the hands of TLID. Is it a Suyo, possibly?
Kalea.
Kalea as well, yep, that's true.
Jusin.
Jusin, that's a possibility as well. I mean, Kalea was a game changer for TLID on that first game, so obviously they want to pick it up for Witty as well.
Yeah, it's a great pick. It allows Team Liquid ID, if they want to go in for that brawl, to get an edge there. It's flexible, it can go defensive and aggressive. Oh, Kimmy. Did that go the Kalea? Interesting. All right, Team Liquid ID will have access to it. So any kind of assassin that EVOs want to bring out here is at risk of getting coiled up in that Tsunami Slam.
I mean, the Kalea was one of the most significant figures to be played in the first game by Witty. Now EVOS, will they open up their cards in the jungle here? So far for Albert, he was having a shaky game 1. It was mostly a shutdown towards him, but game number 2, it was insane for him. A Granger's open and a Joy as well. But for the Joy though, is Kalea going to be able to just lock down the Joy?
Yes, if the Joy strays too close to the Kalea, that's a catch angle for Witty immediately. Interesting here for EVOs, they get the mix of magical and physical damage. But Team Liquid ID doubling down on the Phoveus and the Hayabusa with the Kalea. They feel like they have what it takes. Hang on a second, the glue comes in through. EVOs, they might be forced to ban out the Faramis here, just on the off chance Team Liquid ID are willing to make it work for them.
Yeah.
Because, okay, with the Phoveus, with the Kalea, the Netherrealm is already a great spell. Against the glue, with that burst potential, able to spread over the whole team, I feel like it's a bit too costly to overlook for EVOs.
I agree, the Pyramid is going to be a very good pick to go for, but they ban out the Farsa first. Speaking of good picks though, I think for EVOs, the Navaria deserves a shout. With the Granger already picked up, and up against a composition that kind of needs to go for the pickup, gets close, revealing them, stopping the ambushes, stopping the assassinations from happening will be a pretty okay tool to have. It's just, can you survive against the Haya as a Novaria? That's it, that's it. That's all Suelo needs to think about.
Yep, especially when you have the Astral Echo that really reveals information through the bushes as well. I thought at first they will be the ones to pick up the Farsa themselves to round out the poke composition that they have with the Granger as well, but they ban it out. The Valentina taken out as well for TLID.
Valentina denied. Interesting, that could be... No, hang on. I was thinking about the Lucas possibility whenever the Valentina is in the picture. That could be a Faramis angle though, right? Making sure that there isn't another realm available for EVOs to steal away. This is the big one though. Will the Faramis come into the minds of Avil here? Do they have something else they really want to deny from Team Liquid ID so badly that they're willing to face the potential of a Faramis?
Now EVOS. obviously. With one ban, will it be the Faramis or will it be something else?
Oh, it's
over
over.
the Beatrix. So now, TLID. Got to take it away.
Are they gonna try to take away the Faramis first? Is that the idea?
That's a weird comp though. If that's what they're planning on.
Exactly.
It's a dive comp with a Granger trailing behind.
But against a dive comp like TLID, doesn't the Faramis gives you safety?
Well, technically, if Team Liquid already plays dive, if they play pickoff, like how do you guarantee? You're just forced to actually commit whenever one of your friends is getting engaged on, because you have to stick together.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna stick together against a Phobius,
there you go.
Yeah,
it's looking a bit difficult, but that's the option that Evos want to explore here.
So TLID, they can go for the Yve again. We've seen the Yve be means to stop the Faramis in its tracks.
What else? Any big AoE tool will be good. Something with survivability to deal with the joy can be great.
So Moskov. Gold.
Oh, Moskov.
Yeah, Moskov I think I'm okay with. The mid lane though, there's so many options. It depends on how Team Liquid ID want to approach this. Do they actually still want to double down on the pick-off potential? Do they want to go in for a full-on fight? How they want to do?
Carry.
Oh man.
That's single target. They need AoE. Okay, there you go. Okay. If they went for... All right. Yve and carry. They're going to play the normal Kalea carry, pick off into a one-shot single target. But remember, there's a Faramis. So if you do go for those pick-offs, it's going to be tough. I'd say it's going to be tough.
Roamer though for Key.
Tig?
Yeah, Tig. You need some sort of a engage, I'd say.
Tig is awesome here.
Yeah. AoE as well, right? AoE is the name of the game here. Against all of this dive, they're going to need something to stop Witty as well if he really goes in for those risky plays. El Momento definitely has it in him.
Will this be his redemption game? Because we have seen him not touch these momentum heroes.
What?
Hylos. Are they more of them trying to sustain the damage?
Okay. It's also a way for them to actually get an engage, technically. If they went for the take, I guess it is an engage, but they can't really chase the members of Team Liquid ID too far. So they're going for a more team fight look here. I don't know though, against a carry though? The Hylos? You're in for a world of pain.
Shut it down. The carry out. Obviously, Tank Eater. It's basically dinner for Aaron Shiki.
Don't forget the slows from the Yve as well. You're going to be lumbering through the Void Crystals and the Void Blast here. Interesting. I feel like there's potential for both drafts though. It's going to come down to the game plan. How they play the first objective is going to be very telling on how the fights are going to go.
A game of fate to close out the week. EVOS, will they be able to climb back up, or will TLID kick them even further down? It is EVOS against TLID, game number 3.
Make it or break it for EVOS. They are fighting for their playoff contention lives. Still 7th place in the standings. They need a win desperately.
Need underlined, bold, italic there. They desperately have to get this done. In the lanes though, I think in the early game, Brands on the Granger is going to be having a better time against Aaron Shiki. Same thing can be said for Reggie. The glue against the Phobius is a known matchup already. In the mid lane though, that's a whole different story. The Yve, I think, will be able to clear still really, really well. Oh, Brands gets that gold buff. Yeah, the Kalea and the Yve, definitely a bit more dangerous than the Hylos Faramis. Ooh, looking at the emblems right here. Hang on, the 2v2 is kind of distracting for a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the tenacities for the frontliners of EVOS, definitely important. It's going to be an inspire though for Sway Low. It's all about getting the spells back up in time for those big moments. Like I mentioned earlier, the only catch they really have is going to be the Glorious Pathway with a glue, like lumbering towards you. So they don't really have a lot of surprise tools. So Albert is going to be a bit more limited because of that.
Yeah, at least the electrifying beats. It's always available as well for Albert. And so far, TLID, they might look for the 2v3 in mid, but no. Key with the Revitalize.
Very early.
Premature there.
Yeah.
Very, very early.
That's good info. He's gonna be down for, I think, yeah, Turtle. They won't have him for Turtle.
No. Might look for this objective, knowing the fact that Heat doesn't have the Revitalize. Witty is here as well. Albert just trying to clear his purple buff. And this might be a fight where it breaks it.
It's already too low right now. RWBM come down. Retribution from Fabian Key gonna be slain. Evos disconnected. Reggie will be able to get onto him, but around with the flicker forward, gets him. One more shot, 2 kills, and a turtle for TL.
What is happening to Evos?
They got bashed. That's what happened. They were split up apart there. Team Liquid ID made the first move onto the turtle, and Evos were greedy. They were trying to do so many things there. Go for their own purple buff, contest the turtle, and also get Fryo and threaten a fight. Way too many things.
Arashi, this has happened twice now. Twice, okay? It happened yesterday in the Classic Derby. It's happened again here. I like the whole XP lane go mid rotation type deal, but you need to get your mid laner to a spot where he gets level 4. You don't come in to soak in the entire wave and only you get 4. Swalo wasn't 4 in that fight. Meanwhile, Yehezkiel was. You saw that when Phobius went to the mid lane, he didn't instantly help clear the wave. He actually gave Yehezkiel a bit more space for him to get a little bit more XP, and then he decided to help clear. Evos have miscoordinated on this twice, and it's literally costed them games.
Yep. And even if they did do it right, there's an argument to be made that the early game is going to be so much more favorable for Team Liquid ID. Evos, we've seen this before. With the Faramis, you have sustainability, but can the members that you keep alive output the same kind of damage? With a Hylas and a Glue, I don't really think so, man. Against a Phobius, against a Yeve, with the Kalea healing them, I felt like that whole scenario was doomed from the start. I don't know why Evos even attempted it.
Yeah, recurring mistake happening for Evos time again. And now, obviously, without the NetherRealm in that fight earlier on, Turtle, Evos do not have the advantage. This time, they might blitz it for the second time.
Ooh. The point is, right, the whole point of a team fight is because you have Faramis. You want to try to sustain. If he doesn't have ult, then it's already bad. Witty in the back, able to find a Tsunami Slam. RWBM instantly locking him down. Another round comes in, but you can feel the lead. Shadow kill in the back. Albert will be taken very low. Still able to escape though. It's going to be Witty who will fall. Together with Key, Aaron Shiki able to go down. Albert dives in deep. It'll be the shoulder bash now. Also in for the pursuit. Aran getting it. Fabian jumping on the Sway low. Has to Purify. Another jump in front of Pursuit, another one! Dunking on Swalo to claim the double. Brands unable to get the kills back.
Is that worth it though for Evos?
Overall, I don't think so. Again, I don't think they should be fighting. They should be waiting for the right kind of power spikes, because you can see exactly what happens there. Aran on an absolute warpath, just bashing everyone down. They don't really have the power spikes. They need items if they can really threaten the full roster of Team Liquid ID. If you're just looking on the base passives and skills of the heroes, Team Liquid ID are very happy to take these fights again and again.
Of course, Starlium Sight ready for Albert. Again, still having to wait for even greater damage. But Fabian might steal this!
He will. He'll take it away from Albert. He wasn't expecting a random Kakashi to make his way into his own jungle. Witty conceal. He tried to bait out a few skills, I'm guessing.
That's Kakashi jutsu training in the woods.
That's why he's a ninja, right? Comes in undetected. And again, if he was on a fight, at least have the Revitalize ready, man. That's the whole idea here, right?
Yeah.
Extra big regeneration, extra big HP bars from the NetherRealm, in theory. They should be using all of the tools at their disposal right here, because Team Liquid ID are definitely doing all that. Skypiercer completed for Brands at this point, but he really isn't in any position. He's kind of roped into a lot of these scenarios now. In fact, Aaron Shiki seems to be having the better time.
I think it's inclined to join the fight at least to, number one, get early stacks in the Skypiercer. Who knows? If he can get the last hit, it'll be very advantageous for him to build up that stack. But oh no!
Jamran, can you survive? Good slam from Reggie to stop that from happening, but Brands needs to recall.
And that's it, right? With the Granger, when you have a Hayabusa jumping in front of you, above you, you need peel, and I do think in a situation like that, Brands is just so susceptible.
And later on, there's no easy peel available for Evos either. It's gonna be key with the Law and Order, the stun. That's about it. The Reggie can maybe, stop someone for a short period of time, but nowhere long enough to be, effective. But Aran getting poked down here, that's the other advantage that Evos has, the range. But they have to be careful. If they want to play with that range, they can't be caught in choke points near the neutral objectives, slowed down by those Void Crystals. Aaron Shiki is in the picture now. Key, Reggie, whoever gets jumped on will be deleted.
Problem now for Evos. Throwing.
Whoa. Whoa. Great initiation. Eskiel taken out before he could even notice that he was engaged on. 1-0. Turtles should go for free to Evos.
That's a very important kill because Eve now out of the equation, no damage whatsoever, and yeah, Evos finally at least answers. Being thrown out in the wild, TLID, they relinquish the second or the third turtle.
Great move there by Reggie, man. This guy just finds windows to really make the plays happen. Usually it's on an Edith, but on the glue. He's also finding great moments here. They're still behind though, so they still gotta be careful. The main issue around here already has a Radiant armor and a Dreadnought armor completed. Not a Cuirass just yet, but he's gonna be able to stay in the front for a long period of time, man. Because the Joy, the main source of magic damage, in theory won't be outputting all the damage onto Aran. He'll be looking for Yeheskiel, looking for Fabian as well. So it's gonna be up to Suelo, and he, I don't think, outputs all that much damage enough right now to threaten Aran away. Yes, it's back to the waiting game. And I don't feel like a good idea. I'm not sure what they're planning here.
Whoa, that's very quick. 8 minutes and 39 seconds.
Wow, that is fast. And you know what the carry can do with the Holy Trinity? This Hylos might just be disrespected by the carry.
And that's the other issue, right? Evos, they have advantages, they've won fights, but they haven't been able to control the carry at all. Whoa, Tsunami Slam!
Okay, well, then the realm coming down as well. Fabian to the back will be, Chain CC'd! Quad Shadow back and forth, the Shadow Kill as well. That should be him falling. And it will be Suelo. Albert in the back line, able to find Aaron Shiki! Albert! Gets away too! TLID crumble 1 by 1. Brands gets a shutdown.
Oh, the White Tigers roar back to life. And TLID, they lose 4 in an instance. It has turned around in their favor.
They just underestimated Evos, man. Albert. Wow, that was the play that probably turned things around immediately. The dive towards the backline, deleting everyone. Fabian and Aran were too distracted trying to dive in and make it difficult for Evos. They forgot that their backline, you talk about having little peel for Evos, there's even less for Team Liquid ID, technically, if Aran isn't in the picture.
Yeah.
So, Weedy in particular, again, has to coordinate with Aran here. If Aran wants to go forward, then Weedy has to stay in the back and be on babysit duty.
And not to mention this Ranger is creeping from the depths of Evos. You know how much of an insane damage dealer can be in the late game with the Sky Pressure stacks just, stonking up. And now the Lord spawned at Evos. Not inclined to take it just yet.
The positioning has to be impeccable here. Team Liquid ID, they want Aran in the front. They want to make sure Yeheskiel is in a safe zone. And if the fight breaks out, they need Aran to actually be able to reach and zone away the Prio members here. And they really, really need to get an eye onto Albert before anything even happens.
Well, the fight might break soon, but it's all about dancing with the Lord. TLID.
Ooh.
Just baited it in towards Evos. And so far, Fabian clears the mid wave. At least that wave will halt Evos for quite some time. For TLID, has their fingertips onto the Lord.
Look at the wave on the bottom side though. Fabian already showing Evos. They're gonna have to make their move soon here, but they're already spotted by Weedy and Aran. Going for the blitz.
They're going for
Fabian
it.
Giving an all-in over to Key. He will be wiped before another one can catch him. Good art will be able to zone him away now. That's going to be the winner crown out by Aran. Jumping in. Fabian looking for the angle. Finds it in the back. Shadow kill to Suelo. He's isolated. Fabian won't be able to get the kill on Reggie. Was baited all around. The front line and the back line, they were split by Fabian.
Oh, Fabian isolation onto the back, and this Lord, it needs saving. But nobody is here to save the day for Evos.
That's the danger of the carry, man. Again, Evos don't have a lot of tools to punish that carry specifically. You saw Key walk up thinking he's gonna survive for just a bit longer, but this is now Aaron Shiki with the Malefic gun. He has an extra range built in already, more penetration. Dude, Evos have to operate like the front line is only temporary. Oh, slick moves there by Fabian. Doing a lot better here on the Hayabusa when it comes to impact in the game. Still on 0 kills though.
Yeah. No kills funneled to him whatsoever. So obviously, for Evos at least, for now, they can take a breather, but the Lord up top, Albert will try to clear it. Items though, radiant armor for Reggie. Try to expel that damage from Yasgiel because this Yves will grow to become such a pestering menace in the late game as well. The Void Blast as well will just try to hinder Evos from progressing. The Lord up top, trying to march in, and Evos will look to clear this.
Now it should be very... Oh, the RWM, they were caught in the bad angle. Now the Glorious Pathway as well, but Winter Crown! Aaron just running him! Fabian looking for the play. Oh, the Netherrealm was baited out. He thought Fabian was going to jump in. Aaron! Around with the jump! After Aaron's fade away, Winnie dives in. Aaron gets the base turret. Fabian! Shadow kill to the back. He going to be slain by Yasgiel. 3 members left standing for Evos, but TLID will go for structures.
Wow.
Beautiful.
TLID, 2 turrets taken, and Evos, they're up on their feet now because they have to be more wary of the threats given by TLID. So far, Evos, they have to recover from this.
Dude, immediately, the meme with the guy tapping his head, think,
yeah,
right? It comes through. The glue mounted onto Aran, and he gets Winter Crown so that Aaron can shred Reggie down immediately. I think Evos definitely wasn't expecting that. Sway low, in the midst of everything, panic, popped the Netherrealm, and you saw how fast his HP bar dropped. And we mentioned it before. The moment the Paramis himself gets taken out, everyone else gets locked into stasis. They can really work against themselves, Evos. They gotta be really careful on how they want to utilize this. The advantage when it comes to the range here between the mid laners is really a big factor in how both teams are playing around. And we talked about the poke damage. Yasgiel with the Wishing Lantern, the Glowing Wand, and the Divine Glaive at this point. Dude, he is gonna do a ton of damage before the fight even begins. And for Evos, they don't have any built-in regeneration. They have to revitalize, but Team Liquid ID have the Kalia passive to work with. So it's still pretty much balanced, but Team Liquid ID have more options to go around. Evos are the ones that have to make a play like earlier, where Albert comes in undetected and makes a big one, because otherwise, it's a Team Liquid ID's game to control.
Yeah, Evos, they need a miracle to happen. They don't want to pin themselves onto one another. Their backs against the wall now. This is much akin to game number 1, where they were so far back. They are used to be in this type of situations, but again, you don't want to be consistently down in the dumps.
Nope.
As TLID, full control of this game. The Lord this time is blitzed upon.
Slow push down below as well. Yep. In favor of TLID. They can play with time. They've got time. Evos are the ones who are fighting against the clock, at least in this position, right? They can still scale technically. They have a Joy, they have a Granger, but now they're gonna have to choose. Fight or defend in the bottom lane. Granger seems to be hesitant. Fabian. Oh, already. Reggie jumping in. Fabian in the backline. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fabian unable to go for it. Reggie gets the mount, and there's no shadow kill. Aaron cutting away. Key gonna be shredded down. No jungle. Evos, an angle, a miraculous opening has just revealed itself.
This is their golden chance to take the Lord. Because Fabian still down, 25 seconds to go.
Wait a second.
The Lord.
Wait.
They're going for this.
Evos are showing on the map here. Team Liquid ID, they can go for it. They don't want to risk it though. With the vision here, Evos are gonna try and fight back. Team Liquid ID are gonna try and stall for as long as possible. 10 seconds to go.
Aaron, oh, we can see that shred. Yes, here, caught in the tough spot.
Yes,
will be able to escape. Now, Key! Melted by Aaron Shaggy! A tsunami slam, Reggie falling as well. Has him with a crowd to delay the inevitable, but it is inevitable. Witty looking for an angle one more time. Aaron, no conceal. Evos once again back to where they started. TLID with a massive lead, a massive advantage. This time EVOs have no chance.
TLID playing a perfect game of tug of war. It was them just baiting Key onto the engage towards Yeskel, but look at that on Shiki again. We talked about this carry being a problem for the Hylos. He wasn't even tanking, he wasn't even frontlining. He was gone in mere seconds.
He only has the ice, dominance ice to try and save himself from the damage from Aaron Shiki, man. Nowhere near enough.
Lit armor now.
But is that gonna be enough? Especially with the sustain already built in by Aaron Shiki. They're gonna be playing with the Lord here. They have the range with the Yve as well. It's looking bleak for EVOs, but they're gonna try and make something happen here.
The defense is here. EVOS, they have to hold this. The White Tigers are caged in their own home.
If they lose this, they're gonna end the week at 7th. Albert diving in, Tsunami Slam, finding Albert. NetherRealm saving them, but Aaron Shiki has just melted Reggie. Aran jumps in, will lose his life. EVOS have defended. Fabian has a quad channel on Sway Low. EVOS will stay alive. They've lost all their base turrets, but they'll stay alive for now.
Oh, they're still holding and holding, but for how long? Because look, now their base is exposed, 3 inner turrets gone, and TLID, they can play this to their liking.
That's a concern now for EVOS, man. We've already seen that in a front-to-back, in a proper fight, they just cannot match up to the damage that Aaron Shiki was outputting. Right there, EVOS jumped on him, and he just stood his ground and just started shredding immediately. Oh boy. EVOS are gonna have to do something drastic, especially with when the Evolve Lord is in the picture. That's their do or die moment, man. They have tools to make plays happen, but unfortunately, the only flicker, the only things they can do that really surprise Team Liquid ID is just Reggie.
Yeah.
Which is why you've seen Reggie being the main person making all these plays happen. He can't do that. He has a Revitalize. He's only a Hylos. Albert, you know, way too vulnerable with the Kalia in the picture. It's just been Reggie. And that's why it's so difficult, man. EVOS' avenue of approach is so one-dimensional. Whereas with Team Liquid ID, you've seen them start fights with Riddy, with Aran, with Yehezkiel even. So EVOS, there has to be a moment where they take that risk. It's a now or never moment later on. With 30 seconds to go here before the next Lord, that could be it.
Indeed. Boss, again, just banking on Reggie to either engage or counter-engage with the flicker in his hands. Meanwhile, for the rest of them, more passive spells to use. And TLID, all they eye on now is the Lord. 13 seconds to what could be the demise of EVOS. If they don't play this to perfection now, they're trying to restabilize the lanes. Let's push it further forward. The Lord has been spawned. Ooh. Has spawned, and now the TLID. It's all about just trying to force them into unfavorable fights.
He walked up way too aggressive in the back. Shadow kill. Brands buys the immortality, but he will fall. How has that happened?
Albert?
Keys out. Albert going to be caught again. NetherRealm, Sway Low is able to buy some time, but they're all caught under the RWM. Aran will chase them all the way back to base.
Sway Low is back. They want to defend this again.
Can they do it? Aaron Shiki looking for the position again. Fabian with the quad channel.
Minions.
Minion waves cleared out. There's another whole wave down below. 29 seconds for Brands. 20 for Key. A wave coming down. Albert jumping in. There's no wave in the back. Oh, Sway Low gets shadow kill. Tsunami Slam. Albert really trying to save the day. And he does for a bit. Aaron will go into the base.
It's over.
Despite all their efforts, EVOS will stay at 7th at the end of the week. Liquid ID have shut that chance down.
Deja vu for EVOS. Again, down under. As TLID tame the White Tigers 2-1. They look to charge today.
It seemed like a tough one, man. In that final game, though, Team Liquid ID show again that there are levels to this game. Despite the moments that EVOS were able to get for themselves, at the end of the day, their superior shot calling, their superior synergy has allowed them to find those moments. And the longer the game goes, the more dangerous it got for EVOs, and eventually they fall.
Wow, wow, wow. It's insane. Now EVOs. What do they do after this mess? After this match, it's all done and dusted for them. Fate, it's not only in their hands, but also in the other teams competing later. But of course, it's time to hear the Liquid players in this interview upstage with Bude Clara Mongstar.
TLID, pasukan kuda berhasil menjinakkan pasukan macan di leg yang kedua, pembalasan dendam yang begitu manis untuk kali ini. Begitu ketat, begitu mendebarkan untuk TLID hari ini. Gimana Aaron?
Ketat.
Ketat?
Ya.
Seketat apa? Ngedapetin poin melawan EVOS di leg kedua ini pasti susah dong.
Susah banget. Sama kayak harapan mereka mau playoff.
Waduh. Bentar, jadi ketika lawan kalian kalah, berarti ke depan-depannya makin sulit juga untuk EVOS ya sekarang?
Enggak sih. Gampang itu lawan mereka. Paling Onyx doang.
Oke, tapi sekarang, karena kamu tadi udah nge-spill ini kan bisa dibilang satu tiket playoff udah sold. Lalu satu yang nggak lolos juga udah sold. Untuk EVOS, kamu sudah punya gambaran masa depan EVOS?
Punya sih gambaran, soalnya kata fans-fans mereka kan Iron nggak pernah menang tuh lawan Erlan kan.
Oke.
Tapi kenapa Erlan nggak dimainin?
Lawannya Brands. Berarti masih bener, Iron belum pernah menang lawan Erlan dong?
Iya bener, tapi kayak kenapa Erlan nggak dimainin buat sekarang gitu. Biar revenge gitu, balas dendam.
Wow, jadi menang kali ini belum terasa puas ketika lawanmu bukan Erlan?
Ya.
Ya, berharap ketemu di playoff dan ada Erlan?
Bisa mereka.
Iya sih ya, masih harus berjuang, semuanya masih bisa terjadi. Dan tapi gimana sih, ini kan Brands bisa dibilang baru muncul. Dan tadi berhadapan langsung dengan Granger dari Brands dan juga Hero Brands. Seorang Brands, sosok yang sudah melalang buana di MPL dari season ke season. Gimana ngelihat Brands? Dan di musim lalu juga kayaknya memang beda gitu kan? Atau bagaimana kalau Aaron melihatnya?
Kalau dari aku jujur ya Bude, aku ngelihat Brands sih udah improve banget. Jago-jago dia tadi.
Jago?
Jago.
Kan di musim lalu pun kamu juga kalau menang tuh lawan Brands ya?
Mungkin di musim lalu tanknya doang kali.